wetin dey happen.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, small, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's so it to be. Now, fight the car. I like the name.
Bosunu,
Obenewebo.
now wetin dey happen? Bosunu na, now wetin dey happen? Bosunu, now wetin dey happen?
However, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we must continue to thank everybody for the time that they watch us, for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, anywhere you did, for America, for UK, for Europe, for Africa, for Nigeria, but therefore Edo State, South Nigeria, and therefore Ikpoba local government. Now, one of the challenges as an area journalist, road. When you have good access road to different community, you go fit enter. This road now, they call Obenewebo road or community or village, because from village now enter community, from community don't enter town. Houses from here now you go Sister Play Road. From here if you go pass and go come out for Upper Sakmamba, people they call on governor. Do you know how much to do 1 kilometer of road asphalt? Very expensive. As journalists and they meet government from time to time, they ask them, say, how much they take they construct road? They say road is very expensive. But these people for Obenewebo, they say different communities now they. Oga!
Here now Obenewebo road. We thank our governor. This peanut road to bypass. Now it's straight to Obenewebo, we go lead to Okabere, straight to Upper. So this peanut road, now it's straight to Upper.
No,
now straight
this
to
peanut road that so.
And you're straight to Upper, that red all the bend. Go come out for Okabere.
This road?
That, straight to Okabere Junction.
Road.
Straight to Okabere Junction. Straight to Okabere Junction. When a straight road, all the bend, straight. The road not good. Now we dey beg our government. Make them call help us. For a year, vote when we dey carry come out for a year, not be small thing. The registration wey we do now almost 1.8. People wey dey inside here.
Now only na community dey inside here. People they stay inside here.
Community many here o. Community wey many here. Wabogu dey here. Ewora dey here. Okauseni dey here. Ogua dey here. So go jam Okabere. People many for this environment. Well. Here na Obala. They not touch am, not till they do am. So here not let us enter.
Here not let us enter. Go the waka they go.
Yeah, now say don't walk peanut road. Okpebolo don't walk peanut. Oh, now God go bless am for that thing where he do. By the grace of God, I beg we dey take our papa, our ancestors say they beg am. Our ancestors go lead them. This road lead to Upper Sakmamba direct. From this junction to that where he reach, the former governor don't fit reach Okabere.
For Upper.
From Upper, it reach Okabere. He not finish. He not do our own. We dey beg Okpebolo make come finish am for us. I beg. We dey beg am. Now God go bless am. Now and it's going to be
This area. Hey! But our governor they try. Hey. Oga, how this road be?
Very low, sir. This road dey unspeakable.
Unspeakable.
It's unspeakable.
Unspeakable?
I swear to God.
Where they come down?
They need to cut down my bag because the thing they give us nightmare. If we won't come out for junction like this, our mind will just cut to God.
Let me say for a fall now.
Oh, you don't finish.
Do you know that police, you can be arrested for what you have done now? This man come there, you can't put this woman here. What is the connection between you and this woman now?
She's my wife.
What is the connection between you and this man?
It's my husband.
How the road be?
Bad.
Now the governor now they sorry for. Everywhere, Edo North come to road. Edo Central come to road. Edo South come to road. But the distinguished Senator Monday Okpebolo, the governor they try. Our work Now to bring those challenges where we say people they face for different community. However, we get NDDC and we get a super deck. If governor or government not fit to a super deck go come, NDDC go come. Alpha. Hi, B.
Thank God.
No, but then we borrow that this so.
Na so.
They say this road go come out for upper.
Yes, sir. Na so be. Na so.
If rain fall, how the road be?
The road there, I was past any other to my brother. The erosion there, the road is very, very bad. It's too worst. Even me as I drive, they cause all my body they pay me when I they drive. But they come for inside.
Okay, they supply water.
When they supply water, my body they pay me. But if you look at now, my motor not bend go one side because of the gallop when they the road.
Not leave me like that, oh.
Okay,
not leave me like that, oh. Not leave me like that, oh. Not leave me like that, oh. Not leave me. I'm not carry one.
Take one water, la.
One.
Okay,
Not be one bag, oh.
anyone you will have.
Thank you, oh. God bless you. No, go to drink, Abi.
Yeah, man, drink, my brother.
My use pidgin English where everybody will feel understand. You understand?
They call, pack.
You understand? My use the common grammar where everybody will feel understand. If say you come where rain fall, this road if you not pass them, not even bike. We have to transit behind. You know this is urban land, and this is Obenewebo community. You have to transit behind urban land, then enter inside the Wabogu in order to access this community. And most of us that have property here, we cannot run away. Please, if there's anything you guys can do to let the governor know that there is a world, people are living in this world, and the governor's attention should be brought to this place.
Ain't that what Peanut Road now?
Oga, sometimes that's the problem we have. We saw a Wabogu road tied and completed the television.
Yeah.
Till today we see it physically.
Not be when this governor, the former government, NDDC, now do that project.
Oga, NDDC or no NDDC, I commend the governor efforts for promising to tie the road, but he should let the work kickstart. Sometimes like last 3 weeks when I was driving out, I saw them measuring the road. Last week again I saw them measuring the road. Could they be continue measuring the road? They should start up something. I agree to brother.
So you sell your car because of one of the car?
Ross, I sold one of my car to fix my cars.
But did you know that you can, if instead of passing, going straight
this
to,
one you come back to PG make and the year where
instead of going straight to bypass like this is a diversion to divert from here to Upper Street. If you pass through, if they can be able to tie this road from here down to after the community, you can still pass through this place to bypass to Upper to probably maybe other free for
people for this community. They're not go fit. They're not go fit come out. They're not go fit go out. So if free for this road is about 3 kilometers from September Road. You go come out for Okabe, for Upper Sakomba. NDDC, a super deck. Not be only governor name will go the shots. We go the shot NDDC, a super deck. This is the kind road where it's like 3 or 4 kilometers. Wait.
Waiting they happen.
This is Obenewebo community. This road between Peanut and to straight to Okabe Junction. This road all through to Upper Samoba.
From here?
Yes, direct. You're through Koma to Upper Samoba. So this road now, we beg our governor, Akpako Rescue. We beg you too much. You try for Edo State. Now you can make all the old youth come they sleep, mama and papa. You try very much. We respect you. We respect you, our father. You do things where we say yes. Many government never fit do for
Edo State. You talk to so.
That's our governor. Excellency, I respect you so much.
Yes,
I respect you. You are a father. You make people wey be say yes, e no dey let papa, mama, brother, sister dey sleep before. Everybody dey sleep. Most of our brothers wey dey abroad not for dey come house, but you make everybody dey come house again because of courtesy and many atrocity wey many people dey do. You make everything change. Na God go bless you, Akpako rescue. Na God go bless you in 1,000 form. You do things wey be say yes, and those people will not go take.
But see your road now when I tell you.
I beg you, our Excellency, this road, Obe Newebo Road, is not good, Baba. I beg. We beg you. And that day now, for our community now, we want to vote for you. We want to make the people where they take the vote for our community, our town here. So we get many, the place don't open high.
But this road, we have passed
yes,
come out.
Direct to Okabe, straight road near that port, where they still tire and reach there. And this road, you all leak from Peanut Everon to that place. And the road, very neat. If they tie this one, it go all through. If it block for bypass, you follow here, you come out for upper. So I beg you, Baba, may you help us. I beg.
But you know you're saying they do other road?
Yes, we know say they do. And I make we come meet you so as a father. May you come support us. May you still help us, Baba. I beg. So your tenure must complete for this Edo State. You try Akpako rescue. We know the fear again. We dey sleep well, Baba. If you carry down your bulldozer, who do it? Go carry go enter. Go say, oh, Baba, like that one, like, oh, say father. His Excellency will come.
Go first, go first.
Excellency. Yes, oh.
So Obenewebo.
Yes, oh.
When they say contract,
oh yeah.
when they say contract, when they come measure.
Yes, nah. Yes, oh. I beg, Baba.
You dey breathe. You will say energy for your body. You will say all the energy to your body. How you do? Also no. But you don't trek now. I still carry you from that junction reach. Suppose get energy.
Where you dey go?
My brother.
See my friend though. This guy not twist so. But this guy not my friend though.
I'm not go area. If they come here, they're ready to go buy new shaft, ready to go buy new tire, ready to go buy even new engine. It's not go area. It's the worst you ever see in the Edo land.
Ah, you know if you talk about that.
The worst you ever see, my brother. I'm going to tell you now. The worst you ever see, my brother. I beg, if possible, make governor help us, make it help us, honestly.
You know,
many of us, we don't relocate from this side to another place. We abandon our house. For me, I don't abandon here, honestly. Honestly, I want to say here again now.
Wasunu, USA. Thank you. This is our road. For long. Now we don't. Now we the community. Now we do this road because this road, now major road, it leads to many community. For this Kobaha Ward 9, this Obene Webo community, because Fisia now the road they bad. For this year now, we not fit see money to do this road now. Me myself, this opportunity, as my people where they diaspora, made me that they talk, say they disturb now. This opportunity made me see beg our governor, Mondo Okeboro.
Put distinguished
Senator Okeboro, the Akpakomiza. He doesn't try. For that they award Peanut Road to us. He do well because now governor where they hear from the people.
From grassroots.
For grassroots. He just say he grow for us, for Edo State, Obene, Webo. This opportunity where they award
from Peanut Junction, that's
Peanut Junction to you go use the opportunity see they do our own to from here to Okabe to Okaoseni to Wabogun to Ewomama to Ogua. I beg am make it help us because we get a long population here.
Correct.
I beg make the governor.
No, the community be this one.
Yes, the be this. Where everywhere the population here, they many.
Population?
Yes, so the population here of both they many here because it's not just easy for our community.
I think say house not there.
House there, tell everywhere.
Straight they go.
Straight they go. From here to go reach Okabe, go reach Upper. Everywhere. People full here.
That means that this road go reach like 3 kilometers.
It's about 3 kilometers and a half. Because every year we dey do this road on our own for many years now. We dey do this road. The elders and the youth in this community, we dey do this road every year. Now let this year, because of the situation of the community, no money now. Naimeka will not come.
Are you aware for those states now we get NDDC? We get a super deck. Because as they call governor, because all this now.
Because governor na our father, Naimeka, you know say, it's our father, Naimeka, we must cry to him. We get all this where you talk just now, and we know. Because Naim go see approve to them. Make they call help this community.
What it concern you for this matter?
Now the respect of my community now make me dey here. As a commander, when I see before the community for Obenewebo, now make me dey here.
Commander in security.
Security course. That's why I stand here. So as my carele dey waka, I must marty guard. I copy. My excellency, I copy. Dangoyaki over. Respect.
As governor now done the.
Now our papa.
How you see insecurity level?
Insecurity too tight. If you see now, say if you have the area, the other person don't copy me from far place, and for copy me now. So now what he give us, more till they clear the road for save our father's land. If you see something, you say something.
You don't tell me say now for this Obenewebo now. Nothing like cultists or kidnappers or.
Our security too tight. If kidnapping day, we go bring them down. If cultists day, we go bring them down. If armed robber day, we go bring them down. Say no to crime.
Come again.
Copy.
It's working.
You can hear me. All areas still remain green. The area is cool and calm. If you hear me, copy. Copy, 0 hour. Copy.
I've been network not there.
Network day.
Copy. I did for Obenewebo. Copy. I just say na village o. How not say houses there like this?
Houses there everywhere full. Landlord, houses there here. People there here. At least here.
So from here direct now, go come out for
Okabe. Direct. To Okabe market. Oka market. The road is very bad for the past 10 years.
Okay, you cannot be saying so now.
For the past 10 years, the road is very bad. I'm not saying just go to the community now. For the past 10 years, go to the community. Past 10 years, the road is very bad. Because everywhere is dry now. Suppose there's rain, you cannot pass here.
If rain fall now.
If there's rain, I cannot pass here. Sure. All of us park our car and most of cars are, in fact, they are off the road. All the cars are off the road.
So make government.
In fact, if government can come with this moment, start doing the road.
So you park your car.
In fact, the car is park off.
Make we dey beg am, we obey community people. We just dey beg am. I beg. May help us, make come do the road
like
for us.
How many years you don't spend for this area now?
It don't go 6 to 7 years now. When I dey here.
And when you come, na so you still be.
Yeah, unless na the youth dey help us. Na the youth just dey help us with the elders when dey the community.
If I pass here now, where I go come out?
Na wetin dem dey call upper abi sapo upper Okabere side.
Now I go come out.
Bam.
You know Hausa?
Yes, now Hausa the English.
I know which state you from come.
From Kaduna.
From Kaduna, Kaduna yes, South or Kaduna North?
Yes, now.
So if I say 1 Daya, 2 Biu, 3 Uku, 4 Udu, what I talk?
You say 1
Daya?
Daya, Biu, Uku,
No, make me call them. Daya, now waiting.
Now 1.
Biu.
Now 2.
So Benewebo community, they need to do one with the suffer well. The road, very far road, go come out for Okabere, for Oka, come out. Road, Ogabe, that the waiting with the fair, make government do one for us. Make government do one with the beg well, because why this road to the suffer? Now the road that be the important something.
Waiting they happen.
This
this Obenewebo, we are praying, we are begging you, Baba, come to our rescue. The road is not good. The road is not good. If you are coming from Sapler Road, you enter Peanut Road. From Peanut Road, you enter Obenewebo Road. Down to Okabere, across Wabogu Road. That is Okunwagwe. If you pass the road, is for a very long time, we have been grading this road by ourselves. With money. Now we are tired. There's no much land again. So there's no area that we can get money to be grading it. We are begging for your rescue. Come and help us and make sure this road is tight.
You know they see other work with the governor they do. You know yesterday do our Peanut Road. You know see Sapler Road they pass companies in our area.
Baba, our able governor, when we hear that this Peanut Road is being awarded, we say, Baba God, let this our governor hear our prayer. We were praying. It is because of this Peanut Road that the award, we are not crying, begging him that he should just help us to add this Obenewebo Road to Okunwagwe.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Our great governor.
As soon as yesterday they use tape they measure peanuts.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And now branch from inside.
Yeah, from peanut to Okunwagwe to Kabere. Yes. This is why we are not crying, begging him. He should help us.
Your Excellency, we appreciate what you are doing in Edo State.
Now this community from come?
Even my forefather.
No, your grandfather.
Your
great grandfather.
Yeah, they come from this community.
From this Obenewebo.
Obenewebo.
This is not. Almost 4 kilometers. Auntie, how are you? I know if you pass here again. This road will affect your business. I better sit down. From Sapler Road, from Peanut, now they walk and they come.
Hey, the road there, it really they affect us. Seriously, they affect us. Because sometimes, now here be my store, now here be my house. Most customers, when they normally pass, they give me clothes. I know they even see them again because they know they see roads pass. You see, like they say drink. Some people they bike, Habi give me drink. I know they even feel say anything. They affect us. Like yesterday, I even get one video for my phone. Person they video me, they laugh. I need to cross this water. They go take person measurements because now only that place good. And the person needs to pass back. I need to cross this place. Anything when government feed do for us, may they beg, may they do it.
They affect your business.
Like you see this front of my house now. Now my husband, 4 trip of sand. People for this community go testify to him. Now only him carry 4 trip of sand. They feed this front.
Stand up,
Now only him carry 4 trip of sand. Take feed this front. If not, you see this water when you dey see. If I pass like this for this very junction.
This place so.
This place because the water don already reach here. Leg no dey fit pass. If they even enter our compound, now why we put that tire? You get? Make they beg anything wey they fit do. Make they do.
For this Obenewebo.
For this place.
And they affect your customers.
It dey affect me personally. It dey affect everybody. You see now since I dey talk now, no bike don cross here. No bike.
Everywhere just quiet.
See my neighbor, only him buy sand take block that place. Now even if fence won't fall. If fence won't fall, all of us they suffer. I beg anything wey they fit do for us. Most especially we get business for here. May we not park enter, may we not beg. I beg.
Since people not fit access you again, I beg dress come. People they watch us on Facebook, on YouTube,
Okay.
they watch us on TikTok now. Make Kukuma market you online. First of all, I want to congratulate you for the way you take use the Nigerian fabric to sew the Nigerian style. Which one be this one? Come. Which one be this one?
Now the red print, but this one are for light crepe for the red print. Normally, now only Ankara we for the see am before, but now they don't do it for another print. For people who don't like Ankara, they'll say it too they cost it. Now they don't do something light when we feel weird.
Now people they watch us for America, UK, and everywhere. Now you go see how they order now. What of this one now? Which one come?
This one Ankara mixed with nets, soft nets. If you use and go any party at all, anyone, anywhere where you want to go.
This one come?
This one our normal bubu gown.
Bubu gown?
When they rain, they train. Again.
I want to shock you now. Come now. How people go take reach you now? So that as you did this Obanewebo, you know this you can access you. People can access your land. How will they reach you? TikTok, Facebook, or no, just tell me. No worry.
My number they here and my brand name na Triple D.
Now leave the door, make a leave.
Okay.
Now your own this.
Yes, now my own, and I dey get lights. This one I say when you come, you don't see lights. I get 24 hours like my own family.
Now solar be na NEPA.
Na solar and light sef we no dey able to see light. If not be our youth wey dey this area wey still dey help us for this light matter, if we still add pass this.
But na solar you also.
Yes, na solar.
Sit down. Even the solar they carry your fridge oh.
Hey, they carry free. If I go water, make drink.
No wait, Oga. Make go bring a cup for herself. Make she go bring her river. I'm not commoded.
See what I talk. If that before now, you'll see people go they pass. People go they pass. They go they buy. You don't need to even wait till they make the business tire us. The roads. It affects a lot of things. See now, we know they do this interview now for almost 30 minutes. Bike not pass, keke not pass. Nobody, even we when they use leg pass, we must enter water. That one go, ebi basabo.
Let's not make it.
Let's not make you. I won't hear me.
I won't hear me.
I won't hear me make you. I want to ebi basabo re ni wa varu. Mewo no de se fe mo na gie. Beni me na agbera na mani owo ibodi ayele gbe we sabore ro bere kia we na wo moto ya we sabore gbere no even moto se ma re safe we wa labo bomba mo e pulu e kiame o de re kiame e bi wa sabore ru because it's really affecting us. It's touching please.
See my guy, many of my guys they stay this area.
Brother man, I greet you.
I never see you for like 5-10 years. So like you can't hide. No, don't like come like
I try to go hide for this place, thinking say this place, it go cool for me. But when I enter the place, I see the road. I know if you come for the road now.
But I never see you for like 5 years now. Like which area you see reach like
2000. Hey, 2000. I don't remember many things. When I come this road, at the end of this place, Saplero, like abroad. I park come. I forget many things when I reach here. I don't remember the date or the year when I used to now. I forget. Saplero when we say now the road.
But I just said that they do the major road.
You don't say that they talk. They go. You don't say we hear about the major road. So today, as we don't see they do the major road. And you know how long it takes before they start to do the major road. You don't say when they talk. And with the year again say something about that one that happen for here. You know say you that time you don't say now you say they help me. I just look and say as they help me now stop by. Me say I want get small help.
So
there's a help when
so you still remember that kind of help they help you that year?
I never married that time. Nah, don't marry.
Don't marry. God bless you. Nice to see you.
Same here.
Wow. Only God can do what no man can do.
Good to see you, my brother.
Unchangeable, reliable God. Only God can do what no man can do.
So now God send this man come. When I hear a name, I know say that means there's hope.
Hey, whoa! From Sapler Road, Peanut Junction to Upper to Kabere direct. Almost 3.something kilometers. I think the house is not there. I think the house is not there. See better houses. No, you say what?
Kusu from Afghanistan is here. It's arrived. Anita from South Korea. Back from Japan.
Kusu from
Afghanistan.
Wait, just come here.
I'm here, sir.
Kusu from where?
From Afghanistan.
Anita from where?
From Japan. South Korea. I see the hot. Chop 1, chop 2. Today on my birthday. If you buy one, dash you 10. Yes, I see the hot. This is Benewebo community.
You not see una road?
Yes, now this road. I see the road though. This road be now. Me not like am. I don't like the roads. We want to help us for this road.
Kusu
from Afghanistan. Elita from South Korea. Ebieba from Japan. We borrow from Obenewebo community.
I know you that one. This one go fly for TikTok. You say now you be mama.
I be mama solo, aka Putko Ekusu shop from Afghanistan. I see the hot. See the hot. He the hot. Oh. You don't see ah? He the hot. Jesus, my hand oh.
No, come on.
God bless you.
How much you they sell them now? Oh, let me tell you.
Tell me.
Corn. It's there everywhere. If I throw a corn like this, it go grow from my backyard. If I throw it for outside, it go grow. So no can't tell me price where go shock me.
What you go make me tell you price where go shock you because we are going to carry this corn from Afghanistan is very far because no road to go to Obe plant corn. Road not there now. It the hurt. How many? Jesus, so my though.
I not go see the color. Wait. Because now. Since when oil there now, get the one I tell you miss the oil now.
This oil, me I tell you we are for buying.
Yeah.
From Japan.
Everything at Japan.
Because no road for this side. Follow come. Make I open now.
Open up.
I see the hurt. Anytime from South Korea.
Make you help me share this woman for TikTok for Facebook.
Jesus, see the anytime now. From South Korea. Direct.
Damaniga temina damema salo baga temi damema o bagbo agi you wes alako agi you was alako
yes olo
agi you wes alako
TV
agi you was alako
Belewebo
agi you was alako
Belewebo
agi you was alako
Guadalupe Maji
agi you was alako
Magabo Tinugwa
agi you was alako
Guadalupe Maji
agi you was alako
Mamekela Lagwa
agi you was alako
Ogi Mamekela Ma
agi you was alako
agi Mazalako
agi you was alako
agi Mazalako
Ekusuve
agi Mazalako
Ekusuve
agi Mazalako ati bioje
fuck not dey spoon not dey give me cellophane.
Ọ̀pá ọ̀rọ̀ ló tẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ́ ẹ̀sẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ́ agbódúlọ́nì.
In the year Esa wewe, use Esa tell about this road.
Ọ̀pá wo ló mẹ́ ugẹ̀gbẹ́ nírẹ̀gẹ̀ ègbè ọ̀pá wo ló mẹ́ ugẹ̀gbẹ́ nírẹ̀gẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ́ wẹ̀lá nẹ́mẹ̀dẹ́ obìnrin nírẹ̀gẹ̀ pàná wẹ̀lá nẹ́mẹ̀dẹ́ òbí yẹnu ẹ̀dẹ̀wẹ̀ pàná tùwẹ́ kége àdìẹ́sì bọ́lá wo ló gbé tùwẹ́ pẹ́gẹ́ ọ̀pá wo ló mẹ́rẹ̀ wo ló gbé.
Okay, make I shock you, eh?
See me.
Before you go, you give me your number.
Okay, sir.
I want. Come. You say as you don't come now. Gege. As you don't sing now for governor now.
Yes.
Governor go surprise you now.
Oh, God
Come.
Yeah.
You want me governor empower you more?
Yes.
Make you upgrade this business.
Me be so do boss abodo as far as say okpawolo na won post na nia e bore ro boss ro egbe mi no la alu osolo pa no ra hu na no re lu o ọmọ gbàlẹ̀ bọ̀ àmì gbàlẹ̀ bọ̀ ugbo gbàlẹ̀ bọ̀ ọ̀nà ọ̀rẹ́ yà ní nà sọ hún nà sọ rẹ̀ ta.
His Excellency, I dey for Obawaka local government. Sing that music again, make you dance this. You dance again. You dey do one level. See how? You don't do make a tester. Give me selfie for her.
Take selfie. Esa oye. Ogbawolo oye. They chop. I know they collect money again. As in the house. They chop. Now my family they work. Now they exist. Now they reign. They chop. Ale. Onemade santoli ikpoka. Etonatoli ekusu. Ikpoka matiolo. Matiolo wesan. Ikpoka.
Wetin be this one?
Anytime.
Can this one come from Japan?
From Afghanistan. No see
from Afghanistan.
Direct. But they are your pay table. Okay, be now.
Oga General. Ah, Baba. How this how you do?
I see the hut. Oh, bed not there. Okay, see here. Na better bed there.
You say na you be Mama Solo.
Mama Solo, aka Putko Ekusu Shaw.
I thank you.
God bless you, sir.
I support you now. At all.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Mema no wego. Wele wala go meo. Mema no wego, me ami wego, akosu wele go meo. Mema mi wego. I did not collect money from him. They go. Carry go. Okpabo lo see am. Power the other when they say project. Me I not go school. They say they power that one.
Give me your number online. Make them call you.
Let them do this one for us.
Give me your number.
My number 090 68 77. Now my daughter on my phone door for inside Kusu.
So
I not get phone.
Like say government not just give you like 1 million naira now, uncle.
See my hair. I got Barbara before. I go call the
The people, they know they say they praise the governor for this area.
Waiting they happen.
All the way from Peanut Junction, Sapler Road. I want to go come out for Upper for Okabe. I don't pass. Hey, whoa. Do you know how much to do 3.5 kilometer road? 1 kilometer is about 1 billion naira. That's Obenewebo people that they look for about 5 billion naira. Where those state government go award to contractor. Oga. Where Edo State government wants to see 5 billion naira. 5 billion naira to award to do 1 kilometer is about 1 billion.
Yes, Jesus.
To do 1 kilometer is about 1 billion. To do this Obenewebo road from that Peanut to Okuagbe for Upper, we need about 5 billion naira.
God go stand by him. God go assist him. Now God go help him. Now God go lift him up. God go open way for him. God go give us strength. God go give us strength. His strength not go wither. His strength not go wither. Mighty God, everlasting Father, stand by our governor. Baba, stand by our governor. Baba, stand by our governor. Baba God, stand by our governor. Give him strength. Give him wisdom. Give him the enablement. Show him the way. Don't allow people that run government down stand by him. This I pray in Jesus' name. Our able governor, God will stand by you. God will give you the enablement in Jesus' name.
Only God can do what no man can do. Hey, unchangeable, unchangeable, God reliable. Only God can do what no man can do. Oga,
Baba,
I know pass here again. Oga, I beg, I know pass here again. No, Oga, I no go pass here. I no go pass here again.
He not right kilometer again. He not reach right. When you take leg, no fit take machine pass. Make we use leg.
Now let machine no fit pass and
make we use leg.
Now only leg they pass. Make you just view am by yourself. Now only let me see wetin we dey there for here. Like here now, if we don quick come mass around 5:30, 6 o'clock. If e dey like 7 o'clock, we not fit enter here.
No way.
It's not motorable. Nothing. We not fit pass here again. Unless the security men I go fit escort person pass here that time.
You know they sorry for me. Since why don't they follow that they walk out, they come from that side? Yeah, you know they sorry for me.
For all people.
We see you.
I agree
God
to you.
will stand by you.
Oh yeah.
NDDC, Esopadek, NDDC. This is Kobauka. Now oil producing area. This is Kobauka. Now oil producing area. And therefore. People there, yo. Yes, now. Hey, yo, Salopa. Now this area you dey stay?
Nah, yeah, nah, be stay my house for you, but we not dey see place to come at. That be the issue.
You know where for they come? And they walk out from peanut, they walk out, they come.
Oh, my brother, you are highly welcome. You are welcome. The problem we get for this area is too much. The problem we get for this area, my brother, is too big. We know say our SLSA, our governor, we know say is a man that done exceedingly in every environment. And we know say as we dey beg am now, in respect of this road, when it be say we know they see the pass come out, he go still help us. We dey use this medium, they beg our papa, our governor, Mr. Monday Okpebholo. Senator Monday Okpebholo.
Distinguished
Senator Okpebholo. We dey beg am well, make he come help us. Make he help us do this road. At least, make we feel the pass and they go, we go pass and enter house. If rain fall, no way, everybody go just dey house. If rain fall, everybody go dey house. So nowhere to follow. This motorway dey here so.
This your car?
This car, my car wey dey here so. It don reach almost 2 months when I fit carry am comot for house. But I dey comot for house, so if I wan comot, I will use leg waka pass corner, go enter back before I finish where I dey go. I be get car, small car for here. Now I be the problem.
If I pass here, where I go come out?
If you pass here now, you go come out for Obe Junction. That is Okunwa Road. When it dey go upper direct. It dey go Kabere down.
But former government when they do that road, they come now for that side.
Now upper it go come out. Oka Market down to Oka Market. Now it dey go straight to Oka Market.
You be Binima?
I be Binima. We are doing this.
Megi bovi yeveno
oh yeah sing woman.
What it cost you for this matter?
It cost me. Yo, Odena. Mami Odela Lagwa. Odema, Market Kideo. Amearo, Malagwa.
In case of when not the Yebini. Use pidgin English.
We not the feed this road. I beg our honorable Okpebholo. Lago go senator. Make airports do this Obe road. This road, if they go down to upper, Okabe to upper. If you see the person like this, he go come out for peanuts. We know the feed they come out. See as your be so people not they come. We know the feed they say. We know the feed they say anything.
They affect business.
It affect business. Nobody. Even tenants, all of them, they go park or mot. Don't say no road. Don't say no road. Road no good. We not get tenant. Let's make this area
no fit develop. You no fit if night come as this road no good we no dey fit dey enter house. We dey tell the children say una no come if night anything wey make self will knack or phone.
For this area?
Na yes we no fit enter house again. Abeg make you help. Na suffer we dey for this road o. Na suffer we dey. We no go fit leave our house comot na we still dey. If not today as today wey be Oka market now you pull up for head we dey come. Don say road no good. If the fit tear this road for us motor go dey waka for inside keke bike in since wey you come you just see one motor pass. One way.
Just quiet.
We also fit lock gate for this house we dey fear. Abeg make dey help us. They our honourable help us do am peboro abeg na we dey abeg.
I say cold water drink.
Cold water. Oni ọpẹ àmì oni cold water àpárọ̀ cold water rọ̀ bí rọ̀ pàrọ̀ màyé ọyẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà rí gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ tiẹ̀.
Governor, they watch am. Ain't go they laugh. The people not get choice than to they call your name. Edo Central they call you. Edo North they call you. Edo South they call you. But I don't tell them, do you know how much to do 1 billion? Eh? Hey, God. Hey! Wahala. Ha. Hey. Houses be there. No access. Mansions. Obenewebo. Ah. Oh God. See that one? Is that parking car?
It's not that it's not that where to come out. No way.
This is Benin too far. They say, may I they go. Sheramo, drop your comment. We our governor wants see money. This road now, it need about 5 billion naira. See fine houses. On va passer. No problem. I'm not passing. For now, come on, I'm not passing. No. I'm not passing. I'm not passing. Ik ben er maar. Kom back. I not get straight to yoga. I not drip your.
What do you? From Pino Junction, I get truck the trouble. From Pino Junction. This our road don't spoil. I beg go na call airport. Don't come for our aid. We don't see where go again. The road don't spoil. I beg go na call airport. So beg we beg. I tell God beg go na call airport. This our who are going to good again. Go na call airport. I beg. We tell God beg we na make come to our aid. I beg.
Go prepare the yam and the go see soup for me.
I come and go prepare for you make chop. I beg. Now go take for yourself. I beg. Wait for the track.
Don't forget voltage.
Yeah, for track going too far.
Too far. Mommy from Peanut Junction for that side.
We don't get road for Kuwagwe. We don't get road. I beg we na call airport. Peanut Junction. We don't get to Gabe. We don't get road. I beg we na call airport. So government. I beg. Wanna call airport? Yeah, go be your partner. Yeah, call for you. No, car water.
Now they don't promise me pardon and the goosey soup.
You go. Waiting they happen.
Ah, il a dit, eh, malade. Oro awade ma.
Ame awaro.
Obe yi obe na waje na mare ladian. Wa soto. Woni ala ni ado woni ma. Aga woni ma maga be gogo. La ma me ki ma abego. Bebe na je eguma.
O say 80 years in.
Me gbera 80. What it be 80 years?
100 of
they see what hair for your hair.
They see.
No. Oh, me not. You bo one. Roku. You gazebo.
We no zedo. Imagi me mani kaya kiye
me noge.
Agi you wesalako. 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 Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Here you go reach 120 years.
Yes,
and if Baba God don't call you, may una come here and call MC and free of charge for that.
Waiting they happen.
Say kilo me. Now 4 kilometers. All the way from Peanut Junction, Sapler Road. I want to go come out for upper for Okabe. I don't pass. Hey, whoa. Okay. Let go. Okay. Wait. Okay. This is the Obenewebo Road. 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. All those roads where they pass the courses. Now here come out.
From Peanut. That Peanut Road. That junction from that. Now here it come end. It come out for Oka Market. Now this one be Okabe Road. Go come out for Sapler.
This one will be Okabe Road.
This is Okabe Road. You go like this to Sapler Road. You go from here. Okabere Road. From here you go come out for Upper. From here you go come out for Sapler Road. Our own straight like this. You still go like this straight. Now 3 junction be this. This is 3 junction.
Okay. This one not clear.
Now this one. Now be Obe Road to Peanut Junction. As we dey come since na here come end. So we dey beg our able governor, Senator Okpebolo, make he help us.
Almost 4 kilometers.
Now it's about 3.5 kilometers.
From here? Go jump Peanut. From that road. Straight to Peanut. Straight to Sapler Road.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
One thing I understand about BP is high blood pressure. My BP is okay now.
What is your BP again?
It's 0 level.
I understand BP is like something that can come and take by any individual at any time, and your system will just go high. At times, you cannot understand what is now happening to your system. Do you know your BP right now? Actually, I'm not a doctor, but I know my BP is fine.
Stress is the body's physiological and psychological reaction to challenges or demands. It is generally categorized into 3 main temporal types: acute, episodic, and chronic, and 2 co-emotional types: positive and negative. Strangely, in Nigeria today, many families are under immense pressure, most especially the men, fathers and mothers, due to harsh economic realities, and unsustainable source of livelihood finds it difficult to cope mentally, physiologically, socially, morally, and financially. This puts immense pressure on the family, hence the society. Some lack the financial muscle to go to the hospital whenever they feel overwhelmed by severe headache, body aches and pains, opting for placebos like pain relief medication to ease the pains, unaware that the blood pressure has shot up. Perhaps requires medical attention to bring it back to normal. A man wakes up in the morning, considered hale and healthy, only to slump and die without noticeable medical analysis. A woman can be overjoyous and bubbling one moment, and the next moment she is pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital. Stress is real, and the way you choose to handle it determines how far you will live as an individual on planet Earth. Some Nigerians do not see the need to go for medical checkup irrespective of their age, status, and religion. Many, due to financial constraints, may not want to risk the money for feeding the family for medical expenses. The rise in cases of insecurity in the country is not even helping matters. Nigerians are always exposed to various degrees of stress each day, accumulating to what might one day lead to an irreversible health issue, and if not properly checked, might lead to terminal disease that will eventually end the life of such an individual. Unmanaged or unregulated stress leads to high blood pressure, which by all standard is a silent killer. Many are unaware of the dangers they are exposed to on a daily basis due to inability of individuals to dictate the imbalance in their blood pressure, which might not come with any sign or symptom until it's too late. For some, due to religious beliefs, they do everything possible to avoid hospitals. Some have this mental block of what you do not know cannot kill you. Alas, all this means of postponing the inevitable.
High blood pressure is a killer disease. In this part of the world, most people are ignorant. You will see an average black people, they will tell you they don't have high blood pressure. It doesn't ring bell. Some say it's hereditary anyway, but most of the thing that's going to be problem, pressure, as the name implies. Because if you are bored and you have a series of problems, you are unable to manage all these problems, your blood pressure will rise. And when it rises to a particular percentage, death can arise. You can go paralyzed, you can develop stroke. So my advice to people today is that don't wait until when you fall sick before you take your blood pressure. There are a lot of hospitals today in Nigeria that offer even blood pressure check for free. So I advise people to always check their blood pressure so that they don't wait until when the thing has gone to a stage where they will be running up and down before consulting medical facilities. At my age, I am 58 by now. If I tell you my blood pressure is so amazing. My blood pressure is 120/80. Just like when I go to the hospital and I tell the doctors about my blood pressure, they say my blood pressure look like that of children. So my blood pressure is very normal. The problem a lot of people have is that you see, when we say blood pressure is normal, it's 120/80. It's within the range. The most especially the down one of it is what you need to pay more emphasis to, because the downward, the moment is above 100, that means your life is at risk.
Coping with stress in Nigeria requires active management of economic pressures, traffic and demanding workplaces, effective strategies including setting strict boundaries, practicing deep breathing, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and leaning on community networks. Professional mental health support is also increasingly accessible through local digital platforms. Managing stress in the Nigerian context involves a combination of personal, environmental, and structural approaches. First, Financial and economic management budgeting. With rising living costs, prioritize essential expenses and strictly cut off non-essential. Multiple income streams. Explore side hustles or digital skills that can be managed from home to ease financial anxiety. The second way to manage stress, physical and mental wellness, limit stimuli. Disconnect from news and social media at least 2 hours before bedtime to prevent information overload. Breathing and meditation. Use a 3-3-3 rule in moments of panic. Identify 3 objects, 3 sounds, and move 3 body parts. Rests and routine. Prioritize a consistent sleep schedule, 7 to 8 hours, and make time for regular physical exercise. For diet, reduce heavy caffeine and alcohol intake as they can mimic or exacerbate anxiety.
There is a need for everyone to always go for medical checkup, because we always preach and let the patient understand the fact that prevention is better than cure, and knowing your body health status will enable you know what to do to prevent the complication of some certain disease conditions that are not curable. And the very important one of these disease conditions that are not curable include hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and so many other ones that are though not too common. Hypertension is a disease defined as the force of blood pushing against the arterial wall becoming persistently high. It therefore means that the heart will not be overworking or overloading itself, which can result to some certain complication that may result to demise or death of the patient.
Walk and traffic commute strategies. If living in hubs like Lagos or Abuja or even in Benin City, use offline or localized traffic apps to plan routes and avoid peak rush hours. Listen to calming audio or podcasts during unavoidable gridlock. Workplace boundaries. Learn to politely say no to extra workloads when feeling overwhelmed and avoid stretching work hours into your personal life.
Quite a number of persons are living with hypertension and it's not diagnosed, meaning that they are not even aware that they are living with hypertension until complication will start coming up, which may result to the patient's death. According to World Health Organization, 46% of people with hypertension are living with it undiagnosed. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of hypertension. We have the primary hypertension and we have the secondary hypertension. The primary hypertension is refers to the essential hypertension. It therefore means that the cause of hypertension is not identifiable. The cause of hypertension is not known. However, it starts by gradual build-up of the blood pressure until it reaches a level that will not cause the patient to not becoming hypertensive. Other than the primary hypertension, we still have what we call the secondary hypertension. There are some certain disease conditions that somebody may have that will not cause his or her blood pressure to become elevated. For example, people that has adrenal gland tumor, which includes pheochromocytoma or primary aldosteronism or Cushing syndrome, as the case may be. All these are hormonal gland disease that may result to somebody not becoming hypertensive. Not only that, people that has thyroid gland disease that may suffer what we call thyroid toxicosis, they can have hypertension. Not only that, people that suffer stress, what we call type A individual, such people also will become hypertensive. Clinically, we divide hypertension into 3 groups. We have what we call the mild, moderate, and severe. Mild, moderate, and severe. It depends on the reading of your blood pressure. That will enable us to know whether it is mild, moderate, or severe. The blood pressure is measured in millimeter mercury. The upper one, when you take your blood pressure, when you go to any hospital and they use a sphygmomanometer, which is this clinical instrument to measure your blood pressure. These are the 2 clinical instruments that we use to measure the blood pressure. This is a sphygmomanometer and this is a stethoscope. So when the blood pressure reading is taken, they will always tell you the numerator, which is the upper value. The upper value is the systolic blood pressure, while the lower one is called the diastolic blood pressure. Your normal blood pressure should fall between 110 to 120 systolic, 110 to 120 systolic. That is, your blood pressure can be 120, it can be 110, it can be 105, it can be 115 as the case may be. Then the lower value is between 70 to 80. 70 to 80, it should fall within that range. That is to say that the normal blood pressure can be 110 over 80. It can be 120 over 80 millimeter mercury. So if your blood pressure at any point in time now goes above 140/90, if your blood pressure now falls above 140/90, that is, if the systolic, the upper value is more than 140 millimeter mercury, and the down part is more than 90 millimeter mercury, it therefore means that you are becoming hypertensive, and there's a need for you to be told of some certain things you have to do to ensure that the blood pressure returns back to normal. And there are some certain risk factors that will cause somebody to becoming hypertensive. And one of those risk factors is age. Most often than not, people that are 55 years and above, they just become hypertensive. Even in that initial, they were never hypertensive at the beginning. The family history, it therefore means that hypertension was in the family. When your father is hypertensive, when your mother was hypertensive, there's a tendency for the hypertension to now be transferred to the offspring, because of the genetic locus, as the case may be. Not only that, some women, when they are pregnant, they just develop, because of hormonal influence, they develop hypertension when they are pregnant, what we call pre-eclampsia. At the point when they are pregnant, that is when they became hypertensive. It's a risk factor in developing hypertension in future, even when the woman is no longer pregnant. Not only that, not exercising. People that indulge in sedentary lifestyle, when you don't exercise, when there's obesity, accumulation of fat, these are risk factors in developing hypertension. The people that don't sleep well, there's what we call obstructive sleep apnea. When you don't sleep well, there's tendency for somebody to develop hypertension. Then people that consume high sodium, foods, is a substance that increases the blood pressure. So presently, even the NAFDAC is trying to even convert most of the domestic salt use from sodium chloride to potassium chloride. There's a need for you to consume more potassium chloride than the sodium chloride, though the potassium chloride is more expensive as the case may be. Then reduce your fatty intake. Cholesterol tend to build up in the artery. As I said earlier on, that the force of blood, against the arterial wall, when it becomes elevated. So anything that is capable of reducing the caliper or the aperture of the artery of the heart will certainly cause hypertension or cause increased or elevated blood pressure. So taking fatty food, or when there's high cholesterol in the blood that is capable of reducing the aperture, will result to hypertension. So reduce your fatty intake, take more of your saturated fat. Then not only that, there's a need for you to also do a regular body checkup. Doing a regular body checkup to identify most of the disease that is causing a secondary hypertension, and when cured, of course, it's a way of combating hypertension, like kidney related disease.
Community and support social connections, engage in group activities, sport or religious communities, sharing experiences with trusted friends or family can significantly reduce emotional burdens. Professional help. Do not hesitate to seek therapy or counseling platforms like Find a Helpline Nigeria provide localized, confidential access to mental health resources and crisis hotlines.
People might not be living with hypertension, with elevated blood pressure. They move around until complication comes up. The person might just fall down when the person is going to church, or even try to give an offering, or even while in a seminar room, or even while delivering a lecture, because the hypertension itself does not manifest any symptom until when it becomes like a medical emergency with complication. Medical emergency complication means that there's already an organ damage. that is when the person, will manifest symptoms of hypertension. However, the commonest symptoms of hypertension that persons might manifest include the headache. Some person might also manifest nose bleeding. Some person might manifest, breathlessness. Some person might have swelling of the foot. Some person might manifest palpitation, which is the heart beating very fast. But be that as it may, those complications will actually come up if there's already a complication. Primarily, hypertension might not manifest any symptom. It's just symptomless. That's why we say it's a silent killer. So there is a need for one to always know his or her status. The reason why you have to go to an hospital, go to a clinic, go to a pharmacy, go to any healthcare facility nearby to make sure your blood pressure is checked. The commonest cause of stroke worldwide, the commonest cause of stroke in Nigeria, the commonest cause of stroke in Benin City is hypertension, where you see somebody just fall down, at the end of the day they come down with paralysis or weakness of the face or weakness of the one part of the limb, which is stroke, is hypertension. So other than the fact that hypertension can cause stroke, hypertension can also cause coronary artery disease, which can cause heart attack, can cause heart failure, can cause angina pectoris, heart pain, as the case may be. Hypertension can also result to hypertensive nephropathy. The commonest cause of kidney disease, chronic kidney disease after infection is hypertension. You can see that hypertension can cause quite a number of organ damage in the human body. Not only that, hypertension can also cause somebody to experience blindness, what we call hypertensive retinopathy. You might just wake up and see that you are having a blurry vision, and your blurry vision might be as a result that your blood pressure is elevated and have resulted to the retinal artery getting burst, as the case may be. Not only that, somebody might also have a complication of peripheral artery disease condition, which may result to erectile dysfunction. Not only that, some persons might begin to have what we call the peripheral neuropathy, a situation whereby you begin to feel some part of your body not working well, or blood not feeling sensation or loss of sensation in that part of the body. That might just be as a result of hypertension causing that complication. Not only that, some person might also begin to suffer what we call dementia, which is cognitive dysfunction, whereby the person lost personality, lost thinking, cognition, as the case may be. All these are complications of hypertension. So you see that hypertension may sound very simple to the hearing, but the complication it may cause to any man may be the cause of death of the person. So when you are hypertensive, there are certain lifestyle modification. Overthinking certainly will cause hypertension. When we were talking about the secondary cause of hypertension, we said stress. When you are stressed because of economic difficulties, challenges, loss of job, marital problem or discord, as the case may be. So when you are overthinking, there is a way your body will not react. Your brain will react. There's what we call the adrenopituitary, reaction. So when you are overthinking, your brain tends to release an hormone which is called the cortisol from the pituitary adrenal cortex axis. So this cortisol that your body releases during stressful condition is to actually combat your stress. But however, the cortisol that is now released to combat the stress will now cause an increase in blood pressure. This is the pathophysiology of how somebody that is thinking, somebody that is overwhelmed with thoughts, brooding, stressful condition will become hypertensive because of the cortisol that is released. Lifestyle modification that one can employ to combat being hypertensive include do endurance exercise, ensure that you do exercise. Then you have to eat good food, eat food that contain potassium rather than sodium. A very common food that contains potassium include avocado pear, eat potato, eat banana. You know, these are food that can help to, you know, combat and reduce your blood pressure, as the case may be. Then not only that, reduce your alcohol intake. Excessive intake of alcohol can cause hypertension. So when you are hypertensive or you have been diagnosed to be hypertensive and you are still indulging in alcohol, there's a need for you to reduce your alcohol intake. Not only that, if you are obese, obesity is a risk factor in developing hypertension. Try and burn down your fat. Reduce your fatty food intake. Take more vegetable, take fruit, take water to burn down fat. Burning down fat, reducing fat in your body is a way of preventing hypertension. Not only that, those who smoke cigarettes, use of nicotine. Nicotine has been known to increase blood pressure because the nicotine has a substance that refers to as when it is metabolized, it forms what we call the benzoyl-pyrene 7-hydroxydeoxynitroside. All these are substances that is in nicotine or the cigar, which when it enters the system, it has a way of increasing blood pressure for somebody to become hypertensive. So when you smoke and you have been told you are not hypertensive, there's a need for you to cut down smoking. I mean, these are, you know, lifestyle modifications that one can employ in combating hypertension. And not only that, there's a need for you to always have a personal physician, have a personal doctor that will help to check your body. Form the habit of checking your blood pressure once in a month. It's not difficult. Once in a month, you can go to any healthcare center, you can go to any health facility to always get your blood pressure checked and ask them if it's elevated. If it's elevated, you will be told of what to do, because hypertension is a silent killer. You must not have any symptom for you to not say, oh, it's like I have hypertension. Most often than not, people that are diagnosed with hypertension in the hospital, it is because of the fact that they already developed the complication that will make them to come to an hospital for the complaint. For the vital sign, which is the checking of the blood pressure, they will not be told eventually that it's their blood pressure that now resulted to their complication. So always check your blood pressure. Checking your blood pressure is a way of preventing hypertension. Stay healthy, stay good, and stay nice.
Once you clock 40 and above, make a habit of going for medical checkup. Whether you are sick or not, it's irrelevant. Make sure you know and manage your blood pressure to prevent a timely health challenge that can eventually lead to death. Remember to maintain a healthy lifestyle. You must avoid eating too much junk food, drinking too much alcohol, alcoholic mixture, smoking tobacco or hard drugs. Exercise frequently, and by any means look for a trusted friend, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, a pastor or an imam, a traditional practitioner when the pressure or stress is too much for you to bear. Wilson or Marshall reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship. Yeah. It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio here, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds, and from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh yeah, it depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing, we are evolving, we are becoming more modernized, and then again, people awareness has increased, and so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different.
Okay.
That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of controlling. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words.
Such as?
such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No, take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand?
Yeah.
You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Control, yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand?
Okay.
So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so, trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her own perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
Them, okay.
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word con, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion says them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you
As
are.
you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and has gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored.
Okay.
That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there.
Okay.
She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she has a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the note, the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing
you. Okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a relationship.
Lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. If you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy, because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to do clean legs or somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once a man, as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
Like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will culminate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
To just add to what he said, you know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Well,
is that a bad reason to love someone though?
It's not a bad reason, but as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health,
okay,
simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah, there's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochiagu for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie Walter Emmanuel. Good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school, and she didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon, so you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left, where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health?
Or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes.
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, would I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce? Probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake. It could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce, but now in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, I mean, they should be separated. They should stay apart, you know. Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, you know, that we have, you know, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably with probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? To you know, if you affiliate with divorced people, evil communication, you know, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, you know, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is, you know.
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay. If you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that, Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
There's a part where I agree with her, because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. You know, a mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person might influence you, don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me. Right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, you know, I'm a leadership coach. I
thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right? Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband, and that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman, and he said to me, he said, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, you know, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church trying to her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such saying?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we'll discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a grant for her to now peer
Oh wow.
Yeah, probably is a grant for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, Doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, you know, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. That for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person is a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising
even to the
people not to, you know, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband, and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera saying she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, you know, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay. Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be. It could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Curse is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, and with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man is not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the Muslim. You said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. When you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. I know there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife the husband already?
Abandoning the strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, wherever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here. Where will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves. Yes. Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet, also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. Give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa. I know you're from Akwa. And I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you ladies for coming on to this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. You tell them, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. There's no way a husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Urumugibus. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
A beautiful evening to you and welcome to the news at this hour on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua. The defense has closed its case in the trial of 4 men accused of involvement in the alleged kidnapping at the vegetable market along Airport Road, Benin City on June 14, 2026. The defendants, Marvelous Isaac, Wisdom Michael, Rufus Emete Michael and Gift Raphael are standing trial before the Special Criminal Court on an 11-count charge bordering on alleged kidnapping, coercion, armed robbery, and unlawful possession of firearms. The Special Criminal Court was established by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungbowa, following a directive by Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo to ensure the speedy prosecution of kidnapping and court-related offences in the state. Patience Osaogiwa has details.
At the resumed hearing before Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona at the Federal High Court premises on Saple Road, Benin City, the second and third defendants, Wisdom Michael and Rufus Emete Michael, adopted their sworn statements through their counsel, Barrister Amechi Nwozo. During cross-examination, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Roland Otaru, SAN, who is leading the prosecution, confronted the defendants with several exhibits relating to the alleged offences. However, both defendants denied the allegations and the exhibits tendered against them. Counsel to the fourth defendants, Barrister Phyllis Emaswen, requested additional time to adequately prepare his client's defense. The application was granted by the court. Following the announcement by the defense that the hearing in the case has been closed for the first, second, and third defendants, Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona adjourned the matter to August 7, 2026 for continuation. Counsels to the prosecution and defense speak.
We are going on very well with the trial. We called several witnesses. They are now calling the defendants to give their evidence. And so the trial is going on very well. And I also have to commend the Edo State Judiciary for the proactive step taken in ensuring that these cases are heard expeditiously.
We have closed our case for the day. It's now for the third defendant to open her case. And hopefully, after the third defendant has opened her case, we'll come back to file our final written address and adopt our final written address.
We are ministers in the temple of justice. Everybody must be given an opportunity to be heard and to defend her position.
It is the expectations of members of the public that there will be a quick dispensation of justice in this case. From the High Court premises here in Benin City, I am Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
The ASMR of Benin and Honorary Romanian Consul to Edo and Delta State, His Excellency Soil Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawa Igbinedian, on Wednesday added another feather to his tall list of honors as the League of Edo State Women Lawyers conferred on him the Grand Patron of the body in recognition of his astounding contributions to the development of the legal profession. Pius Nsogo report that the League, under the leadership of Mrs. Bridget Imwetinyausa Igodala, Esquire, represented the award during a courtesy visit to the ASMR of Benin at his Okada country home residence. The visit also provided an opportunity to formally introduce a newly inaugurated executive to the patriarch of the House of Benedium.
Leader of the Forum of Women Lawyers, Benin Branch, Mrs. Bridget Imotiyan Igbodola, Esquire, said the Esama's philanthropy and contributions to the development of society is equal to none. She said the women lawyers are glad to be associated with him and prayed for continued good health, wisdom, and many more years of impactful service to humanity.
We have always wanted to come and see you, Daddy, because we know that you are a great man, a great pillar in Edo State. And we have seen all your good works. you take everybody as your children.
The delegation also extended warm goodwill messages ahead of the Esama's forthcoming birthday celebration in September. A highlight of the visit was the presentation of a beautifully crafted portrait of the Esama as a symbol of the forum's admiration and appreciation for his enduring legacies.
You are a father of inestimable value. Daddy will love you. Daddy will love you.
Responding, the Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion and Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbenedion, expressed heartfelt appreciation to the women lawyers for the honor and thoughtful visit. He commended the forum for its commitment to promoting excellence, leadership and service within the legal profession, while encouraging members to remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice and nation building. The Esama of Benin warmly hosted the august visitors to a lavish reception which reflected the House of Igbenedion's renowned hospitality. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Still on the news, Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to partnering with credible education organizations to strengthen the state's education sector. Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idohosa gave the assurance when he received the newly elected executive of the Association for Formidable Education Development Edo State Chapter on a courtesy visit to Government House, Benin City. Deborah Ogbefun has details.
State Controller of AFED, Oladile Ogundele, said the visit was to formally introduce the association new executive to the state government and seek stronger collaboration. He explained that AFED complements government efforts by promoting accessible, affordable and quality education across the state. Ogundele appealed for government support, including the provision of a utility bus to enhance the association's outreach and operations.
We also solicit your support in strengthening collaboration between AFED and the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. Such collaboration will enhance policy implementation, education for every child in Edo.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, congratulated the new executive and commended the association for its contributions to the educational development. He assured the delegation that the Senator Monday Okpewolo-led administration remains committed to working with stakeholders to improve the quality of education. He also promised to present the association's request to the governor for consideration.
Thank you for the sacrifices you are making in ensuring that we have a collaboration between the state government and your association in providing quality education for our students.
In a related development, the Deputy Governor received members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by Prince Roland Igbenigi, popularly known as Akabaman. The delegation informed him of plans to organize an event to honor and requested the use of the Sir Victor Waifo Creative Hall as the venue for the program. Right Honorable Idahosa praised the initiative, assured the forum that its request will receive due consideration subject to availability of the facility.
I want to thank you for remembering those our legends, the likes of Sonny Okosu, Osula, Sayamore Joseph, and the list goes on.
In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Moving on, after 6 weeks of sustained bush clearance operations along the Benin Express-Lagos Expressway and adjoining communities, men of Police Mobile Force PFM have concluded a special operation aimed at flushing out suspected kidnappers and other criminal elements from identified flashpoints in Edo State. The operation, which has been sustained through a takeover by other PFM personnel, is part of effort to deny criminal access to bush routes often used as hideouts and operational bases. Afure and Neto reports.
The special clearance operation, which commenced 6 weeks ago, ended at Igbo Saige community along the Benin-Lagos Expressway, where personnel of Squadron 5 PMF Benin and Squadron 82 Urumi carried out a final inspection of the area. Operating under difficult weather conditions, the personnel combed the identified flashpoints with the aid of surveillance drone as part of efforts to flush out suspected kidnappers and secure the expressway and adjoining communities. Speaking after the operation, Commanding Officers Squadron 5 PMF Benin and 82 Urumi ACP Olainka Sahid described the exercise as challenging but successful. He said the operation was strategically planned in view of the use of bush routes by criminal elements, sending a clear message that Edo State is not safe for kidnappers and bandits.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Rilwan Olatunji Disu, through our AIG Mopo, AIG Francis Udu, the AIG Zone 5, Monday Bonica, they strategize that this clearance of the bush must be done. Best form of defense is attack. This is just one of the flashpoints. We are over 20 within from this Benin Expressway, all the adjoining villages. We have come everywhere.
ACP Sahid explained that although his team was pulling out after 6 weeks, another PMF group would take over the operation to sustain the clearance exercise. According to him, the objective is to continue taking the fight to criminal elements while protecting residents and motorists along the Benin-Lagos Expressway and adjoining communities.
The VCRU team came with their drones to identify a particular place, and it was a very successful operation. These are things we are doing for Nigerians to keep them safe. What we need is intelligence from them. The era of saying if you give police intelligence or information, they will betray you. No, we'll be here until the state becomes safe.
From Ovian Northeast Local Government Area of Furi and Neto, ITV News.
The Delta State Police Command has arrested a 26-year-old suspected human trafficker, Eza Betty Iseho, and rescued a 25-year-old victim who was allegedly lured to Ivory Coast on the false pretense. The Public Relations Officer, Delta State Command, SP Adafe Bright, to journalists in Warri, says the arrest follows a petition that the suspect, Eza Iseho, deceived the victim with the promise of learning hairdressing trade in Ivory Coast. SP Adafe revealed that upon the victim's arrival in the foreign country, she was allegedly forced into prostitution, which prompted the police acting swiftly on the petition, and the operatives of the Area Command Efuru arrested the suspect and later confessed her involvement in trafficking the victim and another young woman in her 20s to Ivory Coast, where they were handed over to a woman identified as Madam Purity. The police said with sustained investigative efforts and collaborations, the 25-year-old victim was successfully rescued and returned to Nigeria and has been reunited with her families, and she is receiving medical attention. While efforts are ongoing to secure the safe return of the second victim, the Commissioner of Police Delta State Command CP Yemi Oyeni commended the officers involved in the operation and reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating human trafficking and other forms of organized crime, and urged members of the public to remain vigilant and to promptly report suspicious recruitment scheme activities of traffickers to the police. Still on the news, the Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to promoting youth development through sport, describing athletics as a vital tool for empowering young women and showcasing the state's talent on the global stage. Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, gave the assurance during a visit to the training camp of Edo Queens Football Club at Utagma, Benin City, where the team is preparing for the West African Football Union WAFU Zone B Women's Championship League qualifiers in Burkina Faso. Deborah Ogbefun has details.
As the Deputy Governor joined the players during a training session, interacting with the team as preparations intensify ahead of the games. In a display of sportsmanship, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa took part in the training exercise, delighting players and officials with his football skills. He scored from open play and also converted a penalty, drawing cheers from members of the team. Addressing the players, the Deputy Governor commended their hard work, discipline and determination, assuring them of the state's government's continued support.
I took my time today to train with you in this concentration camp, and
I want to attest, Mr. Chairman and the officials, that these girls are fantastic. I want to assure you that the promises of the Edo State government, led by distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, is still intact.
Chairman of the Edo State Sports Commission, Desmond Inabulele, appreciated the Deputy Governor for visiting the camp and boosting the team's morale. He expressed confidence in the players' ability to successfully defend their title.
What we are doing here today, it's a proper training program to prepare us very well to go to Burkina Faso. We want to appreciate you for coming today, for being a part of this.
Captain of Edo Queens Football Club, Deborah Odiagbe, thanks the Deputy Governor for the encouragement and support, assuring him that the team remains focused and determined to make Edo proud.
We went to Wafubi 2024. We did it. We won it. And this time around that we are going, I'm assuring you that we are going there to win the trophy, get the tickets for the main CAF. This is the promise. All of us here, we are going with one surname, and that is Edo Queens. We are going to make Edo State proud.
In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
And our report wraps it up on the news at this hour, reaching you live from Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua, thanking you so much for staying tuned. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriel, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for keeping a date with me on the program Icons, and the storyline is giving value to the society and of course making the society a better place for us all to live in. Today on the program, I guess, is Dr. Tabusaid Osago, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us he wasn't being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to care about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. it never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trescent Hospital, which is now Trescent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? I said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I've worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow. Yeah. They don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to Benin. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. I met Bobby, and I said, I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I know access it? So now said, okay, I will construct a staircase
to that building. From outside.
You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA.
That was leaving with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. She said 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, you really bang. So they did the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, sir, please, I need this table. help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you.
Wow. And he accepted your advice?
I accepted. And my sister told me, don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it. Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished.
So it's like from zero.
Yes.
I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are full pro bono service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off plane, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the video was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was a lot of reactions here and there.
Okay, that was cool. Talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my reverend Brother Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I'm sure it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo-Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain, they just go, all the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite that have sustained you? And how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trison's Healthcare, Trison's Hospital, was dated a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened.
That was COVID-19.
So COVID-19 spiraled into 2020.
Yeah.
And like I said, I had been known. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. The whole country was shut down.
There was a lockdown.
There was a lockdown. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonious. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. And it was paying money for it. Even like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. The joy of doing it.
That fulfillment.
That people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, being low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed. Until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this nurse sitter in my office. So I did therapy on them, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. So they come back, we do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming. We started doing therapy on stroke patients. Manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. There was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There. Yes. So I don't know. Right from time, when they don't want to work, I don't know. She now left. So I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask me, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary. I'll attend to you now. They will see the director, he's around. It's okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director. You go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent Hospital. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered me? I think that I can still convert you. No, I'll convert the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside. I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes. What are you going to have the secretary? I've not seen one yet. One is not yet. Another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other section came. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Because I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, the next morning I wear it. But I need to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you go to the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation there, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants and one trousers and 2 shirts that can be washed today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried, iron it, the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I washed those things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So Ambreba came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking the door. I shouted, who is there? They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. What I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they break in and break in and break in, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue there. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still worked in that place. This happened in Yama, in the GRA. Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Tabusite Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on I Come to the program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video
There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You'll be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojode aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Come on. Ayabatoje, Abatope. Adaye, Abatoje, Abatope. Wajua.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
A very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us again on the program this morning on ITV. Wednesday's edition. Yes, you're welcome to the program, the 5th day of August 2026. My name is Evan Sunukuge, always not alone on this show. I have my co-anchors. Wilson Omasho is right here with me in Benin. Wilson, good morning.
Yeah, Evans, finally I can boldly say that we are approaching August break. This break is so different. It has receded a little bit.
I don't know, what's the big deal with this August break? 2 weeks ago, you said that we already experienced August break, and the rain came down heavily. You know, I think we need to, this is about the second day now. Yeah. I mean, after Sunday's episode of that heavy rain and the rain that came down on Sunday. So let's keep our patience and see how it goes. Take it easy. You know, something, nature is something that you cannot really predict. So the only thing you do is to try to, you watch nature, you study it, and you see how it can be in your favor.
You have to walk around it.
Yeah, and also you try as much as possible not to affect nature, because if you do, nature will rebound, it will bounce back on you. I mean, imagine those persons that have been driven away from their houses as a result of flood, because these same persons, some of them, I should say, are also responsible for what happened to them. I mean, imagine a situation whereby the gutters around your abode, you don't keep them off debris and all.
Going back again this August break.
Anyway, we have our co-anchors in Lagos and also in Abuja, so when we're on with them, you get to see them on the program. All right, so we've got beautiful Mercy Lena. Now, Mercy, what's up with this red thing? I mean, Wilson is... Mercy, good morning.
Beautiful morning to you, Evans. Good morning, Wilson. I mean, we are twinning, or should I say yourself and Wilson, you guys are twinning this morning. It's a beautiful day in Lagos, and like Wilson said earlier, August break is approaching, and I mean, it's been raining, even though I like cold weather, but at the same time, sometimes the rain disrupts a lot of things, but I mean, August break, according to Wilson, is close, so we are a bit excited. Well, from Lagos today, I mean, there is a lot to talk about from Lagos today. We are talking about the Osun governorship election. Adeleke's camp demands police neutrality. Even though we saw a video yesterday, we saw a video where I'm going to be talking much about the video on TMI socials, where Adeleke says, "I am the chief security officer of Osun State, and I am passing this message to you." He's referring to Tinubu that Osun will not accept any rigging. If anybody's tried to do otherwise, the political crisis of 1983, when some people tried to rig Michael Ajasin out of power in Ondo State, may repeat itself again, And that particular video has been trending. Like I said, I'll talk more on it on TMI socials, but we're going to be talking more on the Osun election. We know that the election is on the 15th of this month, and there's been campaign here and there, the APC candidates and the incumbent governor and all of that. So we'll be having a political analyst that would help us talk on that today.
All right, so beautiful time on television, and of course that's what we do right here on the program this morning on ITV, where we'll let you follow the discussions as they break in the nation. We're in Benin before Abuja comes on board. In Benin, we're going to be looking at two key issues. First and foremost, we'll talk about the criticism that the president gave to governors recently, that rather than embarking on flyovers and bridges, that the governors should embark on roads that we kind of have a way of having meaningful meaningless, so to say, on the citizens of the country. I mean, in terms of battling insecurity and all that and all that. But I think that's beginning to have some reactions now, because that seems to be contradictory. I mean, we're talking about flyovers and bridges. They also impact positively on the people.
Well, the thing is that I love what the president said. He was so how would I put an intention about his word is well. He was so straight to the point, because he sees almost everything. The government report back to him, that is what we want to do, because he said, look, if you give you this amount of money, you have to let us know what you are doing with it. Maybe somehow he just got to realize that almost every government in the federation talking about flyovers, bridges, and they realized that some of the roads in these states are not motorable. They're impossible, and that is now painting his own government in bad light. So who would want to react? Instead, you can only do flyover or construct flyover if it is absolutely necessary. Underline absolutely necessary, because a governor of one state, a governor of the state right now, considering a flyover, within months the thing collapsed. So tell me, if it's me, Mr. President, how will you feel about it? As well, the roads in that state are deplorable. You understand it? Yes, thank God for Okpebolo. Yes, the flyover in Benin City, okay, fine, is to decongest, the gridlock. That is quite understandable. What about other roads in Benin City? Because to consider a flyover, do you know how much it costs? A flyover can comfortably give you close to 3 to 4 roads.
Yeah.
So he said, look, forget about this flyover thing, focus on the roads, make it possible, because any little thing, but I'm not about administration, we don't know what you are doing, look at bad roads, look at this, and look at, someone was saying that it's because of politics, when everything is intertwined, you just can't separate it from 2027. That's what I'm saying. So it's like everything is just there.
All right, we're going to be talking about that on our program today. Let's look at the issues around that criticism. Then secondly, Edo State's governor was in UK recently, and we understand that it's somehow back. So we're going to be having the essay on media projects and communications strategy to the Edo State government. Let's, it's like your daddy went on a trip. Then you need to ask, you need to bring the bag out. Then
Daddy, welcome. Welcome back to the state.
So we intend to do some discussions on that on the program today, this morning on ITV. All right, so when Abuja comes on board, we get to see them so that we also get to know what they are going to be talking about today on the program this morning on ITV. All right, so let's take a pause now.
Yeah,
we'll take a pause so that the corporate trainer,
I like that word corporate.
Yeah, it prepares you for your day. One thing I like about what he says is that if really you listen to Inwagata Nusakai, you can apply all that he says to every facet of your life. I mean, you don't necessarily to be a businessman. You don't necessarily have to be a student. Just listen and pick out the concepts.
Some would just say some of them just happen in an ideal environment. That's an environment in Nigeria. Anyway, the corporate trainer is here. Let's get to hear from him this morning.
All right.
Inwagata Nusakai is my amiable name, and I'm so delighted to come your way one more time. This very first Wednesday of the month of August 2026, and we have been on our series, which is the topic, different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. And this morning, we are focused on, that is actually what we have been doing since the last 3 weeks. We have been focusing on the police institution, how different leadership styles can be applied by this leadership, the leadership of the police institution, and then be able to drive effectiveness and productivity in that institution. And this morning, the case scenario we are going to use for this conversation is how a police commissioner apply the pace setting and coaching leadership styles to address a disturbing security situation. How a police commissioner apply the pace setting and coaching leadership styles to address a disturbing security situation. Now, in the school of leadership, the pace setting leadership style is that leadership style where the leader sets a standard, he sets an expectation, and you exemplify that standard. You exemplify that expectation. In other words, the summary of the pace-setting leadership style is an exemplary leadership template or model. The leader tells you, this is what I want, this is what I want you to do, and then he exemplifies it. That is very important in driving effective leadership. Then the coaching leadership style is about developing people for the future. It's about guiding people. It's about mentoring, your team members for them to be effective and productive. And this case scenario this morning says how a police commissioner applied the pace setting and coaching leadership styles to address a disturbing security situation. Let me go straight into the case scenario. It goes, after serving for 2 years as a commissioner of police in a Nigerian state, the commissioner had earned a reputation for professionalism and operational excellence. However, the state suddenly experienced a disturbing rise in coordinated kidnappings, armed robberies, and attacks on isolated communities. Although officers were committed, the growing sophistication of criminal groups exposed gaps in intelligence gathering, rapid response, and interdivisional coordination. So we have just recognized the statement of problem. This is a situation the state has been facing. The commissioner has spent 2 years in that particular state, the commissioner of police, and now this is a situation. What the commissioner of police is going to do as we dive deeper into the case scenario is engaging the pace-setting leadership style and then also transition into the coaching leadership style, because in leadership there is no one size fits all. You need to know when to apply a particular leadership style and then transition to another, and probably come back to that one as time situation changes, and be able to just make sure that things are working in fluid collaboration. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the commissioner first adopted the pace-setting leadership style. Remember, the pace-setting leadership style is a leadership style where you set a standard as a leader and then you exemplify it. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the commissioner first adopted the pace-setting leadership style by personally demonstrating the level of commitment and professionalism expected from every officer. That is the pace-setting leadership style. The commissioner right now is being a pace-setting leader. He is setting the pace. This is what I want. I want professionalism. I want standard operation or operating procedure, and then he exemplified it. The commissioner attended operational briefings punctually, participated in strategic planning sessions, visited frontline formations regularly, and insisted on timely intelligence report and rapid deployment to security incidents. High performance standards were clearly communicated, while divisional commanders were expected to meet measurable operational targets. This renewed focus improved discipline and strengthened operational coordination and significantly reduced response time across the state. Now, he has just established the pace-setting leadership style, set standard, and then exemplify these standards so that, he could, be able to model what he wants the people to mirror back to him. Now, while noticeable progress was made, the commissioner realized that sustaining success required developing future leaders rather than relying solely on high performance expectations, bringing in the coaching leadership style into the equation. The commissioner therefore introduced the coaching leadership style by mentoring area commanders, divisional police officers, and other supervisors. Regular review sessions were organized to analyze completed operations, identify lessons learned, and improve decision making. Experienced officers were encouraged to mentor younger personnel, while promising officers were assigned greater responsibility under close guidance. Constructive feedback, leadership development, and continuous learning became integral parts of the command's operational culture. Very important. He has applied the pace-setting leadership style, then he brought in the coaching leadership style. Within a few months, intelligence gathering improved, collaboration among formations became stronger, and operational planning became more proactive. Officers displayed greater confidence in handling complex security challenges, while public confidence increased as policing became more responsive and coordinated. By combining high performance expectations with deliberate leadership development, look at that line, very critical. He said, by combining high performance expectations, which is the pace-setting leadership style, with deliberate leadership development, the coaching style, the commissioner not only restored security, but also built a stronger and more capable police command prepared to respond effectively to future threats. That is applying, the pace-setting leadership style, which the commissioner of police in this state, in this particular case scenario, exemplified what he wanted from his officers. And then also along the line, he also understood that it is not just all about setting high performance standards and expectations. You need to to develop your people, build their capacity to be able to do what you expect from them. And that is what leadership is all about. Let's go into two key leadership lessons we can glean from this case scenario as I conclude. Number one leadership lesson from here. Leaders achieve lasting results by combining high performance standards with deliberate investment in people. I will take that again. Leaders achieve lasting results by combining high performance standards with deliberate investment in people. And this is what is seriously lacking in the African culture, in the African environment or Nigerian environment, whereby leaders, owners of businesses, owners of organizations don't spend time to build the capacity or invest in their people. A very critical responsibility of leadership is capacity building, coaching them, mentoring them, guiding them. This is very important. You have expectations you want them to, bring to the table. You have things you want them to do for you. In addition to that, if you want that expectations to be met, you need to train them. It is said that if you don't train them, don't blame them. So I will take that line again. Leaders achieve lasting results by combining high performance standards with deliberate investment in people. While pace-setting leadership drives excellence, coaching leadership develops competent and confident future leaders. Very important. Remember, pace-setting leadership is about setting high standards and then you exemplify it as a leader. Coaching leadership is about building and developing the people to be able to deliver on expectations. This is very key. Then secondly, the second leadership lesson we are gleaning from this case scenario. Sustainable organizational success depends on building leadership capacity at every level. Senior police officers and leaders across Nigeria and Africa should not only pursue immediate results, but also mentor and empower others to sustain excellence beyond their own tenure. Leadership, from a posterity perspective, not just I'm able to achieve results in my tenure, and then when you leave, the old car, pack of cars will just drop down. You should be able to create a culture that will ensure that even when you are no longer in the picture, the system is still running, even on autopilot. I believe that profound value have been added to you today. Remember the case scenario we just discussed this morning is how a police commissioner applied the pace setting and coaching leadership styles to address a disturbing security situation. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. And when I return, my name will remain the amiable Inuagata No Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Many thanks for rejoining on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina. We would be reviewing the papers this morning, the front pages of the papers. The first paper we'll be looking at is the paper where the big headline on the Guardian newspaper says 57 state varsities, others in limbo over selective implementation. You get that on page 6, 40% salary increase agreement. You get that on page 6 on the Guardian newspaper. Wicked defends Tinubu's reforms, dismisses Obi Atiku's ambition. That is on page 3 on the Guardian newspaper. PFIPC contractor tells reps he was scammed by Adeyemi after paying 400 million naira. You get that on page 3 on the Guardian papers. Tinubu unveils major military welfare package, 80% pay rise for soldiers. You get that on page 3 on the papers. Police shots Abuja Stadium over security threats. You get that on page 30 on the papers. While also on page 30, 21 feared dead, 37 abducted as bandits raid Sokoto Plateau communities. You get that on page 30 on the papers. ADC relax Showore fault state police bill process over transparency timing. You get that on page 6 on the papers. Another headline there says WAFCON, federal government uncapped $100,000 promises rocks Super Falcons camp. You get that two also on the papers. Okay, those are the headlines on the front pages on the Guardian's newspaper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Still on the papers review, let's take a look at the Daily Sun papers, where one of the headlines on the Daily Sun paper says Tinubu okays 80% military pay rise, 924 billion naira payroll starts September 1st. And that is a good one. You get that on page 26 on the Daily Sun papers. Another headline there says CBN promotes alternative payment channels to deepen financial inclusion. That is on page 25 on the Daily Sun papers. While the big headline there says Anglican primate backs Oyanikon. You get that on page 6. A writer says claims politicians exploiting poverty, hunger to recruit youth for election violence. Another writer says Cardinal spokes out of concerns for Nigeria, not malice for Tinubu. Another writer says he spoke truth about Nigerians' hardship. Insecurity, says Arewa youth. You get that on page 6 on the Daily Sun newspaper. Still on the papers, federal government bids 90,000 kilometer fiber rollout, targets a nationwide broadband access. You get that on page 30. A writer says Minister says Nigeria to launch unique alphanumerical postcode system October 1st. Another headline there says, Amechi has no electoral values in Rivers. Only Tinubu can win state in 2027. That is coming from Wiki. You get that on page 26 on the papers. Court dismisses NDC's suit seeking to void sections of Electoral Act. You get that on page 26 on the papers. Otedola eyes 51% stake at First Old Co. You get that on page 25 on the papers. Do well to grab a copy and go through the Daily Sun papers this morning. Let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard newspaper, the big headline there says Wike Northern youths at war over Onaikon. You get that also on the papers on page 5. Another headline that says Delta unveils roadmap to unlock 3,000 MW potentials. Get that on page 10. And the writer says, define your vision. Investors will follow. IFC tells government. You get that on page 10 on the papers. Tinubu approves pay rise for 250,000 armed forces personnel. You get that on page 8 on the papers. I walked away from power rather than compromise my integrity. Ebura Jolo. You get that on page 12 on the Vanguard newspaper. While still on the papers, another headline says, RAPS committee to interrogate alleged PFIPC DG at undisclosed location and date. A writer says a businessman explained how he paid 400 million naira for contact. That is on page 26. While on page 8, Otedola eyes over 50% stake in First Old Co. Get that on page 8. Says he has invested over 600 billion naira in a bank. You get that on page 8. Nigeria to lose over 50% of UK aid as US-Europe/foreign assistance. You get that on page 9 on the paper. Still on the Vanguard newspaper, 21 feared dead, 37 abducted as terrorists attack Sokoto community. That is a sad one. You get that on page 6 on the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, moving on, let's take a look at the Daily Trust paper, where the big headline on the Daily Trust paper says, many feared dead as gunmen attack Sokoto again. This is really sad one. That is on insecurity. And also, Tinubu raises salaries of armed forces personnel. Okay, we talked about that before. You can still get that on page 6 on the Daily Trust papers. Phantom Council, we will squeeze Adeyemi privately, reps Pane. You will get that on page 6 on the paper. Okay, still on the newspaper, why Kano Assembly suspended 3 council chairman. You also get that on the paper. Flood kills security personnel, teenager in Yobe. You get that on the Daily Trust paper this morning. Another headline that says, published bad road built under Oyetola Osun government. You get that on page 25 on the Daily Trust papers this morning. Okay, let's take a look at the Punch newspaper. This will be the last paper we'll be taking for this morning, where one of the headlines on the Punch paper says, fake agency probe, raps to grill controversial DG at undisclosed location. On page 2, you get that. Doctors suspend strike as presidency brokers trust. You get that on page 29 on the papers. Federal government votes 2.5 trillion naira for Abuja, Lokoja, Enugu, PH 122 roads. You get that on page 19 on the papers this morning. And the big headline there still remains, military salaries hit 924 billion naira as Tinubu approves pay rise. That is on page 2. 250,000 military personnel to enjoy 30% to 80% salary increase. Another writer says retired general backs Tinubu's military pay upgrades, demand model weapons. While another writer says we will continue to prioritize troop welfare and modernize the armed forces. President. Okay, the last one, 2027, ADC fires back at Wike's dismissal dismisses Amaechi's river influence. You get that on page 7 on the paper. Robbers shoots a LASU graduate during attack on POS operator. You get that on page 4 and on page 5 on the papers. This is all we'll be able to take on the papers review of this beautiful morning. We are still on CMI. Just stay with us. I am Marcelina Unko. We'll be handing over to Benin, to our Benin studio for the continuation on CMI.
All right, thank you so much. The program still on your television this morning on ITV. We kick off here from Benin and on our first discussion this morning. And we've got two topics that we're going to be looking at. First and foremost, we'll look at the criticism that the president has given to governors in the country on flyovers and bridges. Then also, we'll also talk about the governor's trip to the UK. We're talking about the governor of Edo State, Senator Modo Okpebholo, who was in the UK recently. Now, we have two guests this morning, and they are joining us virtually. First and foremost, let us welcome Mr. Godswill Enegbe, who is the SA on media communication strategy to the Edo State governor. Mr. Godswill, a very good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, you're welcome. Then also we have another guest on the program this morning. Yes, he's also joining us virtually, and let's see now. He's by name Aleboro. Yes, Comrade Fred Aleboro, who is an affairs analyst and is joining us virtually. Mr. Aleboro, you're welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay. All right, so let me start with Mr. Godswill Enegbe. I have my co-anchor here. What's the vice? Go ahead, take the first shot. All right, now, so let me go to Mr. Godswill Enegbe. Now, I mean, recently we saw whereby the criticism that the president gave to the state governors, not being specific now, talking about state governors in the country, you know, trying to tell them that rather than focus on bridges and flyovers, that they should focus their attention on other road network that we, impact on the lives of the citizenry in this state. Now, the reason why I decided, or that we decided to bring you into the program today, is that a lot of persons, probably are insinuating that the president is talking to the governor of Edo State, Senator Modo Okpebholo. I mean, looking at the bridges and the flyovers that he's doing in the state. Now, how does this statement, this criticism, how does it, probably resonate to you as a person and maybe to the Edo State government?
Important that people listen to statements made by individual and get the content rightly rather than misquoting the person. It's not just only in this case, but in several cases. If you listen to Mr. President, what he actually said, he wasn't criticizing the governors in the country. Mr. President only advised. He was actually advising the governors in the country that they should prioritize projects. That in a situation that any governor wants to build a flyover, such governor should ensure that it is a place where you have numeric traffic so that such flyover will be viable for the people. It is where you have human traffic congestion that such flyover is viable for the people. So Mr. President was saying in a sense that in a situation where you build a flyover when there are no traffic in such routes, that the project is not viable to the people, and such funds should be directed to construction of roads that will have direct positive impacts in the lives of the people. So it wasn't criticism. And sometimes, with all due respect to our journalists and our reporters, it's good that they don't misquote people when they make statements. So, having said that, having laid that basis of the President's advice, coming to Edo State, everybody knows that where the flyover are located in Edo State, they are the hearts of traffic congestion in Benin. Take, for instance, Rama Park Axis. Everyone that lives in Benin, that is familiar with Benin City, we know that Rama Park Axis is the heart of traffic congestion, especially the days that we are having the Gubahi markets. That place is always totally locked down. And that alone affects the economy of the state. Of course, people who always traveled using that as because that is the major route to travel outside Benin. And at the end of the day, most people are frustrated because of that traffic. So that's
All right, so we'll get back to Mr. Gosling. Now, let's listen.
All right, let us get to hear from Comrade Fred. Fred, are you there? Before we have that particular, how will I put it, interference via network, you heard what yes, Negbe talked about. He said the journalists should be more careful and all that, but so much just be that there's a thin line between criticism and, of course, advice. When Mr. President will give such an advice, that means we get the info that so many governors are embarking on flyovers and bridges when so many roads in their states are impossible. Comrade Fred, now what do you have to say about this? Are you there? We're having some network
It appears
issues
we're having,
right
you know, now, listen, you see, for the statements now, and of course, how to analyze it now, you know, when statements like this are made, people begin to imagine all sort of things. I mean, we have a city president who is from a particular party. Okay, Mr. Goswell, if you're back, can you continue?
Thank you so much. Just as I was saying that the flyover that Governor Kwewolo is doing at those states, so it's good that before the Ramat Park, everybody knows how, when it comes to traffic jam, how that is. It's always, anytime, especially the Bubahi market is being, you know, anytime you have the Bubahi market. Then the second flyover, look at the location again, which is the Sapile Road at Desuwa Junction axis. That is another spot, another location that for motorists, travelers, and business people and traders in Edo State, that particular spot is always a nightmare in terms of traffic jam. And because of the Mr. Governor's intervention of building a flyover today, now you can see how that place has been opened up for traffic flow. And every person that is conservant with these areas, there is no person that will drive through those houses today that will not pray for Mr. Governor for what he did. So for us in Edo State, these flyovers, they are strategic. These flyovers, they are people-centered. They are people-oriented. They are infrastructures that are being prioritized because it affects the lives of the people in Edo State directly. And so that was exactly Mr. President's advice, that any governor that wants to build a flyover, you must ensure it is a location where you have numeric traffic so that such flyover will be impactful to the lives of the people in that state. And any governor that builds flyover in a place that does not have traffic jam, such flyover or funds used ought to be redirected in constructing roads that will have direct impact in the lives of the people. So it's only those who does not, the few ones, the remnants of the opposition parties that don't always appreciate good things, that will want to feed and misinterpret Mr. President's genuine advice. And as I've always said that in Nigeria, of course, it's especially the social media, this is one of the challenges we have in the part of the world, that when a statement is made, there are people there who want to always misinterpret and misrepresent such statements in order to achieve their own selfish aim. But in these very circumstances, as it relates to Edo State, Mr. Governor has done well in terms of this project, their legacy project that will outlive his administration, that children unborn will be happy to see, and they are projects that have direct impact in the lives of the Edo people.
All right, Godwin, thank you so much. Let's get to see if Comrade Fred is in. Okay, fine, nothing. Now, this question goes to you. Before you anchored, you made mention of legacy projects. Now, do you know that in a particular state, I've forgotten the exact state, is between the western, southwest, or well, let's say northern region, where a flyover was constructed, and within months, it collapsed. And some governors, according to reports, are like focusing on a particular term you use, legacy projects. What will I be remembered for, rather than taking a look at the roads surrounding the flyovers or the deplorable road conditions, so to speak, in some of the states? I don't think that might just be the reason why Mr. President gave that admonition, criticism. Comrade Fred.
Thank you so much, my comrade and my dear brother. Good. Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you, my brothers on the studio. I want to say that the particular matter of Edo State Governor Modu Okpebholo, is demonstrating a dual approach in governance, delivering infrastructure at home and why even engaging internationally. Then, with reference to the Ramat Park project, this administration has already shown capacity. When you do not solve a problem at a point that is very, very crucial. Personally, prior to this period, I have avoided Ramat Park, because if I have to meet up with an appointment, I'm passing through the Ramat Park. For example, I'm coming to the studio. Of course, I will be late. But what it is now, what the governor has done, is to first and foremost solve the problem of congestion at the Ramat Park. A responsible governor would do what exactly Governor Modu Okpebholo is doing. Yes, you may say that there are some other roads around that location that are in deplorable condition. I also agree. But when you solve the central problem, those roads, when you are now constructing them, it will be easy for everyone. Governor Okpebholo in Nigeria right now, let me tell you, the advice that His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave, actually, it was not for Okpebholo. It was for other governors. When you say, "Una good morning," the people that are being greeted will understand who the greetings are meant for. Governor Okpebholo, before his administration, I want us to look at on Ekpoma corridor, Ekpoma Axis, Ekpoma to Benin. You could spend like 3 days between Ekpoma and Benin. But today, when I was going to Benin yesterday, from Ekpoma to Benin, it was just 40 minutes. What cost me a little bit of traffic before I got to ITV was because of the internal issues in Benin. Problems of road infrastructure cannot be optimally solved once and for all, but gradually hitting the nitty-gritty to the board is what Okpebholo has done. So when people are having misconception, having misunderstanding, President Tinubu was not talking to Okpebholo, because Okpebholo is, even the blind can see that he has figured out the critical area of infrastructure, which is roads and infrastructure. The Ramat Park was a thing that came after. He started critical infrastructure, and that's what he's still doing. So we should not mistake busy with activity. Activity of His Excellency on road infrastructure is a top notch. Go to everywhere around the state, even federal roads. You all can attest that the governor is ensuring that even the federal road, even when we are trying that roads are bad, is on top of the situation. Unlike the other as is right now. The governor has also approved the construction of that, waiting for dry season right now for that road construction to start. So flyover is the right thing that a responsible government would have done, which they haven't done, which the governor have done right now. Successive administration failed to do it. When I got to Rama Park the other day, I thought I was in Abuja, but when I looked again, I discovered that the signposts around here are Benin. And this is a thing that is that should be applauded. I will speak on the trip to London in the recent time.
That'll be subsequently. You have to calm down. Okay, we are still on this very issue. All right. When we change topic, definitely you're going to share your own views on it, Evans.
All right, now, so let's go back to Godswill Enegbe. Now, Mr. Godswill Enegbe, I hope you're still with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, now, you see, the issue at hand here, it's more or less a controversial issue because you may have elucidated on what the president means. But for critics also that tend to look at issues, they have a backdrop of history that they are coming from. Remember, this same president once upon a time also reacted to the Honorable Minister of the FCT, now Nyesom Wike, at a time when it came to construction of roads and all that. Now, he even told Nyesom Wike that Nyesom Wike should not expect him to be reimbursed. Then also, after that, we saw a situation whereby the president actually gave an order that any governor that embarks on a federal road should not do that alone. He should ensure that he works with the Federal Minister of Works, so to say. Now, one of the roads in Benin City and in Edo State that the present governor is on, that we're talking about now, the Ramat Park area, it is a federal road. Now, the question we're asking here is the governor doing that with the Federal Ministry of Works as ordered by the president? Then, of course, the president has also said that governors should not expect reimbursements for federal roads done. But oftentimes we've heard we have even a report to that effect when the governor said that he went to one of those roads and pointed, and our camera caught the governor and pointed at the road that all this are done because of the president makes it possible. In other words, the president reimburses him to do this road. So how do we marry all these issues together?
You see, Governor Pebolo is a governor that has a human feeling. He has always maintained that the mandate given to him by the two people was for him to come and serve their interests and not a selfish interest. Governor Pebolo understood that service is when you make impact in the lives of the people. That is the reason why, if you recall, the previous administration, instead of intervening of these federal roads, which are used, majority of the people that are using this road called federal roads in Benin City or in Edo State, they are Edo people. They are the Edo people, they are the users of these roads. And if you recall, the last administration, instead of them to do something about it, refused to erect signposts that display that this is federal road. Please bear with us, quote and unquote. Also, what this governor did, a governor who have empathy, a governor who have the heart of the people, a governor who want to serve the people who elected him. The governor met with the Honorable Minister for Works, Senator David Umahi, and the state government and the federal government came into agreement how to ensure that this road will be fixed. And the Honorable Minister, made appeal to the governor that if the state can pay a certain percentage as a counterpart fund, then the federal government will pay the other part, so that these roads will be fixed on time. Because what Governor Pebolo wanted is that this road should be motorable. If you recall, there was a time in our states that Sabile Road as is because of the bad state of the road, at the time when it becomes unmotorable, youths in that houses begin, they have to converge on that road. They put canopies there, and they were all cooking just to send a message to the federal government that that place was bad. And you'll see high numbers of lorries lined up in that houses, and because there was no room for them to access. Same thing happened in the Benin, Ekpoma, Auchi roads. Same thing happened, of course, in the Benin, Abo, and Asaba roads. So before this governor came aboard, these roads were totally unmotorable. Totally. Nobody could travel out of the state. Nobody can travel into the states. And the economy, and because of that, the economy of the state was in a bad shape because no economic activities was going on. Economic activities were grounded in the states. So the governor has to generally intervene by ensuring that these roads, they are built. And that's what we are seeing today. Look at what we are seeing today.
So now, Gosulin, let's get something straight here. Yes. For you mentioned Ekpoma, the 5th section in Ekpoma, right from Irekmen, even after the school gates have been there, laudable job that has been done there. But we want you to tell us, is it the Edo State government that is doing that, or a particular company? Let's get it straight.
As I just said before, this is a commitment between the Edo State government and the federal government by the agreement between the governor and the Minister of Works. Yes, the contractor that is doing that as of Benin Ekpoma Road, Abual contractors, there are a certain tax repayment they ought to make with the federal government. And because of the federal government policies, or some of these companies that were to repay taxes to the federal government coffers, they were giving some houses of road to be constructed in order to convert those taxes. I'm just trying to explain it in a simple man understand, so that everyone listening to all this one can easily understand it without necessarily using the legal or the grammatical jargons. So it's simple as that. The federal government directed some of those companies to convert their taxes in constructing a certain houses of as located by the Ministry of Works. So what the governor did was this, because those contractors working in that road, they have some houses that they ought to face by the repayment of their taxes. So the governor made appeal to the Minister of Works that he will want the entire stretch of that road to be fixed. Because if you fix some part of it and leave the others, the problem has not been completely solved. And the honorable ministers agreed with the government.
All right, now let's get to hear from Comrade Fred. Comrade Fred, someone saying that one of the reasons why Mr. President admonished, or I say criticized governors on this particular topic about bridges and flyovers is because some of them are using this to siphon money.
I think, Comrade, Gosulin, yeah, Gosulin.
I'm with you, sir.
Just anchor your point so that we can get to Aleboro.
I'm saying it was agreement for the interest of the Delta people. So that's why we are having those contractors being on that full stretch of that road, as is from Iruekmen, Ekpoma, Irua, Egu, down to Auchi. So the state government made the commitments with the Ministry of Works through the Honorable Minister of Works, and today we are seeing the impact of such agreements. Not just on that stretch of that road. The same thing happened in Benin Sapele Road. The same thing is also happening in Benin Agbo Saba Road. So these roads, as I said before, even though they are federal roads, the government has continued to maintain that the majority of people using this road, climb this road, they are Edo people. So when these roads are bad, the direct impact, those who feel the impact, those who are their business that are grounded and other activities are granted, majority of them, they are Edo people. So why won't him look for a way to fix this road for the benefit and the interest of the people? And that's exactly what the governor has done.
Thank you so much, Godwin Enegbe, SA to Governor Power Communications and Media. And let's move straight over to Fred. Fred, someone saying that this particular project embarked by some governors is to siphon money. Hence, Mr. President, criticism or admonition. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, thank you again, my respect panelists on the studio. When somebody said that projects executed are meant to siphon money, I take exception to that, especially to our governor. If what the person mean or those critics mean by this kind of project is used to siphon money, I think that we should have more of this project, so that such visible projects, so that we the citizens can testify that they are experiencing a better life. Because from what we have seen right now, we will have more of siphoning money if that is what is meant. Because we cannot drive in some kilometers of road that were not passable in the past. And somebody will call that siphoning of money. You know, no matter how good you are, even if you cut your neck, your head, and give to people, they will say you did not add meat to it, and there is not enough meat, and your head is already cut off. So the governor is doing well, and he will still do well. All the road he has mapped, if you look at those states, I'm not a project evaluation officer, but I've gone around and I've seen for myself what the road, the mapping of the road. First and foremost, the governor, before he embark on any construction of any road in the state, he will deploy the contractor to ensure that the drainages are first constructed. And somebody will come and say that this road construction and the project they are embarking, especially flyovers and other, is to siphon money. If that's what they call it, I will employ other governors to embark on such projects, so that everywhere can be better. Whether they call it siphoning of money, I call it development of infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Because road infrastructure is the first critical infrastructure that should be mirrored into by any responsible government and a governor. And that's what our governor is doing. So whatever the narrative behind the closed door, we, the masses, we can testify that we are having a better life right now through the road construction that the government is doing. From Iruekpe to Ewu right now, the road construction that has been done in that place is massive. You do not even experience any kind of pothole. And I can assure you that in the next 80 years, that road will not have pothole because it was properly done. So, my brother Wilson, I think we need more of Ukpebolo in governance in other states, so that whether they call this siphoning of money, they should continue to say what they are saying, while the masses begin to continue to enjoy what they are enjoying on the street right now.
Okay.
Democracy cannot say to be enjoyed if the people testify that they are having a better life. That's why the governor, that's what the government is doing, and we should applaud him.
Okay.
So this is my view on this.
Evans, remember, Igbobazuwa would stay there. For serious attention. You don't get to mention also the Obiao Bridge.
Yeah. I think, I want to think that the issue of roads in Edo State is in phases. I mean, we saw the permanent secretary, Minister of Works in Edo State, engineer, what's his name now, saying that it's going to be done in phases. So away from that now, Godswill Enegbe, let's turn over to the recent trip made by the governor of Edo State to the United Kingdom. I mean, this is not the first time. Sometime around this time last year, that was in 2025, where the governor was also there, and of course he's there. He was there again this year. Now, what would you say is the major pullouts from this trip? I mean, let Edo people hear it out from you. Mr. Godswill. Mr. Godswill Enegbe.
All right, let's see if Comrade Fred is there. Someone saying that this trip to the UK is a waste of taxpayers' money, that whatever you would have done then the UK, those states also would have been able to host these particular sets of persons in the diaspora that the governor of Edo State went out there to host. What do you think about this allegation, being that it's a huge waste of Edo taxpayers' money?
Okay, I think we were now good enough. We also saw ITV's, reporter Roslyn Eborame giving us the footage. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Goswill, if you hear us clearly, we're talking about this recent trip made by the Edo State governor to the UK. I mean, this is not the first time. Sometime around this time last year, he was in the UK, and this year again, he was there. So, what would you say is the major pullout from this trip? I mean, to the Edo people, let them hear.
Is that question for me, please?
Yes, Mr. Goswill.
Thank you so much once again for having me. Sorry, the network challenge here because of the course and all that. Well, the truth is that I was part of that delegation to the United Kingdom, and I want to seize this occasion again to thank Mr. Governor for the opportunity given to me, as always, to serve in this administration. And I want to once again appreciate him for the confidence he reposes on me to always serve him at any given opportunity. As an eyewitness who was there for this summit in London, I can say with every sense of responsibility and duty to my beloved state that this governor, everything he embarked upon, everything decision he makes is all about the interests of Edo people. And that summit in London was another avenue which the governor uses to bring Edo State again to the world and to showcase what he has achieved in just less than 2 years in office. It is historic. It is historic. I stand to be challenged. What this governor has achieved in just less than 2 years in office, in this nation, our dear country, no governor have been able to achieve what Senator Modukwe has achieved. I stand to be challenged. And the governor felt that the Edo diaspora community, who are major stakeholders in the project Edo, these Edo people in the diaspora who are committed to the development of Edo State, who contribute to the development of Edo State, who are part of the growth and progress in Edo State, needs to be aware of what the governor has done so far and where the governor wants to take the state to. And so that summit created the opportunity for the governor to show to the people, the stakeholders of Edo, what he has achieved through a documentary which every participant that was there, that watched the documentary, applauded. This documentary was not AI generated. They were not audio projects. They were not MOU events or ceremonies that was being documented. No, these were fixable, tangible projects located across the 3 senatorial districts in Edo State that any person can go and verify. And where this Edo community in Darfur watched this documentary, they prayed for the governor. They applauded the governor. And they said that they've never seen in the history of the state any governor that have achieved what Senator Modukwe has achieved in just 1 year, 7 months in office. So when you see some of, I keep using the word webinar because we know some of these individuals always trying to, trying to throw stones, trying to criticize. When we see what they are doing, we are laughing. Because when someone is doing well, everybody sees it. Good thing in our local palace, they say that they sell itself. what the governor is doing at those states, it's speaking for itself. You don't even need propagandists to spill it for the governor, because these projects, they are there for everyone to see, and they speak for themselves. So that was one part of that London Summit. And the second part of the London Summit is, of course, the governor to also let the diaspora community to diaspora to understand that this state is open for investment. That's the governor told the people that the state is not safe. It's not peaceful for any investor to come and invest. When the governor came on board, everybody knew how the state was in terms of security, especially the court-related crisis in those states. Nobody was, had the interest to come and invest in those states because the place wasn't safe. This crisis where the order of the day, dead bodies being littered across the streets in Benin City. This is not propaganda. I'm not exaggerating, but that is the statement of fact. That was the reality before Senator Modupewu came aboard. And he told the people that, look, by the grace of God and by his commitment and determination, he was able to contain court-related crisis. And now today, Edo is safe for any investor to come and invest. You cannot, in the night, lock your door in Benin City and close your eyes without no fear of any attack. And the people, once again, applauded the governor because they are aware, they have seen it, they are following up what is happening in those states. So it's not about going abroad to go and start preaching what is not of ground.
Okay.
And the people agree with him.
We'll
so
come back
please,
to
let
you.
me land here. Let me land. In summarizing my point is this: that summit was a productive one, a fruitful one that Edo people in diaspora deserved, and they all applauded the governor and they thanked the governor. And in fact, the Edo community in Canada, in US, in other countries, after that summit, have reached out to Governor Modupewu that they also want to have such meeting with him across the different countries all over the world.
All right.
It's because of the impact of that summit.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you if time permits. Now, let's get to Comrade Fred. Fred, some are saying that this is a huge waste of Edo State taxpayers' money. After all, if he's to really tell the world what he has done in Edo State, he could have just done it in Benin City, and everyone interested can just log in maybe via his own link. Why would you go spend billions and going to the UK to showcase what you have done when you can easily do it here from Edo State, Benin City?
Okay, thank you, Wilson. The major gains of this London trip is FDI, foreign direct investment. One of the biggest gains is investment inflow into Edo State. Investors in London are looking for infrastructure projects, agriculture, real estate, and technology. The trip opens door. The trips to London opens door for capital, that the state alone cannot generate. The state alone may not be able to rely on the federal government, even on location, to be able to succeed. Two is infrastructure funding and partnership. If we want more roads, more urban development, better facility, we need funding beyond government allocation. Public-private partnership, PPP, development, finance, technology, collaboration. You cannot build modern infrastructure on local revenue alone. You need global, partnership. In terms of job creation, I'm talking about the trip to London. Make it, every serious investment that comes to Edo State, translate into jobs for our timid youth. Construction jobs, tech jobs, industrial employment. Investment is not just money. It is employment and opportunity. And the diaspora engagement, Edo people in diaspora are major economic force. In remittance, business, and investment skills transfer. The diaspora is not just abroad. they are partners in development. How do you, not all of them cannot come to Nigeria. That is why the governor has to take Edo State to London so that he can attract foreign direct investment into this country. You know, this trip position Edo State as an investment destination. And a lot of people don't know. You don't sit back in one corner and feel that, you know, honey will come and meet you. You must go into the bush to go and seek for honey, you know. So when you look at this trip, it's going to help us in this agro-processing industries, manufacturing, SME, and so on and so forth. So the impact, you know, is expand state economy. The state economy will be expanded. The GDP of the Edo State will be on the increase. You know, when you look at the technological skills that will be transferred from that place, you have the digital economy. Look, the tech industry right now, even if this trip talks about that in Edo State and revolves around it, you have education collaboration, capacity building. You know, we have a lot to gain in this trip. This is not just a trip of jamboree. No, it's a trip that put the right in the spear hole. You know, it puts Edo State on a global map, builds investors' confidence. The governor was there, strengthens credibility of government. You know, the visibility, you know, visibility drives opportunity. The governor has made himself available, and this is very critical in what we are looking at. So, you know, projects like road construction and urban development can now be scaled faster with external support because they have seen governor come to UK and show them what he has done so far and requesting. I saw governor particularly was talking to somebody and was telling the person, look, when you come with your proposal.
Yeah, beautiful, Comrade Fred Aleboro.
I will give you a free land to establish your. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Beautiful points that you made there. Let's quickly take this short break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you for still staying there. Now, we are getting ready. Abuja is almost ready, so in no distant time, we'll join them so that they can fire on with their topic. But quickly, Comrade, Mr. Chris Enegbe, now let's quickly get your reaction on the issue of the CFO. That's the certificates of occupancy. I mean, that came up in that summit. This government seems to, you know, it seems to be slow on that issue. Can you quickly just hint us on it?
Okay, sorry, it's me now.
Yes,
sorry,
quickly.
The question was not too clear. I think we're having some technical challenge or something. So, what was the question, sir?
This trip is, you know, is going to improve direct investment back home. Now, we have an issue at hand presently. I mean, the issue that has to do with the certificates of occupancy, because when we're talking about investment back home, we're talking about land as a factor of investment. Now, this government seems to be slow on issuing CFO to land prospective investors. What is going on?
Yeah, it's not that the governor seems to be slow. It's that the governor is taking time to ensure that the right thing is being done. If you listen to the governor in that London summit, when one of our brother asked this question, you saw the governor, Mr. Governor, respond. Mr. Governor said that, look, when he came aboard, a particular situation his attention was directed to him, where a 70-year-old boy was given over a 2,000 plot or rather acres of land and was given CFO, a 70-year-old boy. So the governor now said, no, how can a 70-year-old boy acquire such acres of land? And hence, since then, the governor said, look, I want to personally understudy and go through this process of giving a CFO and to know the individuals, if they have actually pass through the right process of getting the CFO over any particular property across the states. So is a government policy not an issue of being slow.
Yeah, if I may cut in here. Now, the issue we are trying to look at here, remember we are coming from a historical background. I mean, before the last administration, this was also a problem. I mean, a situation whereby you apply for CFO for investment purpose, it takes decades and years before it gets to you. But when the last administration came on board, I'm talking about the administration of Godwin Obaseki, I mean, things were put in ground that facilitated the quick issuance of CFO, and that also promoted some, investments and all that. So for this government to come on board now and tends to take us back to where we're coming from is what is the
and in addition, Evans, in addition, how long, hold on, comrade, in addition to what Evans just asked, how long does it take or will it take the governor to get used to, going through the process and signing the CFO? Is it going to take months or years?
It's not the governor's responsibility to ensure that the process is strictly followed. It is the responsibility of those managing the Edo Gs, Edo Geographic, the agencies responsible for it. It's after they've done their own job that these files are, sent to the Mr. Governor to apply the signature. That's the process. But be that as it may, as we said before, the governor have started signing, some of CFO to people who has actually gone through the process. And if just what Mr. Evans was saying, that the last administration was signing CFO for investment and those things, but I'm tempted to ask, where are the investments, where are the industries that those CFO were purportedly given to establish?
All right,
to establish, where are they? Yeah, so it's not about giving out CFO to your friends and cronies to acquire lands in those states in the name of investment.
Our time is up. We need to go to Abuja now. We say very big thank you, Godswill Enegbe, for obliging us, and also to Comrade Alabero. Yes. Also, thank you so much for obliging us your time. So we'll take a short pause now, and then when we return over to Abuja, please stay tuned.
At the prediction of the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, concerning 2027 election, presidential election in Rivers State, where he has predicted that it is a no-go area for any candidate of any other political party apart from the APC. And that comment has generated so much reactions. That campaign is slated for 15th of August, and just before the campaign, this is coming like a boxer telling his opponent that you are not going to survive first or second round. And since Wike has thrown this jab, a lot of reaction has followed it. And to discuss this, I have with me a political analyst. He's going to be discussing this via at the telephone line, Honorable Nonso Okeke. Very good morning to you. Hello, Honorable, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good. You are now live on independent television, TMI. So quickly, let's get what you think about the comment of the FCT minister saying that in Rivers State, come 2027, the only presidential candidate that should count Rivers as a state that he will win is the candidate of the APC, who of course is our dear President Bola Tinubu. Let's hear your comment.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Peter Kadri, and good morning to everyone on the station. Good morning to Nigerians. What a rainy day we have experienced ourselves today. Yeah. And I'm glad to all be at your studio. Well, going straight to the point and your questions, Honorable Mr. Kadri, I think what Wike is saying is a battle for survival. 2027 is going to be the mother of all elections. And why do I say this? Wike did not pick any expression of interest from for any position. And the same with the likes of David Umahi and Festus Keyamo, who are all appointees of Mr. President. So when you hear them talking like this, especially Barrister Nyesom, you know that these guys are just pushing to survive for this one more last time. Because the implications of them not returning back in 2027 will mean that most of them will either run away from the country or will go into political opinion. You know, so when we are talking about Rivers State, even before they fell out, before the ruling party fell out with Malam Nasiru El-Rufai, Malam Nasiru El-Rufai brought out the real results of what the elections were in 2023. And the casual observer looking at those results was able to see that even the obedient, you know, the people called the obedient, won Rivers State. They won Rivers State landslide, you know, but because of how it happened and what happened, Wike being the chief secretary of the state, we knew how everything went, and we saw a completely different result from what El-Rufai declared that was the result when they fell out.
Okay, should we believe El-Rufai or believe INEC? Because INEC is the umpire empowered by the Constitution to conduct elections.
No, of course, we all know, like Cardinal Onaiko said, that Nigeria is drifting to a one-party state. And I think we all agree with what he has said, because we no longer have a neutral empire called INEC. You know, so how else do we believe? It is better to believe somebody who was a part of the system and who had a quarrel with the system, or who was a part of the gang and had issues with the gang, than to believe INEC. So, from the questions you're asking me, I think El-Rufai is better to be believed than INEC.
Okay, so let's take it a little bit further. The comment of Wike, is it now by way of implication to threaten other parties? Is it to tell other political parties, candidates, not to come close to Rivers State to campaign? You know, campaigning across the nation is very, very expensive, especially for states like Rivers State. What do you make of that?
Mr. Kadiri, Rivers State is a sub-national, is a sub of Nigeria. And whatever is going through in Nigeria, Rivers State is not exempted to it. Number one, the per capita income of everybody in Nigeria has dropped tremendously, and the cost of living is very high. So every 6 million or 7 million residents of Rivers State is experiencing that challenge too. Then secondly, we understand that you know, insecurity is not a problem of only one part of Nigeria. Rivers State is also getting its own share of insecurity. And again, we have the Amechi factor. Amechi is coming out with Atiku Abubakar. Then we have the P2B factor, who, you know, arguably won the election through the obedience in the last election. So what Wike is saying, you know, they are just mere rhetoric and political talks that will be tested on the field come 2027 January 15. So everybody has to buckle up. We're going to test popularities on the field. Don't forget that everybody is very angry now. Don't forget that the government of Bola Tinubu moved about from 85 million to 140 million persons who have moved into the poverty line under three years of this administration.
Yeah, but this area you are going into was raised by the Catholic bishop, and the president disagreed that the economy is buoyant.
Well, you and I know what we are in this economy. You know, the onus lies on the president to, if I were the president, I think I would have been more diplomatic in response and tell the Catholic bishop that I have heard, that I'll do my best, but I've done so in this area, I've done good in this area, not to outrightly come and disagree with the bishop, because if folk like Cardinal Ekande will come to talk, there are 5 then in Nigeria, that now it's like maybe you call a cardinal a praise Catholic church. You know, before a cardinal will come out to make such statements, I think it's important that we understand the role of a cardinal as the voice of the masses. You know, so when a cardinal comes to say that, I expected the president to just listen to him, not to come and defend his government. Even an Abacha, a later Abacha, when the Pope came, he listened attentively to the Pope. And I didn't think that Abacha, who was even to argue with the Pope. So.
Okay, so now to still what Wike said in that his monthly live broadcast. He fingered Amaechi and said that everybody should watch out, that Amaechi is going to reject the result that will come out from Rivers. He will blame it on both low voter turnout. The EU think that is what Amaechi will do. Is Wike not too in a hurry to begin to predict what people will say, when election has not even been conducted?
Okay, on that projections that Amaechi
will reject the 2027 vote election result.
Even myself here, in your interview, if this coming result doesn't suit what INEC is supposed to declare, I don't think I will personally be happy with INEC. Let's talk of Amaechi. Because my brother, Mr. Peter, there is so much suffering in the land. We cannot continue like this. And don't forget that there is a memory hanging on the neck of Wike and Tinubu and Rear Admiral Ibas retired. What is that memory? That memory of that 6 months emergency rule. I don't think it's been deleted from the minds of the Rivers people. Because the South that I know are people that will keep memories for you. I completely think that 6 months emergency rule was needed for Rivers State. So there are so many intervening variables that will make Rivers a no-go area for APC. So saying that Amaechi will reject that result, I think if a observer, a casual voter, will reject a result that doesn't reflect the true position of what is going to happen in Rivers State. So not even only Amaechi.
So at what point should politicians or voters, accept or reject the result? Because from what you are saying now, you are aligning with the prediction of Wike that yourself you are going to reject the result when the election has not even been conducted.
Well, let me give you an instance of one of the most difficult elections in Nigeria held by Professor Humphrey Nwosu. There was an agreement between the Supreme Military Council and the Humphrey Nwosu, the then NEC chairman, to National Electoral Commission chairman, that this election is going to go this way. But when Professor Humphrey Nwosu went into the field, he saw a different result, just like what happened in the last football between Argentina and Spain. The institutions, as I heard and as I saw, were in favor of a particular team, but the result went to a particular team. And that's how it happened during the RGB era, when we were thinking that the results would go this way. At a point, Professor Humphrey Nwosu became stuck along the line, and he couldn't know what to do. The then chief of army staff, the person of Lieutenant Abacha, came out and called Humphrey Nwosu to declare what the Supreme Military Council wants. And Professor Humphrey Nwosu, who is a very upright man, said, "No, sir. If you are going to declare this thing with your power, come and declare. But for what I'm seeing here, this thing has gone the other way around." When elections go that way, and you want to come and upturn the will of the people, then it becomes very difficult for people to swallow, especially with these torturous 3 years that people have gone through. So I think 2027 election, like the Catholic bishops have said, should just allow it to be peaceful. Whoever wins should win, whoever loses should lose.
Okay, so I know that somehow you have your own inclination in this in this dispensation, I mean the next dispensation of politics, would you accept if the candidate you are supporting lose? Let's not mention name, let's not mention party, but would you accept the result?
My brother, elections are not do or die.
Good.
I've contested elections.
Beautiful.
Elections before. And heavens did not fall. You know, sometimes you even go into these elections just because you want to test the murky waters and you try to understand the system and you go back, re-strategize and launch out. You know? So based on the questions you are asking me, you know, I think if my candidate doesn't get it right, and I'm convinced within me that he didn't get, you know, there was a better candidate in another party or another organization, then I think I will support that candidate. I'll ask my candidate to go and try another time, because you are talking to a progressive. You know, I believe in the good of this country. I believe in the well-being of this country, and I am a believer that Nigeria is the only country we have. So above all, I think it's better to allow peace to reign, but let it be seen, let justice be seen that it has been conducted, that the elections have been conducted fairly for everyone to see. So if a candidate should do an election, then if genuinely he has won the election, then he has to go back and re-strategize. Okay,
I hope this is what every other politician or voter will put at the back of his mind. 15th is just next week, when the doors will be open for campaign, and we are going to be seeing the likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, the former presidential candidate of Labour now, NDC Peter Obi, and his running mate Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. The president will also be there, and many others, including Omoyele Sowore, who is currently standing trial before the Federal High Court on alleged cyberbullying. They'll be crisscrossing the length and breadth of this country. What do you expect from them?
Well, Atiku Abubakar, a seasoned politician who has, tried, for a very long time. I wish him well. It's the fourth time. Like the late General Muhammad Buhari told P2B once P2B visited him in Kaduna. He told P2B that you are a young man and you are a bright man, that he should keep trying, and someday he's going to get the presidency. And I think that was one of the frankest advice from I've heard from General Muhammad Buhari. So that's it for an Atiku who has tried, and he needs to go and mend fences, and he needs to reassure Nigerians more that he's not coming here for a continuation of what the old stocks have been doing. Because honestly speaking, everyone sees an Atiku as a continuation of the old generation politician. Then for Tinubu, well, we are witnessing, we are all in Nigeria, and we can rightly say that it's not done well. Not because
there are areas that he has also tried. Hello? So we lost that. Okay, he's still with us. The network at times malfunctions. Okay, the discussion is actually around the 2027 general election, and we have seen that the former governor of Rivers State, who is, of course, the current minister of the FCT, clearly has given his prediction. Of course, regarding his state, he said that it's a no-go area for any candidate aside the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, where, of course, we have our dear President Bola Tinubu. We believe that Tinubu will take Rivers State, and that at the end of that election, the former governor of Rivers State, who is the running mate to Atiku Abubakar, will cry foul. That is, will definitely reject the result, claiming that there was a low voter turnout. Okay, Honorable, if you are back with us and you can hear me, let's take your concluding part of your concluding words in this discussion segment.
Well, I want to encourage all Nigerians, like Bishop David Oyedepo has said in his last sermon, that everybody should go and get his voter's card. You know, that's the only way you can speak. You know, according to Reverend Wanok Raphael, you know, one of the finest political analysts, he said your vote is a special prayer of the kind of world you wish to live in. So I think 2027 is a decision time for all of us who are not happy with how things are working. And I also want it, like the last question you asked me, let it be a free and fair. Let it be a free and fair contest. Whoever that loses this election, you know, should show the spirit of sportsmanship. But one thing I want to assure Nigerians is that the Humphrey Nwosu kind of election will repeat itself in 2027, where there will be surprises because a lot of persons are agitated, and they are not agitated based on political divide. They are agitated genuinely because we have not moved forward as a people, and we have not moved forward as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nonso Okeke, for your time with us on the program this morning. I'm sure that all that you have said will be something that, you know, the politicians will definitely work with. Election is not do or die. If you win, fine. If you lose, go and plan for another day. We can also see that one of our former president, although now late, tried many times and he won in one of those times, and he ruled twice. So it's really not a do or die affair. But the dividend of democracy must be delivered to the doorsteps of all Nigerians, irrespective of party affiliation. So we now conclude here and then move to Lagos Network Studio for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Many thanks for joining on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unkwo, and welcome to our Lagos Network Studio. And our guest this morning is Bishop James Grand Okocha. He's a political analyst. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, Mercy, good morning.
Thank you so much for coming.
Good to see you today.
Good to see you too. Yeah. Okay, today we're going to be talking about the Osun governorship election. Adeleke's camp demands police neutrality. So the incumbent governor of Osun State, Governor Ademola Adeleke, says it is confident for retaining power, citing ongoing infrastructure projects, improved workers' welfare and social intervention program as evidence of its performance in office. Adeleke has reportedly stated that he believes the election will reflect the will of the people if it is conducted in a free, fair and transparent manner. Meanwhile, the opposition party, the All Progressive Congress, APC, is campaigning on primaries of improved governance, economic development and enhanced security. Party leaders have criticized the PDP, the Accord administration, and are urging voters to support a change in leadership, while other registered political parties are also waiting in the race, although the contest is expected to be dominated by Accord and the APC. Also, we saw that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has assured political parties and voters that preparations for the election are progressing according to schedule. The commission has urged stakeholders to conduct peaceful campaigns, avoid hate speech, and with electoral law. Security agency has also pledged to provide adequate security before, during, and after the election to ensure a peaceful voting process. So why this matters is the election is seen as a major political test ahead of 2027 general election. And this particular, we saw a video also of the governor Ademola Adeleke and where he said, and this particular video has been trending. We will talk more on this video on TMI socials, where he says, I am the chief officer of Osun State, and I am passing this message to you. Osun will not any Interesting. If anybody tries to do otherwise, the political of 1983, when some people tried to rig Michael Adjacent out of power in Ondo State, may repeat itself again. President Tinubu, the Accord Party has endorsed you as its presidential candidate. Why are we suffering again? Governor Adeleke sent a message to President Tinubu ahead of the August 15 governorship election in Osun State. Bishop, why, I've been thinking, why is Osun governorship election attracting so much national attention at this point? Is it because the election is closed, or because of what the governor has been coming out to say during the whole campaign and all of that, or is it because of the opposition parties, I mean the APC, what they've been coming out to say also during the campaign? Let's get to hear your take.
Well, all right, good morning, Nigerians. Mercy, good morning. Good to be here. We're believing that one day we'll have a new Nigeria, and then we're getting there. Well, what is playing out in Osun State is not a joke. This Osun State election is very key because this is the last election that we'll have before the, major election. And then I think this is more like, a platform for INEC to show us the best, they can offer. I mean, it's an election that will either boost the morale of voters or drop it, bring it down. So it's very important. Moreover, that our president is also from Osun State, and then it's a very serious election because the president would like to win in his state, and then the man that is sitting there, who also, by his own assessment, and by assessment of people from his camp, they have, they're just telling us how good he has performed and all of that. So it's very peculiar because Nigerians that are not from Osun State, people like us, we want to see what INEC is up to. We want to see the preparedness of INEC, because if they didn't get this right, just one state, I mean, it will go a long way to let us know that they are not there. So, and INEC has done well to come and, speak to them against hate speech and all of that, but INEC didn't take it to the end, because there should have been a stipulated punishment for people that will go contrary to INEC, direction or directives. Okay, so if you do hate speech or you go after election malpractices, there should be punishment for those things. And I'm expecting INEC to stretch, their hands to that, because it's still part of the things we expect to see. INEC collaborating with political parties, to deal with people that have gone against electoral provisions. So Osun State election is very, very important because the president is from that state, and also it is the last election before the general election. So do you think, is it because the president is from that state, is that what is giving APC the edge? Because you've been mentioning, the president is from that state, because the president is from that state, APC, does that give APC the edge? Well, it's important that you win your polling units as a politician. It's important to win your local government. It's also important to win your state. I mean, it goes a long way to show how much, of acceptance you have from your own place. So it's important. But at the same time, that the APC right now is bent to winning every election, to prove that they are really the ruling party and to tell us that the Renew Hope is working, So you see them going all out. If it's a local council election, if it is a state election, you see the APC going all out, to show, the federal minds there. So I just think that the APC want to win. They want to win all the states. How many states are left? Osun is one of the few states that have not joined the APC, and so they really want to have, all the states join and let the APC be, the overall ruling party. So, of course, it's not good for Nigerian democracy. So would you say Nigeria is becoming a one-party state? Yeah, but it's becoming so obvious that Nigeria is becoming a one-party state, and it is not good for our democracy. It's not good at all. There's no how everybody will just be, in one party. There is no opposition. Nobody can, criticize when they are wrong. So it's not good. Nigeria is too ex to go, in that because I know that the Supreme Court, you know, signed about that, and then something is being done. That because there was a court judgment, party should be deregistered, and I think it's not really going down well that way up there in the Supreme Court.
For some parties to be deregistered.
Yeah, including the Accord Party.
Yeah.
Accord Party was one of the parties that should be deregistered. You know, the ADC, the NDC, and all of that. You know, but thank God that, I mean, from what we are getting, the feelers we are getting here and there, you know, such parties will contest.
So let's talk about the statements Governor Ademola Adeleke made, where he said no rigging is accepted. It doesn't mean that, oh, he knows, oh, all the other elections or past elections, they've been rigging it, and now it's coming out to say there's no rigging. It's even referring to the president, telling the president that no rigging this time. If not, according to him, what happened during the time of Michael Ajah, for him to have come out to say that there's not going to be rigging, doesn't mean that for other elections or past elections they've been rigging.
To be very candid, to my own understanding, election has not been free and fair in Nigeria.
Election has not been free and fair.
No, election has not been free and fair, because even me, at times, you see, when you finish voting in your unit, when the result comes, you know, you standing there and then you see, you know, what the result, you know, was. That when you see the result elsewhere, you see it's a different thing. Even President Yar'Adua was saying that he knows that the process that him was as back as that. So all this why it has not been unfair in Nigeria. 2023 election, you know, wasn't free and fair the way most of us thought about it. You know, that's my own view, because that's why most of us are pushing that should be electronic voting in Nigeria. It will help. You know, anytime there is, you know, there is fight, there are crises in the election, it cannot be free and fair. You know, or even though I'm not support Governor Adeleke to propose crisis, and you know, to propose, but I support that people all over they can in the ambience of to prevent rigging of election, you know. But let's not crisis in Nigeria, because we've gone through so much in Nigeria that can afford, you know, to be stretched in that crisis direction.
Okay, is this election likely to be decided by party loyalties or by the candidate's performance and credibility? What do you think? What's your take?
Well, I think party loyalty plays a role, but the performance of the candidate is very vital. Is very vital. Well, I don't know how Osun people will react to this, because in my own thinking, I think money will still play a role. You know, we've not gotten to that point where, you know, this election comes on the 15th. You know, between now and then, we know there will be movement of monies here and there. You know, but we are telling Nigerians, whether you are from you are from Osun State, you are from Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, everywhere, we are telling Nigerians, please, let's have you know, this temptation of taking peanuts, you know, and giving our mandate to a wrong person because of the peanut we're just given, and maybe something you eat for 1 week or so, or 1 day, as the case may be, where people are taking 10,000 to, you know, submit, you know, their will, their electoral will. All right. So we are asking Nigerians, even people in Osun State, if the governor has performed, why don't you re-elect him? If he has not performed, please vote him, because we are pushing for, you know, performance. Governance should be about performance. You know, it goes beyond politicking. It should be performance. Don't promise things and you wouldn't do it. They can assess the governor. They know him. They stay in the state. If he has done well, re-elect him. If he hasn't done well, vote him out. And that's exactly what we're going to repeat in 2027 general election. We are voting out everyone that has not performed, from the House of Assembly, House of Reps, Senators. If you know you have not performed, just know that you are going home. You can't be re-elected.
I mean, talking about performance, during the video where he said what he said, Governor Ademola Adeleke, where he said, made that statement, you know, on the comment section, I went through it, and some persons were saying, oh, if you've done well, you shouldn't be scared. The people would vote for you. They were even referring to Governor Alex Otti, saying, oh, he has done well for a state. So him coming, if he's coming out to contest, the people know that, oh, he did well, and they would want to vote him in. They were referring to Governor Ademola Adeleke, saying, if you did well for your state, you shouldn't be scared, because the people would definitely come out to vote for you. What do you have to say about that?
Well, but you know that we are still growing in Nigeria. That's right. You know, when I brought the money issue, I know what I'm saying. We are still growing. There are some times you see, contrary to the people's mandate, you know, you see a person being declared winner of election. There are so many elections you see the court has decided who wins. So many elections the INEC has decided who wins. You know, and most of the time you see it goes contrary to the people. You see the people demonstrating. So Nigeria has not really gotten to that point. Probably we will use an Osun election where we can confidently rely on people's performance, and that's how it's supposed to be. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. So we are looking so much on our eyes are on INEC, you know, and the agencies, the police, every agency that will be involved in this election. We want them to be unbiased. We want them to be fair, you know, to every candidate. All right. We want them to arrest people that are involved in any form of electoral malpractice or the other. A situation where you have a performing person, but because he didn't share money, and then, you know, or because he didn't give money to one or two persons, you remove him. No, we want to do with that in Nigeria. So it goes beyond performance, all right. But I believe that from Osun election, let's see whether performance will count.
Okay, talking about unbiased, we saw a video of the president where he said that the opposition party are thinking that the INEC are favoring his party, favoring the ruling party, saying INEC is unbiased. And that video got a lot of people talking, speculation, saying, why would the president be defending the INEC if the INEC is not working in favor with you? What business do you have with you defending the INEC? And what would you have to say about that? I mean, for the president to come out to say that, oh, the INEC is being unbiased, the INEC, they are doing their job, they are doing this, they are not biased. And the opposition parties are saying the INEC is biased. The president was actually telling the opposition party that the INEC, they are not biased. What would you have to say for the president to be defending the INEC? No,
sincerely, the president shouldn't be the one to defend the INEC. Do you understand me? He shouldn't. I was on air this place in your television, which okay. I always appreciate your television for what they are doing. You know, sometimes I was on air, I was clamoring for strengthening our institutions instead of, you know, making personalities stronger than institutions. Do you understand? I've also made mention of a situation where it would have been nice we find another way we can be appointing the INEC, chair, not the president, because it is not possible for you to appoint someone, because he knows everyone who is the INEC chairman, whether this one or the ones previously, they know there are too many people that are qualified to be that. And then whatever that made you to pick him, you know, in the place of other, means you have trust in him. It means you have shown him favor. So there is no how to find a way to return this favor. You know, not about President Tinubu. I mean, this is how it runs in Nigeria. The president, you know, appoints the INEC chairman. And it shouldn't be so, because somehow you see them being biased. Do you understand? And then for the president to defend the INEC, I don't think it's correct. We are the ones to look at what INEC are doing, what INEC is doing, and say, yes, it's fine. You know, it's an issue when you become a referee in a game you are playing. You know, the president will be going into election, and then the INEC chairman was appointed by him, and then the INEC chairman is the one that will be officiating the election. So if you look at it, it's somehow, I'm telling you honestly. And then prior to that, that was the visit of the Catholic bishops, you know, to president. You know, there are some. What the president said, I have been thinking about, which, of course, people should talk about that so that it cannot send a wrong signal to people. The president also said that in politics, all is fair. I mean, thinking, is that statement really correct? Is all fair in politics? That means if I outsmart you, all is fair. If I beat you, fair. You know, for me, it's not sending a right signal. You know, that's all. I mean, whatever you can do to win election. If you like, grab the blood box. If you like, burn it. If you like, you know, that's still the order. You know, so people should really make, you know, the people on the street to understand what we're trying to communicate, because I don't what he could be what he meant. Because if that's really what he meant, that statement, I mean, be thought about twice.
So what you're saying is because the president is actually elected, that the INEC chairman, that is the reason why INEC is working on the favor of the ruling party, the president, because it was wanted there.
Well, if you look at this, just look at the story, look at Nigeria. You see, we have, I don't know when the INEC is independent, you know, in name. In actuality, is INEC really independent? It's not independent. INEC, they're not doing their own, it's not independent. So that's why we have been pushing. In fact, this election, we expect them to come and they should come on air. I saw them once last week. Fine. They should make more appearances. Carry the people along. Let us know what you are doing. All right? If there are places we'll criticize. For me, I think the INEC will prove that they are independent in Osun election or they are biased. But as far as I'm concerned, till this time, I'm yet to see the degree of independence.
So we should wait and see what happened in Osun election.
This is the number one asset to the new INEC chairman. This is the number one asset test the election is conducting in fullness. So let's use it as a case study to see what it can be.
You made mention earlier that the APC is into winning. They want to win by all means. So at this point, what strategy do you think the APC is relying on to unseat the incumbent governor? I'm talking about Osun State governor.
Well, I can't say the strategy if you how it has always been. I personally, I cannot just say it is by performance, because even so much performance at the federal, they can use that, you know, as the case to say, see what we in the federal level, there is no security, there is no insecurity in Nigeria anymore, you know. So see how we have crops and food available and all of that. So a case, something like that, that's not happening. I want to get myself glued on air or probably visit Osun State and then see how their rallies are. See, it's promising to do states that is different from what, you know, we are seeing, that is different from what we have several in other states where APC, you know, I'm yet to see strategy. I don't know what the strategy is for right now. If not, maybe the normal way, you know, about it haphazardly. You know, I don't know. I don't know the strategy APC will use to convince people in Osun State that they're going to perform better.
Okay, let's stop statement the governor made at Ademola Adeleke, where he said he alleged that supporters of his political camp and residents in Osun State have been victims of politically motivated killings ahead of the state governorship election. According to him, he alleged that there have been extrajudicial killing, intimidations of, he says. He appealed to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to intervene incidents and ensure peace, security, and a free, fair election in Osun State. He also warned, according to him, that that continued violence would on the credibility of the election. Well, let's talk about that before we talked about the response APC gave. It's alleging now that the APC, you know, they are actually that they're in charge of the killings. Most of his supporter, that they're killing the supporter in terms of insecurity.
Well, you see, the insecurity thing is something we cannot say it is one party or the other that is doing this. But if the chief security officer of a state is making allegations, they should hold him accountable for such allegations. Probably he has his proofs, which I cannot stand here and say it's not true. You know, I don't think that chief security officer can just come on air and start, you know, speaking, you know, things that he knows that can threaten the peace of the people. All right, so he knows that better. But just like what he did, appealing to the president, I am also appealing to the president and every law enforcement agent in Nigeria to make sure that the life of Nigerians are not being wasted during election. Just like President Jonathan said, you know, your 4 years in office does not worth any innocent Nigerian. We shouldn't be doing that. You know, we shouldn't be doing that. There are this crisis that, you know, shouldn't be. What are we after? 4 years is gone. 4 years you will leave the office. So for me, you know that in Nigeria, anytime there's election, there's been crisis. Here in Lagos, there are crises when there is election. But I just know that because it is just this one state, you know, enough security personnel should be deployed, you know, and they should be unbiased to make sure that, you know, security is provided for every Osun citizen.
Security, not just every Osun citizen. I mean, Nigeria as a whole.
Well, that's a bigger picture, because if you throw the talk in that direction, you see how people are being worried. In fact, that the thing is about to calm down. Okay. I mean, it has escalated once again. So there's something be done about this insecurity. We can't cry enough, you know, about that.
I mean, we saw a video where the said, I've done it before, right? Oh, after election, this whole insecurity, we will no longer hear of insecurity in the country. I mean, it will go down that we should watch after election. And it got a lot of people talking, saying, oh, do you mean this people knows things that we do not know about? These all insecurity issues. For him to be saying that insecurity will, you know, will end, or let's take a look that it's going to subside after the election.
You know, I have always been saying that our political leaders should be held accountable. You know, when they make certain statements, they should be held accountable. They should be reaction from us. You know, we should take everything they give us. We should ask questions. You know, though unfortunately the way right now it's when you are not speaking in favor of the ruling. I mean, it would be as though you are attacking, you know, the president. No, it is not an attack. Just like what happened while the bishops went to, you know, I wasn't expecting the president to give a defense. You know, they have come to air their view. They are on the street. They meet with people. They have come to air their, you know, what they feel that is happening. You know, this is not the cardinal himself. Speak the truth. There is no how you can cow, you know, clergy out of speaking the truth, so that leaders will be corrected. Go and read the Bible of, you know, religious leaders. Correct kings. The only king that tried to, you know, smart over a correction from a prophet, and you saw how he died. So know that these things has consequences. I was watching somebody like Daniel Buwala, I mean, asking the highly reverend cardinal to apologize. It's Daniel Buwala that should apologize for misleading us. When you watch his videos of 2023 ban today, you see that this is a man that speaks from the both sides of his mouth. I am telling you that should be quiet. Statement like that comes. The president should tell us more.
I mean, they're not.
Yes. I like the way up. I like the way they are coming up. Because if it's been like this, I'm telling you, if it has been like this, I've gotten to this point. first year, third year, insecurity was increasing, and people were just sitting back in the comfort of the places, doing nothing about it. But right now, people are speaking. Most of the time, I agree with Cardinal. There are sometimes Mr. President might not know exactly all that is happening, and people around him might not tell him exactly because if they tell him, it seems like 1 or 2 persons are not really meeting up with their obligation, right? So at times, need to hear from people from the floor, people like us. Do you understand me? So whatever it takes to push Nigeria to electoral fairness, you know, all hands must be on deck. Whatever it will take Nigeria to point of security, all voices should be speaking about it until the leaders that are voted by us will give us exactly what we expect of them. We come back out.
At this point, you come back out. So the APC actually rejected Adeleke being them as unsubstantial and politically motivated. Do you think all this is being politically motivated?
Well, like I said, I don't know how a governor would just wake up and start speaking in for political reasons. What hasn't happened? Okay. I believe there could be incidents. Of course, the security agencies should look in. Let's not just discard things as political. When somebody, you know, says something, like somebody like a governor, you know, someone you know that every thing, all activities happening within, you know, that confine comes to his table. All right? Let's not just discard it. Let's make some inquiries. Let's look into it. I don't want it to be discarded as a political statement. All right, let the security agencies look into if there are killings, if there are crises, and let them do the best they can to quell it. At this point, like I said, we have suffered, and then at least have a little peace, right?
Oh, we've suffered a lot. We should have a little peace, and you know, it's I've always thought it like Nigerians want a lasting solution to insecurity. I mean, that is not our main topic, but it is something we would keep talking about because it's been happening and it's kept happening, and we do not even know what will happen next. So we'll keep talking about insecurity till we find a lasting solution. Okay, actually, the party accused Adeleke's administration of attempting to shift blames and claimed that APC members, I'm talking about APC member, accusing Adeleke's administration of shifting the blame, and they also claimed that APC members have also been victims of political violence in the state, while Adeleke's campaign team respected that governor was not attacking the president, but was simply calling attention to the security situation, asking for the federal intervention.
Well, see, I want to make this thing clear. APC members should understand that there is a difference between the office of the president and Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Do you understand me? Most of the time, we place demand and we speak to the office of the president. It is not an attack to Mr. President. So if Mr. President leaves the office tomorrow, some other person comes to that office, they are still speaking to the office of the president. So anytime somebody speaks to the office of the president, you see APC members attacking the person. It's not an attack to the person of our president. You see, all our pressure, all our expectation, you know, is you know, from the president. He has the final say. And now, I mean, he's the driver. He's the one leading. So there is who else do we talk to? Who else do we talk to? You see, this issue of insecurity in Osun State, like I have always said, despite the fact that the governor, I said this thing during Oyo State crisis, despite the fact that the governor is the the chief security officer of the state, all right? Does he have the power? Does he have, the wherewithal? Is he the one in charge of the army? Is he the one in charge of the police? Is he the one in charge of the civil defense? These are people that are commissioned by law, all right, to manage crisis. But the governor is not the one in charge of them. The commissioner of police takes instruction from the IG of police, not from the governor. So when you look at it, you see, that's just a mere name. Chief security of the state. Chief security with what? What is he going to chief secure the place? He's not in control of the security agencies. So you can see the feebleness. You can see the hopelessness of governors at times.
You know, during on the comment section when I saw the video, it's very interesting. Trust me. Somebody was like, "Oh, now for campaigning election, you are the chief security officer." While when it's insecurity in the country, the president is the chief executive security officer, and that particular statement got me. I mean, now they were like, oh, Ademola Adeleke is claiming to be the chief security officer of Osun State. Now, because of the whole election stuff. But if it's insecurity, you're not the chief security officer. You would be saying that, oh, the president is the chief security officer. The insecurity in this country is so much. You need to do this. You need to do that. But because it's election and campaigning, now you're claiming to be the chief security officer.
I fought that reaction. Whoever that wrote that is partisans. Do you understand? Let me tell you what happens. Okay. The intelligence. Do you understand? When the governor say, I am a chief security officer, that means he's receiving reports everywhere. Security reports, all right? But he is not acting on them. It's the police that acts on them. That's why the CP and the governor, you know, they are always 5 and 6 because they work hand in hand. The commissioner of police of a state is really the chief security officer of the state. And that's why we should respect these CPs. They are really the chief security. Because if a governor finds out something, is he going to arrest the people or fight? No, he will call on the commissioner of police, who ultimately submits to the police, who ultimately submits to the president. So when you look at it, saying I'm the chief security officer, all right, is correct because he has the intelligence. But who is really the chief security officer of the state? Who's supposed to be? It is the man that has the arms. So it is not him that should. All this crisis, there's no much the governor can do. If not to say how he can provide intelligence and then work efficiently with the commissioner of police. He can't work without the police. That you are a chief security officer and the federal government withdraws police from a state. What will you do? You can't do anything. Even if you create your local vigilante, are they going to go with AK-47? They cannot. All they can carry is, they can fire machete. So when you look at it, you see that governors, to an extent, are handicapped. So that statement, I fought it. Where there are crises in a state, there has to be a collaboration of that state and the federal government to fix that because the real power is from the top.
So you made mention of earlier, you made mention that, oh, if you're going out to vote this time around, vote your conscience, you don't have to collect peanuts or collect money from this to vote.
Sure.
But don't you think the cost of living and economic hardship would influence voting decisions?
Well, there is no how. If you put it, cost of living, economic situation will affect, definitely it should affect. It should affect the way we vote. If the government has served you well, all right, you should express that impressiveness by the way you vote. But if you have suffered in this administration, you should not express yourself. Don't let 10,000 change the suffer for 4 years. They suffer for 8 years. Don't let 20,000 change it. Because if you say, okay, let me collect this one and vote for them. Well, I don't know. I've seen people that are saying, if they give you anything, collect, but make sure you vote the right person. But I think rejecting their offers, because if they didn't give you that thing that day, will you die? What if that opportunity didn't come? You will not die. You'll have found another way to survive. But if you feel that without that you can die, you can. Well, after all, it's our money. All right? But 2027, Nigerians should vote their conscience.
2027 Nigerians should vote their conscience.
Yeah.
What if they vote their conscience and it is being rigged and, you know, I mean, that is the fears of most Nigerians. Voters' apathy. They're scared. What if I come out to vote? Will my votes count? What if I come out to vote? Would, you know, won't there be violence, you know, fighting and all of that? Will I get home safe? Will my votes count and all of that? Voters, I mean, at this point, I feel a lot of Nigerians want to come out to vote. They want to come out to vote. But at the same time, they're still doubting in their mind. Will my votes count? If I come out to vote, will it count? What would you have to say? I mean, people, what would you have to say to those people that are scared? If I should come out to vote, will my votes count?
Well, I just have to tell them to come out. Let's play our part first. You know, let's play our part first. You know, I think it was on this show that I was saying that, you know, from INEC, number one, I don't think there should be a time you stop registering voters, because people are becoming 18. Issues. I should walk into the local government and pick a voter's card. All right, you know, that should. And then 2027, don't be this. Let's just come and do the right thing, and then let's watch the people do. I mean, the people in power do. First of all, come out. Don't let my vote count. It will count. Come out and let's vote, and let's defend that. Our vote will count in 2027.
So you're going to vote?
Definitely. I look at my card every day. I clean the dust.
Okay, let's quickly talk about this. We saw the primary election, the APC primary election, and the amount of vote the president pulled for the APC election. Even though people are saying that, oh, with the economic hardship, that, and the ANC got that amount of votes. Let's get to hear your take. Over 11 million votes.
Well, if you have, you will see the kind of. In fact, I have to spend time to educate my little boy that that's not how numerical numbering goes. All right. If you have watched, you will see the kind of you know, year 1, 5, 10,000, 15,000, that kind of a thing. Well, that's a show of shame. I don't want to talk about that because I mean, it's so of shame. Nigerians shouldn't be doing that at this, you know, in the first century.
So what advice do you for parents, the presidency, opposition out there?
All I want to say is, let's be fair. We are all Nigerians. Let's make sure that there's equity. You know, let's sure that, you know, we are not trying to outsmart one another. That is for all of us, and we hope that soon there'll be a rebirth of this nation. We're Nigeria, number one in the clique of nations.
We hope so too. I hope so too. Do well to get your PVC. Go out there, cast your vote. Remember, vote your conscience. Your vote will count. For you've heard what the bishop said. For those people that are scared that if I should go out, will my vote count? Go out first and vote and see what happens next. Thank you, Bishop James Grant, for your time.
Always my pleasure to be here.
And thank you all our viewers. Thank you, Nigeria, for joining Lagos Net this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Marcelina Unko. We'll be handing over to Benin in our Benin studio for the continuation and TMI. Do stay with us. Hey, beautiful people. It's another beautiful Wednesday morning. Talk on trend stories on social media, and of course, to hear people's reaction about different stories. I am Marcelina Unko. First, we would be looking at where the governor of Osun, where he says, I am the Chief Security Officer of Osun, and I am passing this message to you. He was referring to the president. He said, Osun will not accept anybody tries to do otherwise. The political crisis of 1983, when some persons try to rig Michael Adjison out of power in state, may repeat itself again. President Tinubu, the party has endorsed you as its presidential candidates. Why are you suffering? Why are we suffering? You got our video has been trending on social media, and of course, different people with their defections. This video was made by the governor of Osun State, Governor Ademoke. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
I'm passing this message to you. Did I take your sushi? I need to endorse you. kí ló dé tó fi ń pa wá kí ló dé kí ló fi ń pa ọmọ Yorùbá àwọn ọlọ́pàá ti wà compromise ẹ jẹ́ kó ló máa wá sí bọ́dà wa àwọn kidnappers wà bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ.
At the of the police, since he is the chief security officer of the state, he should tell us those that has been killing people in a state. Okay, that is what I use the facts. Governor Adeleke is right to insist on free, fair, and fair polls. Voters deserve to have their turn without interference. August 15 should be about the people's choice. Nothing less. Interesting. Okay, the other user says, now you are the chief officer of Osun State, but when it comes to insecurity, Tinubu is the chief security of state. Tinubu and you would reach a night. And this other one says, at a day, I'm sorry to say this, sir, but if you don't well like Alex, you wouldn't be running around for it well. Your family has enjoyed wealth for life. It is high time someone else's son make a meaning to the lives of the people. Okay, for that particular story. This other story that have been trending on social media is a story of where he came out to say during Pella's wedding, you know, some commuters were seen going to Pella's wedding and some street urchin stopping the demanding for money. If you don't give them money, they might not allow you move. And this particular video has been trending on social media. And of course, there's different lot of people talking. Let's take a look at the video before we go to the reaction.
For there is fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be around. Oh, that's 20 years ago. That's when I shall sing this song. Since that time, up to now, it's still running. Everybody looking. Fire. Fire. I tell everybody I've seen these videos by now. I tell everybody I've seen these videos by now. He hurts my heart. See the way they are begging because there is hunger in the land. Yet some people are there criticizing Cardinal that why will he private meeting? Because he said country is bleeding. They say, oh, he's partisan. Oh, he belongs to Peter Hanikwe. There is fire thing. It is a state of emergency. Make money. As long as you make go enjoy Nigeria, as long it will reach a point. And you and your money, nothing.
Wow, let's take a look at people's reaction. This user says, these Agberis need to do more. Everybody must feel the heat. You celebrity think you can work out a failed system. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. That is not hunger, bro. It is a societal mentality of most Lagos youths. The extortion mindset that every rich person is mandated to bless the streets from island to mainland. Okay, this says, of course, there is fire on the mountain, but let us all face some people don't want to work. That's begging will profit them sometimes. The guy screaming with passion is holding an iPhone. The work is over. That is their stunts to enable them cash out. Okay, interesting. This other user says, sorry, this is not begging, intimidation, and thuggery. When you beg and someone refuses to give or doesn't have to give, you calmly move to another. But these are ready to and destroy your car, hold you to ransom till you are forced to pay. It is not begging. Interesting. This other user says, Nigeria is hard, but that's an excuse for a man to go out to the street to beg. We are going through a lot, but we are tugging it. Some of these boys in the street are not begging to feed themselves or family, but to buy. Okay. This other user also says, it's really an eyesore. Some people will start more aggressive than this. Let's compare stats. Okay, that is for that. And also another trending story on we saw where Kata Efe and Davido together, where Kata Efe was in Davido's private jet, and Davido says he's going to dash Kata Efe one of his unreleased songs where he can make over $1 million from it. And this particular video, I mean, there are lots of videos on about concerning Kata Efe and Davido yesterday where they were live, and I mean, awesome videos. But take a look at this particular video because it does love.
Jesus Christ, but daddy, we expect that song. Go. What I give you? I'll give you that. Daddy, 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 after we don't finish it already, we'll do it for maybe drop up maybe before December or something. Jesus Christ, Jesus, don't believe Davido in the fucking shot. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So listen, we're gonna, after we stamp the passports, we're gonna get in the culinary, we're gonna go eat. I booked a restaurant out for us. In VI already. Ayo, there's no problem, I'm just gonna go eat from here. Jesus Christ. Let me call him.
Let's see what S user has to say concerning this video. This person said, Kolu, they fear make cat and no crash plane. Interesting. Okay. This is better than giving someone money, but I bet it is the worst project it will dash out, but still, at that, he should be grateful. Okay. Another user says, this will change his life. For those asking if it is possible to give Kata Efe a song, yes, but Marley did that for his friend. All royalties from the song went to him and he used to his family. Interesting. Okay. User says Kata Efe just got the ultimate 30 BG upgrade from skit to an unreleased Davido joint that can print $1 million. Somebody pinch me. 2026 is not playing fair. Okay, that is for that. This other user says, look at Kata Efe and Kolu inside a $75 million private jet from Uber straight to the luxury aviation. The growth is insane. If Davido gives him that unreleased track, Kata might actually become an actual billionaire overnight. This is all we've got for you on TMI Socials this beautiful morning. I mean, there are lots of trending stories on social media, but this is all we'll be able to give to you this morning. Thank you all for joining our Lagos Network Studio, for joining our Benin Network Studio, and also Abuja Network Studio on this morning on ITV. I am Marcelina. Do have a beautiful day out there and stay safe.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwa Kolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rite of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ipoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and on today's edition of the Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the special criminal court that was actually established by the Edo State administration. We will illustrate their activities since its inception, the purpose with which it was established, the benefit of the court to the citizens. That is basically all we're going to be looking at on today's Viewpoint. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint. Let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say about the establishment of the special criminal court by the Edo State government.
I think as far as policy on paper goes, it's a great initiative, and it's something I support the concepts and the initiative. In advanced nations of the world, you have different courts for many different, shades of crimes and criminality. And the whole idea is to speed adjudication and ensure that justice quickly gets to the people. But I always have a problem with implementation of good concepts and policies, especially when they are knee-jerk policies that are set up without properly thinking through and factoring in the sustainability quotient. I think that's where we have an issue. So far, it's been a lot of jamboree. We've not been able to get a real framework of any value to say, this is how it's going to run post the governor, for instance. It's just been like a task force instead of an institution. You see, special courts should be integral institution in the state that would outlive the government. So it is to that extent, I don't want to discourage the governor. I just want to advise that he brings in more legal experts, and if possible, understudy advanced nations where these things work. We need special courts. In fact, we need more special courts for related offense. A situation where you are crowding a traffic offender and a felon, somebody who has committed felony in the same courtroom, waiting turns. You have people who committed traffic offense who have been in the police custody for months. For mere traffic offense, just because the courts are crowded, and the judge will keep telling you that he hasn't had time for that case yet and all that, does not go well for us. But if you are going to have to change a system, you don't replace it with another redundancy. You replace it with a functionality that will let people see the value of what you have done. That's on one part. On the part of the kind of punishment that is, proposed, the capital punishment that is proposed, for instance, for kidnappers, I can also understand the exigency of trying to remedy such a, wicked society vice that we have suddenly found, among ourselves in Nigeria. You will recall that until recently, we didn't even have any laws on terrorism and kidnapping in the entire country. Until very recently when our National Assembly had to pass that. So you can understand that such exigency would overwhelm us. But I think that beyond the, as they say it, scratching of our body, according to the offense, by African mythology, beyond that emotional and reaction from passion, which in this place I have not condemned, I think it's okay. But I think we should begin to think of how to convert our, resources, who have been able to convert their human resources to crime and to criminality. I think we should be able to reconvert them to economic uses. So I think that we should turn our criminals to production centers or productive elements, and that is achievable. Much of the waste in government and ostentation, because you see, in dealing with crime, people just look at the crime, but there are ancillary reasons that act as catalysts to crime. If you continue to flaunt your ill-gotten wealth, especially public funds, in the face of young men who have left school and are not getting jobs, it's an incentive to crime. And when you don't deal with those ancillary symptoms, then you are not going to be able to control crime in society. So if government will cut down on its expenditure and its ostentation, I mean, some of the local government chairmen that were imposed by the governor as soon as he came in, the governor went to the market and bought them, SUVs that many would never have dreamt of driving. And better boys on the streets who did better in school and so on and so forth, who did not do those dirty things that they did to become so-called local government chairmen, are still looking for a job. What kind of reaction do you think that such youths are going to react to such situations? So, point I'm making is that if we cut down all of those kind of ostentation and waste by government and channel that money, we could actually be able to put off enough programs and correctional centers where we can, if we arrest these boys as kidnappers, cultists, and whatever, we try and see how we can, persuade them, educate them, retrain them, reorient them against the life they've chosen, and see how we can reintegrate them to a productive society. Because to put all of the blame on the criminals, and I'm very much against criminality and crime, to put all of the blame on criminals in our society is to be unfair to justice and equity. There is too much incentive for crime in the society. So we have to, think through and look beyond these first-hand emotional reactions and say, look, how do we really deal with crime in this society? Let us, first of all, incentivize, crime by spreading our common patrimony to ensure that the society takes care. It is only those who refuse that care. If you go to America and Britain, it is those who refuse to work. The system has provided structure to support their population. It is those who cannot apply themselves that go into crime. So we have not been able to provide any support structure, and we cannot tell that our boys have not applied themselves meaningfully. So rather than just take them and waste them under the hands of bullets and then do that publicly, I'm also against killing people publicly. I don't know if that is part of the overall policy, but the governor mentioned it, that they will be killed here at Ring Road. When you do that, you are going to desensitize people towards violence. People must be allowed to maintain that sensitivity towards violence. If you begin to show youths murder, well, maybe it's not murder now, whatever name you call it, and you begin to kill criminals publicly, it will get to a time it will no longer mean anything to young ones to see life taken or for themselves to take lives. And not to desensitize them. They should still maintain that sensitivity. The firing squad should be done behind closed doors. I am for execution, but after they have refused reorientation.
The courts that had been set up to try kidnapping and cultism is not different from any regular criminal courts. It's a criminal court. And so the rules of court that pertains to the criminal justice system we apply to these particular courts. We already have criminal courts, and we have the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, and we also have rules of court that govern the criminal courts. So it will follow the same pattern. It's not the governor's courts. Speedy trial there will be speedy trial because they really don't have many cases now like any other regular criminal courts. So when kidnapping cases come to them and they have gone through the DPP gamut of proof, check whether there's a prima facie case for them to be prosecuted, it will still go through the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions Office in the Ministry of Justice. Before the Ministry of Justice legal officer, State Council will be the ones to prosecute those cases. And also, we also need the cooperation of lawyers lawyers from the DPP's office and private practitioners to ensure that there's speedy trial, because most of the time it's not the courts that are responsible for civil trials. Lawyers are key persons that are responsible for slow movement of cases in courts. They come with frivolous adjournments, and most of the time the court will just have to indulge them, because without the lawyers, the judge cannot just go and give a judgment just like that. So the problem is the lawyers, and so NBA should advise lawyers not to come with frivolous adjournments, frivolous reasons why their cases should not go on. And the same thing with the government lawyers, the DPP's office. And so the judges are always present in court. If you go to court, there's no day that the judges do not come to court. It's only on few reasons, maybe on the head grounds. But the problem is the lawyers. So we look at it like this, that the judges' courts are available to receive information from the Ministry of Justice saying that this person has committed a crime, and it is left for the lawyers to ensure speedy trials, because the judges are always available. And so when these judges have heard this case, they will naturally give judgments. And so we expect speedy trials and lawyers to ensure that they do not be a cog in the wheels of justice.
Assessing the special court, to me, is still still at its infant stage, being that it was just created a couple of weeks ago. One cannot give a definitive assessment, but giving a preliminary assessment of what it has achieved so far or what it tends to achieve, I could say the state governments have done well, and for the chief judge of Edo State to had swiftly set up the court. And we saw recently that the alleged kidnappers that were arrested were tried in that special court. I would say kudos to the Edo State government. One cannot say whether it has achieved its aim, but the process is on. Like I said previously, that the court has its own procedural processes. What we saw in the last sitting of that special court, that the alleged kidnappers was before the court and they all pleaded not guilty, despite the fact that they had previously confessed to the crime, even on media. But they have the right to either plead guilty or accept the crime as being alleged. But as a procedural processes, when a suspect or a defendant before a court plead not guilty to a crime, the court will refer to Department of Public Prosecution for advice. That is why I said earlier that the 2 ways are said by the governor. It is not feasible for the court to hear a criminal case and dispense judgment within 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes days or weeks or months for the DPP to look into the issue and advise whether the accused persons have case to answer or not. We are monitoring keenly the activities and the processes of this special court. As civil rights activists, like I said, we are more concerned about the fundamental right of citizens. We wouldn't want a situation whereby the process will be abused by the state actors. We wouldn't want innocent citizens to be victimized by that special court, because we have seen recently that even the police and security agencies will now arrest innocent citizens and threaten them to either part way with money or they will be charged to that special court. That is what is trending. But in all, we will ensure that we work in synergy with the government and the judiciary to ensure that the special court that is set up to try the alleged kidnappers, cultists, and terrorists achieve its aim without abusing the process.
Special court means courts that have been set up or tribunals that have been set up to handle specific matters or issues of concern that are specific or peculiar to certain issues. this is not the first of its kind in the country and also in Edo State. Before, you can see special court like the robbery tribunal that was set up in 1970, yes, to try robbery cases so that they can be treated expediently. So the special court is a step in the right direction. Now, these courts have been constituted by Edo State to fight robbery, cultism, and kidnapping. Yes, and these are peculiar matters. Now, a leader is not someone that has the highest qualifications, but however, somebody that can identify a problem relating to a particular set of people and also do everything possible to solve it. Security issue has been a major problem in Edo State from time immemorial. There are a lot of places I can mention in Benin where this issue of cultism and kidnapping were very rampant until our governor, in his magnanimity, decided to set up this court, which was approved by the Chief Justice of Edo State, Honorable Chief Justice Daniel Okumbowa. Now, this court is situated at the High Court of Benin, and this court is just like every other normal court. But what is the difference? Just like you have the Election Petition Tribunal, that where matters or electoral matters are treated very quickly, expediently, with full speed, so as to be able to get the results on time. That is the same thing that is also ongoing in this special court, so that issues of cultism and kidnapping can be treated with enough speed, and the perpetrators of this act can be brought to book. This court can handle matters, let's say, in 6 months, 3 months, depends on the factors that are involved, and judgment to be given. The judges that are sitting over this court are judges that have been carefully chosen, who have a lot of experience in cultism and kidnapping and matters that are related thereto. So this court is something that is applaudable. And on the issue whether this court can actually be abused later on, it is simple. The laws that set up these special courts are also the laws that also regulate the normal high courts. The only difference is the time frame for these matters to be handled and settled, which is the Criminal Code and the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Now, this court also runs with the rule of natural justice, equity, and good conscience. This court also runs with fair hearing. It's not like, oh, a criminal is just carried there and at the end of the day he's tried and is convicted. No, the same processes will be followed. Everything that ought to be done in a normal court will be done. And if these people are found wanting, they will be brought to book. So they are working and proper investigations are being carried out to make sure that these criminals are apprehended. Why? For the safekeeping. Okay, what is the primary responsibility of a government? It is the protection of life and properties. Yes, if a government cannot protect the life and properties of the citizen, that government has failed.
This special court to try criminal matters relating to kidnapping and cultism. So nobody is happy when he's kidnapped. And nobody is happy with the monstrous, the satanic activity of correlated killings. It was about two years precisely. Yes, 2 years precisely. This was where a young man was killed. You understand that created unnecessary tension and panic in this area. Yes, with the creation or establishment of these special criminal courts, if we are sincere with ourselves, we should tell ourselves the truth that court-related killings has reduced drastically, and even the activities of kidnapping has even reduced drastically. Yes, what I am pessimistic about is the issue that the police is now taking undue advantage to even plant fears in the mind of the people to further extort them. That this creation of special courts, if if you don't cooperate with us, we'll charge you there, and you know that the governor is interested in the matter. You understand? The suspect will just go and look for money one way or the other to settle his way out. That is not the philosophy of the creation or the establishment of the special criminal courts. The courts was established to try matters related to kidnapping and court-related killings, and it should not be an issue that will not give impetus to security agencies to extort the people. For me, we have experienced it. We are not happy. Yes, that is why all hands must be on deck to support the administration of Senator Monday Bevolo to ensure that real kidnappers, yes, are arraigned or are charged to that special criminal court, and real confessed courtists are charged to this special criminal court that will send further signal to people, to kidnappers, that those states is no longer comfortable. It will send signal to courtists that those states is no longer conducive for the activities of courtesan or court-related activities.
Well, first of all, let's commend the governor for doing what he thinks is necessary to checkmate insecurity in this state. Because before he came in, the situation was very bad, and the insecurity level in this country was almost, in this state in particular, was almost unbearable. People were just being killed and slaughtered like as if they didn't matter. So he has done a lot to checkmate insecurity, but there's still more to be done. I think that is why he has brought in the special court, so that in addition to arresting these persons, as soon as they are arrested, they should be given justice as demanded by law. We shouldn't just go and put them in the cell, because what we used to have is you just arrest somebody, go and put him in detention. After a while, maybe you get remand. Maybe if you are lucky, after a year he is out. Sometimes many things happen. The person, you just see him back in the society. So that is what the governor wanted to checkmate, or wants to checkmate. That's why he has brought in this special court, so that it will not just be a case of we arrested them, oh, we stopped them yesterday. It will be a case of we put an end to it. That is why he brought in this special court. And one way to do it is by giving swift justice. That's where the special court now come in. The special court is a court that it does not listen to adjournments anyhow. You come to court today, the next time you are coming is October, the next one will be March next year. So that has aided the injustice in this country. I also helped a lot of accused persons to get away with criminality. You are doing a criminal case. There's one criminal case I am doing now. It's 4 years, exactly 4 years. So it doesn't make sense. And criminal matters should not be delayed that much. Criminal matters are matters that by nature, investigation has been done. You have come to a conclusion on where things stand. You already have an idea of where everybody is standing. Just go ahead and do the case. Now the question is, what has been the impact of the special court? I would say it has helped, and I will tell you why I say it has helped. We were here when they did the July 7/7. We used to know what 7/7 used to be in this state. This state particular, they used to see those days as special days that people can do and undo, anything can go on. But it's no longer so. Now everybody is now, even the man who is the courtist will now tell you, come, I not be courtist too. He is avoiding the special court. He knows that if he's arrested today, tomorrow morning, he can be in court for trial. So he's avoiding it. I am aware that these people who were caught at the vegetable market for kidnapping that day, they have also been taken to that court, and their case has been sent to DPP for advice, and swift advice is also to be expected from the DPP's office, so that these people will not just go and stay in detention 3-6 months when nobody is looking, then they are released and they are sent back to society. No, special court is there to give you sharp justice. If you commit today, tomorrow you may be facing court. In another 1 month time, we may be hearing your judgment. So people are now more careful. However, there are some areas we need to also watch out for. The area of police now using special court to extort people is getting on the rise. That's where I feel people like the NBA, human rights organizations, need to wake up. Before any small thing that happens now, before you even argue with policemen, they will tell you, if you do anything now, we'll change this case for you. We'll change it for you. You'll see yourself in special court. a matter that does not involve special court, they will find a way to wrap it up, and before you know, they are arresting you for cultism. No evidence of the cultism. They are arresting you for kidnapping. No evidence of the kidnapping. Just to harass, intimidate, and threaten people. Matters that should go to special court should actually be matters that have gone through police to the DPP's office. It shouldn't even come from police to the special court. It should be through the police to the DPP's office. The DPP has screened it. It is the DPP that is going to try the person, not the police. It is the DPP that knows, is there any evidence that I can use to convict this person if I go to special court? Not for police to just from their office take somebody to special court. So I think we need to checkmate that part. We should remove the power of police completely from the special court. Because police, that we know, we know where we are coming from, we know those who we are. A policeman will tell you to your face, I know you didn't commit any offense. I know you didn't commit any offense. You will still be there another 1 month because you have not done what you are supposed to do. I have said it, not like I was told. All matters go through DPP. Then the DPP, of course, DPP is a staff of the state government, direct staff. Unlike the police, that is not a staff of the state government. The DPP is a direct staff. He answers to the governor. The governor can call him to certain matters. So he can now work within the mandate of law because he knows what the law. DPP is a man who studied law and he has gravitated through the rigors of criminal justice to get to that office. He didn't just wake up suddenly and was made DPP. He has grown in the ranks. So when you now say, oh, this person is DPP, he has the ability to look at the file and say, this file is a file for special court. This one is not for special court. So that's one area I feel we should be very careful with. We shouldn't allow the special courts to become the tool for the police to extort our young boys. That's what it has become suddenly, but we should checkmate that one and ensure that on our own part, we keep the society safe from these kidnappers and cultists. Finally, before I leave you, let me just add this one. Cultism and kidnapping, they are offenses that are based on evidence. They are not offenses that are based on hearsay. Because of the serious nature of those offenses, we should not just be police should be. It has come to a point where we should bar police from arresting people from hearsay when it comes to cultism and kidnapping. Once somebody say, I know that my neighbor, somebody that you and I we have issue. You insulted my wife, I insulted your wife. I will not go and report that you are a cultist. The police should not make any arrests.
Having heard what some legal practitioners and some activists and citizens had to say about the establishment of the special criminal courts by the Edo State Administration, while some are still applauding the administration for establishing the court, some are still saying that the purpose with which the court was actually established should not be abused and security agencies shouldn't use that as an opportunity to intimidate and exploit citizens of their rights. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
In the headlines, Governor Adeleke heads to court as EFCC freezes state accounts. Wiki Ribas Keke Okada from Abuja City Center. Take It Back movement alleges attack on protesters, journalists during Lagos demonstration. Edo Special Police Unit ends bush clearing operation to take fight to den of bandits. Plus, the Special Criminal Court in Benin closes hearing in case of alleged open-day kidnapping. And a warm welcome to the news on Independent Television. I am Morgan Peter, presenting from Abuja Broadcast Studio. My colleague at the main network studio is Aruba Studio. Hi, welcome aboard.
Hello, Victor. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Welcome. And at Lagos Network Studio, I have Ms. Lina Umkor. Hi, Lina. Good evening, and many thanks indeed for joining me on this presentation.
Beautiful evening, Victor, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you ladies too. Don't forget, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioenglish.com. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio. Nothing to do with digital. The Osun State government has commenced legal action against the International Crimes Commission (EFCC) following the freezing of its bank accounts. The Osun State government also described the EFCC move as unlawful and capable of disrupting government operations. The State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Oluwole Jimmy Bada announced on Wednesday that Governor Ademola Adeleke directed him to institute proceedings before the Federal High Court to challenge the anti-graft agency's action. Jimmy Bada disclosed that the state government received information that the EFCC had issued a post-no-debit directive to First Bank where several government accounts are maintained, effectively restricting transactions on the account. He maintained that although the EFCC possesses the authority to investigate financial transactions, it does not have the power to freeze a state government account without first obtaining a court order. According to the Attorney General, the restriction on the account could significantly affect the day-to-day administration of government and the delivery of public services across the state. And from there to Kwara State, where we hear that the Kwara State government on Wednesday announced that victims abducted during the February 3rd, 2026 attack on Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area had regained their freedom. The development was announced on Wednesday in a post on the official Facebook page of the Kwara State government, months after 176 victims were abducted. The victims were kidnapped when suspected Boko Haram-linked extremists invaded the rural communities of Woro and Nuku on motorcycles, launching a coordinated assault that reportedly lasted several hours. The attack, regarded as one of the deadliest in Kwara State's history, reportedly claimed more than 200 lives, left several others injured, destroyed homes and businesses, and forced many residents to flee. Local vigilantes who attempted to repel the attackers were reportedly overwhelmed, with some allegedly trapped and burnt inside their office. Further details on the circumstances surrounding the victims' release were not immediately available as of the time of filing this report. And back here in the Federal Capital Territory, we hear that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has declared that commercial tricycles, popularly known as KK Napep, and motorcycles Okada will not be permitted to operate within the Abuja city center, citing growing security concerns. Wike disclosed that he had already signed the necessary approval following a recent FCT Security Council meeting where members resolved that stricter measures are needed to address the situation. FCT correspondent Joy Iguchi Hakina was there in our report.
Speaking during his monthly media chat in Abuja, Wike says the activities of commercial tricycle and motorcycle operators is not only a public nuisance, but also a serious security threat to residents of the nation's capital. The minister says security agencies have been directed to identify and designate areas where Keke Napep and Okada operations will be prohibited.
For issue of security, it has become a threat. From our security reports, bandits, they don't act without using motorcycles. So it's the problem. And so I've told the security to map out areas where we do not need the Keke Napep and the motorcycle. But it will be difficult for you to ban them in the entire Abuja. Particularly, it is necessary within the city not to allow Keke Napep and the Okada. So they are working that out. It just been approval for to release some logistics. Even the destitute beggars all over the places. And each time we take them out, they come in again.
Wike maintains that the FCT administration will continue to implement policies aimed at improving security, orderliness, and the overall image of the nation's capital. From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hakina, ITV News.
Debate from the nation's capital. Let's take you back now to Benin Broadcast Studio for more reports. Anu, is over to you.
Many thanks, Victor. In Edo State, where the defense has closed its case in the trial of 4 men accused of involvement in the alleged kidnapping at the vegetable market along Airport Road, Benin City on June 14, 2026. The defendants, Marvelous Isaac, Wisdom Michael, Rufus Michael, and Gift Raphael, are standing trial before the Special Criminal Court on an 11-count charge bordering on alleged kidnapping, cultism, armed robbery, and unlawful possession of firearms. The Special Criminal Court was established by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungboa, following a directive by the Governor, Senator Mondo Kwegbulu, to ensure the speedy prosecution of kidnapping and cult-related offenses in the state. Patience Usaragiwa tells us more.
Hearing before Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona at the Federal High Court premises on Saple Road, Benin City, the second and third defendants, Wisdom Michael and Rufus Emete Michael, adopted their sworn statements through their counsel, Barrister Amechi Nwozo. During cross-examination, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Roland Otaru, SAN, who is leading the prosecution, confronted the defendants with several exhibits relating to the alleged offenses. However, both defendants denied the allegations and the exhibits tendered against them. Counsel to the fourth defendants, Barrister Phyllis Imasuen, requested additional time to adequately prepare his client's defense. The application was granted by the court. Following the announcement by the defense that the hearing in the case has been closed for the first, second, and third defendants, Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona adjourned the matter to August 7, 2026 for continuation. Counsels to the prosecution and defense speak.
We are going on very well with the trial. We called several witnesses. They are now calling the defendants to give their evidence. And so the trial is going on very well. And I also have to commend the Edo State Judiciary for the proactive step taken in ensuring that these cases are heard expeditiously.
We have closed our case for the day. It's now for the third defendant to open her case. And hopefully, after the third defendant has opened her case, we'll come back to file our final written address and adopt our final written address.
We are ministers in the temple of justice. Everybody must be given an opportunity to be heard and to defend her position.
It is the expectations of members of the public that there will be a quick dispensation of justice in this case. From the High Court premises here in Benin City, I am Patience
Osaogiwa, ITV News.
The SMA of Benin and Honorary Romanian Consul to Edo and Delta States, His Excellency, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, on Wednesday added another feather to his tall list of honors as the League of Edo State Women Lawyers conferred on him the Grand Patron of the body in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the development of the legal profession. Pius Usoga reports that the League, under the leadership of Mrs. Bridget Imwitianusa Igwodala, Esquire, presented the award during a courtesy visit to the SMA Benin at his Okada country home residence. The visit also provided an opportunity to formally introduce its newly inaugurated executives to the patriarch of the House of Igbenedion.
Leader of the Forum of Women Lawyers, Benin Branch, Mrs. Bridget Imotian Igwodola, Esquire, said the SMA's philanthropy and contributions to the development of society is equal to none. She said the women lawyers are glad to be associated with him and prayed for continued good health, wisdom, and many more years of impactful service to humanity.
We have always wanted to come and see you, Daddy, because we know that you are a great man, a great pillar in Edo State. And we have seen all your good works. You take everybody as your children.
The delegation also extended warm goodwill messages ahead of the SMA's forthcoming birthday celebration in September. A highlight of the visit was the presentation of a beautifully crafted portrait of the SMA as a symbol of the forum's admiration and appreciation for his enduring legacies.
You are a father of inestimable value. Daddy, we love you. Daddy, we love you.
Responding, the Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion and SMA of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, expressed heartfelt appreciation to the women lawyers for the honor and thoughtful visit. He commended the forum for its commitment to promoting excellence, leadership, and service within the legal profession, while encouraging members to remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice and nation building. The SMA of Benin warmly hosted the august visitors to a lavish reception which reflected the House of Igbenedion's renowned hospitality. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories where the Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to partnering with credible educational organizations to strengthen the state education sector. Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, gave the assurance when he received the newly elected executives of the Association for Formidable Education Development, Edo State Chapter, on a courtesy visit to Government House, Benin City. Deborah Agwefu has more.
State Controller of AFED, Oladile Ogundele, said the visit was to formally introduce the association new executive to the state government and seek stronger collaboration. He explained that AFED complements government efforts by promoting accessible, affordable and quality education across the state. Ogundele appealed for government support, including the provision of a utility bus to enhance the association's outreach and operations.
We also solicit your support in strengthening collaboration between AFED and the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. Such collaboration will enhance policy implementation, education for every child in Edo.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, congratulated the new executive and commended the association for its contributions to the educational development. He assured the delegation that the Senator Monday Okpewolo-led administration remains committed to working with stakeholders to improve the quality of education. He also promised to present the association's request to the governor for consideration.
Thank you for the sacrifices you are making in ensuring that we have a collaboration between the state government and your association in providing quality education for our students.
In a related development, the Deputy Governor received members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by Prince Roland Igbeneghu, popularly known as Akabaman. The delegation informed him of plans to organize an event to honor and requested the use of the Sir Victor Waifo Creative Hub as a venue for the program. Right Honorable Idahosa praised the initiative, assured the forum that its request will receive due consideration subject to availability of the facility.
I want to thank you for remembering those our legends, the likes of Sonny Okosun, Bosula, Saromore Joseph, and the list goes on.
In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Independent television and radio has been praised for its enduring contributions to the promotion and preservation of Edo music, as well as its consistent support for artists whose talents helped shape the state entertainment industry. The commendation came when members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by its chairman, Prince Roland Igbeneghu, paid a courtesy visit to the management of independent television and radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road, Benin City. The visit was aimed at seeking the station's partnership and support for a musical concert planned to celebrate the lives and legacies of Edo music legends. Afure Aneta reports.
Speaking during the visit, Chairman of the Edo Music Elders Forum, Prince Roland Igbeneghu, said the proposed concert is intended to honor the pioneers of Edo music whose contributions laid the foundation for the state-rich musical heritage.
Try to celebrate our past immense musicians. So in doing that, we must carry you around. Persons like Sir Victor Waifo, Okosun, and most of them, they are among the list of the demands in some way we are going to celebrate.
We know the role ITV has played as far as music is concerned. Ask our young musicians to show interest and voluntarily come and perform any of these musicians' music live on the 28th.
Responding, the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, described the initiative as timely and commendable, noting that recognizing the achievements of Edo music legends is vital to preserving the state cultural heritage. He assured the delegation of the station's support and commitment to giving the event adequate publicity.
It's a thing of honor to talk about our legends. Now we want to celebrate those that are gone. And why in front of us are those that are alive. I'm surprised to hear that this is the mark of Mochikobe. So if we have this opportunity to give back, I don't see any reason why those of us in ITV will not support events of this nature.
Present at the meeting were the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Director of Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogo, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Egosa Agbonlaho, and other members of the station's management team. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
In the meantime, after 6 weeks of sustained bush clearance operations along the Benin-Lagos Expressway and adjoining communities, men of the Police Mobile Force, PMF, have concluded a special operation aimed at flushing out suspected kidnappers and other criminal elements from identified flashpoints in Edo State. The operation, which is being sustained through a takeover by other PMF personnel, is part of efforts to deny criminals access to bush routes, often used as hideouts and operational bases. Afure Aneta takes it from here.
A special clearance operation which commenced 6 weeks ago ended at Igbo Saige community along the Benin-Lagos Expressway, where personnel of Squadron 5 PMF Benin and Squadron 82 Urum Uromi carried out a final inspection of the area. Operating under difficult weather conditions, the personnel combed the identified flashpoints with the aid of surveillance drone as part of efforts to flush out suspected kidnappers and secure the expressway and adjoining communities. Speaking after the operation, commanding officers Squadron 5 PMF Benin and 82 Uromi, ACP Olayinka Zahid described the exercise as challenging but successful. He said the operation was strategically planned in view of the use of bush routes by criminal elements, sending a clear message that Edo State is not safe for kidnappers and bandits.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Rilwan Olatunji Disu, through our AIG Mopo, AIG Francis Udu, the AIG Zone 5, Monday Bonica, they strategize that this clearance of the bush must be done. Best form of defense is attack. This is just one of the flashpoints. We are over 20 within from this Benin Expressway. All the adjoining villages, we have come everywhere.
ACP Zahid explained that although his team was pulling out after 6 weeks, another PMF group would take over the operation to sustain the clearance exercise. According to him, the objective is to continue taking the fight to criminal elements while protecting residents and motorists along the Benin-Lagos Expressway and adjoining communities.
The VCRU team came with their drones to identify a particular place, and it was a very successful operation. These are things we are doing for Nigerians to keep them safe. What we need is intelligence from them. The era of saying if you give police intelligence or information, they will betray you. No, we'll be here until the state becomes safe.
From Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
Away from that now to Delta State, where the Delta State Police Command has arrested a 26-year-old suspected human trafficker, AZ Betty, and rescued a 25-year-old victim who was allegedly lured to Ivory Coast under false pretense. The public relations officer, Delta State Command, SP Edafe Bright, told journalists in Warri, says the arrest follows a petition that suspects AZ deceived the victim with the promise of learning a hairdressing trade in Ivory Coast. Edafe revealed that upon the victim's arrival in the foreign country, she was allegedly forced into prostitution, which prompted the police acting swiftly on the petition, and the operatives of Area Command Ephraim arrested the suspect and later confessed her involvement in trafficking the victim and other young woman in her 20s to Ivory Coast, where they were handed over to a woman identified as Madame Purity. The police said the sustained investigative efforts and collaboration, the 25-year-old victim was successfully rescued and returned to Nigeria and has been reunited with her family, and she is receiving medical attention while efforts are ongoing to ensure the safe return of the second victim. The Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, CP Yemi Oyeni, commended the officers' involvement in the operation and reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating human trafficking and other forms of organized crime, and urged members of the public to remain vigilant and to promptly report suspicious recruitment scheme activities of traffickers to the police.
Beautiful report from our Benin Network studio, and I was going to ask, when will the bush clearance operation be replicated in other states that are notorious for banditry and terrorism? We hope soon. Well, you're still watching independent television. It's about time we take you to Lagos, where Messelina Nkwo is waiting to give us some reports from there.
Many thanks, Victor. And right here in Lagos State, some members of the Take It Back movement have alleged that they were attacked by suspected thugs during a peaceful protest held in Maryland area of Lagos State to mark the Day of Revolution Now campaign. The protesters also claimed that the incident occurred in the presence of security personnel, alleging that the attackers operated without being stopped. Said the demonstration was organized to remind Nigerians of the objective, the formation of the movement, and to draw attention to what they described as the country's main social challenges. They alleged that the peaceful gathering was disrupted when the thugs attacked protesters and some journalists covering the event. The protesters noted that the number of the concerns were raised 7 years ago remain unsolved, while new economic difficulties have emerged. They added that although fuel subsidy removal was not one of the movement's demands in 2019 because the subsidy was still in place, it has now become one of the major issues affecting Nigerians. A Lagos-based lawyer, Bola Oluwatosin, also called for the protections of citizens' constitutions to peace, assembly, and freedom of expression.
Lawlessness, where constitutionally empowered institution, that is the Nigerian police, and the government expected to not just secure the lives of Nigerian citizens, but to also see to it that we have a continued existence, have decided to disrupt a peaceful demonstration by the Nigerian people, led by the Take It Back movement. And the Take It Back persons, organization members have gathered this morning to express their displeasure as to the lawlessness that is going on here, as to the fact that the government is constitutionally sanctioned with the lives of Section 14 of the Constitution, but they have incurably failed in this regard, and Nigerians have expressed their displeasure, and they have
efforts to obtain the rest of Lagos State Police Command were unsuccessful, as a police relation officer, SP Abimbola Adebisi, could not be reached at the time this report was filed. Now, the Lagos State Command has arrested 2 suspected armed robbers and recovered a locally made cut-to-size gun along with 3 live cartridges during a routine crime prevention patrol in Odungoya area of the state. According to the Lagos State Police Command, the suspects were apprehended in a collaboration with members of the local vigilante group. Police operatives on patrol intercepted the 2 men carrying a handbag. The suspect reported attempted to flee on sight in the crime, but was swiftly arrested. A search of the handbag led to recovery of a locally made size Dane gun and 3 live cartridges. The police said that are currently in custody and are assisting investigators with ongoing inquiries. Will be charged upon the conclusion of the Lagos State Police Command reaffirmed its commitment to sustain intelligence-driven policing and strengthening collaborations with local communities. Crime rate.
The former national president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, Reverend Felix Omobude, has led a delegation of Pentecostal leaders in Edo State on a condolence visit to the Catholic Archbishop, Diocese of Benin, following the passing of Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubureze. Oluwafemi Fariola reports.
Reverend Felix Omobude led Pentecostal leaders, including the Edo State PFN chairman, Evangelist Margaret Agmonifo, and Bishop Oyonude Oriamekure, to visit the residence of the late Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubeze in Benin City to sympathize with the Catholic Church and its faithful. Speaking during the visit, Reverend Omobude said the delegation came on behalf of the Pentecostal family in Edo State and across Nigeria to express heartfelt condolences over the loss of a respected church leader. He described the late Archbishop Akubeze as a peaceful, insightful, and dependable leader whose contributions to the church and society were remarkable. Reverend Omobude recalled the Archbishop's wise counsel on issues affecting the state, noting that his commitment to service and exemplary leadership would remain a lasting legacy.
We are thankful to God that He gave him to us for the amazing and wonderful, dedicated service that he rendered on behalf of all the Pentecostal family. We stand with the Catholic faithfuls.
Receiving the delegation, the Apostolic Administrator of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin City, Right Reverend Donatus Ogunosa, expressed appreciation for the visit and described the late Archbishop as a father to all, whose life was dedicated to the service of God and humanity.
He was
was father to all, without exemption, without discrimination. The good thing we preach is whatever good people say about a person is already a recommendation to heaven.
Also present were the Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin City, Very Reverend Father Mike Oyanuafo, and the Rector of the Catholic Intercessory Prayer Ministry, Reverend Father Alfred Agbolaon. Oluwafemi Fadayola, ITV News.
Moving on, Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to promoting youth development through sport, describing athletics as a vital tool for empowering young people and showcasing the state talent on the global stage. Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, gave the assurance during a visit to the training camp of Edo Queens Football Club at Utagma, Benin City, where the team is preparing for the West Africa Football Union Zone B Women's Champions League quarterfinal in Burkina Faso. Deborah Befu has the details.
The Deputy Governor joined the players during a training session, interacting with the team as preparations intensify ahead of the games. In a display of sportsmanship, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa took part in the training exercise, delighting players and officials with his football skills. He scored from open play and also converted a penalty, drawing cheers from members of the team. Addressing the players, the Deputy Governor commended their hard work, discipline and determination, assuring them of the state's government's continued support.
I took my time today to train with you in this concentration camp, and I want to attest, Mr. Chairman and the officials, that these girls are fantastic. I want to assure you that the promises of the Edo State government, led by distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, is still intact.
Chairman of the Edo State Sports Commission, Desmond Inabulele, appreciated the Deputy Governor for visiting the camp and boosting the team's morale. He expressed confidence in the players' ability to successfully defend their title.
What we are doing here today, it's a proper training program to prepare us very well to go to Burkina Faso. We want to appreciate you for coming today, for being a part of this.
Captain of Edo Queens Football Club, Deborah Odiagbe, thanks the Deputy Governor for the encouragement and support, assuring him that the team remains focused and determined to make Edo proud.
We went to Wafubi 2024, we did it, we won it, and this time around that we are going, I'm assuring you that we are going there to win the trophy, get the tickets for the main CAF. This is the promise. All of us here, we are going with one surname, and that is Edo Queens. We are going to make Edo State proud.
In Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
The West African Examination Council has released the results of the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for school candidates. WAEC announced the release in a post on its official handle on Wednesday. Candidates are required to first generate a personal identification number and a serial number on the WAEC website before accessing their results on the result check-in portal. The process typically involves providing the examination number and national identification number used during registration, along with contact details for OTP verification. Approximately 1.96 million candidates from more than 24,200 secondary schools across Nigeria sat for the examination, which ran from April 21st to June 9th, 2026. Well, thanks a lot for staying with us. Still on the news, women have been encouraged to remain steadfast in their faith and keep their focus on Jesus Christ in order to make meaningful contributions to their families, churches, workplaces, and the society. The charge was the highlight of the Christian Women Fellowship International annual convention held under the theme Focus on Christ to Make Greater Impact. The convention brought together members from different states for a time of worship, fellowship, and spiritual renewal. Adeze Mbe reports that Archbishop Margaret Idahosa was present at the event. The report is presented by Patience Risaragua.
Participants from across the country converged on the convention venue for the annual gathering, which featured prayers, Bible teachings, and messages aimed at strengthening the faith of Christian women. Delivering the keynote address, the national president, CWFI, Reverend Mrs. Julie Ahimie, urged women to remain focused on Christ, stressing that a life rooted in faith enables them to make lasting positive impacts wherever they find themselves. She encouraged participants to take advantage of the convention to deepen their relationship with God.
Women are expected not only to be impacted spiritually, physically, emotionally, socially, in every walk of life. And when we're talking about impact, we're referring to very positive impacts.
The organizer and public relations officer, Pastor Mrs. Monisola Obasa of the Christian Women Fellowship International, described the convention as an opportunity for spiritual growth and unity among members. She expressed confidence that the theme of the convention will inspire participants to become more effective in Christian service.
Women believe that this is their Shiloh. It's once in 2 years, and when they are coming, they should put an offering on the altar.
Also speaking, the National Secretary, Professor Faustina Idu, the Vice President, Reverend Inenna, and other members said the convention had strengthened their faith and renewed their commitment to Christian living.
When we put our trust in God, when we rely on Him and, give our lives totally to Him, then we remain focused.
We are gathering here for us to equip ourselves, rejuvenate ourselves, to go and touch humanity.
The convention featured the presentation of gifts as a symbol of unity, thanksgiving, and renewed dedication to God's work. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
President Bola Tinubu has approved salary increases of between 30% and 80% for Nigeria's armed forces personnel. The pay package that will benefit approximately 250,000 personnel is to take effect from September 1st, 2026. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, disclosed this in a statement signed on Tuesday. Onanuga said the graduated structure of the increase scales inversely with rank and with highest percentage increases going to the most junior personnel. Under the new arrangement, he said officers above the rank of colonel, brigadier general, major generals, lieutenant generals, and generals will receive a 30% salaries increase. Personnel ranking from colonel down to warrant officer will receive a 50% increase, while those from private to staff sergeant will receive an 80% increase. The pay package will raise the annual salary bill for the armed forces from 660 billion naira to 924 billion naira, and an increase of 264 billion naira. The president linked the pay rise directly to the sacrifices personnel continue to make in the fight against banditry, kidnapping, and terrorism across parts of the country. According to reports, 21 persons have been killed while 37 others were abducted as heavily armed terrorists launched an attack on Teshmaye community in Sambo Biri local government area of Sokoto State. The report says the attack left 2 homes burnt, livestock stolen, and the entire community deserted. Last week, terrorists also attacked the same community, killing 8 residents, including 3 worshippers inside a mosque, highlighting the worsening insecurity in Sambo Biri local government area of the state. The spokesperson of Sokoto State Police Command, Hamed Rafai, confirmed the attacks, saying additional security personnel had been deployed to restore peace and prevent further attacks in the affected communities. Sambo Biri remains one of the worst hit local government areas in Sokoto State and the wider Northwest, where armed groups have continued to carry out deadly attacks, mass abductions, and widespread displacement despite ongoing security operations. The Nigeria Immigration Service has dismantled an alleged transnational human trafficking and fraudulent recruitment syndicate operating in Lagos State and arrested 12 foreigners linked to the operation. The Comptroller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, through the Service Public Relations Officer, DCI as Akelabi, in a statement issued, stated that 2 Liberian victims were also rescued in the operation. According to the statement, the operation followed actionable intelligence on the activities of the syndicates which allegedly lured foreign nationals into Nigeria with false promises of employment and business opportunities under the guise of the Ignite network. The service identified the alleged syndicate leader as Atwara Adama, a Burkinabe national who was arrested alongside 11 suspected accomplices, comprising 8 Liberians and 3 Cameroons. The Immigration Service described the QNET Ignite network as a transnational organized crime syndicate allegedly involved in fraudulent employment and business schemes used to facilitate irregular migration. Now, according to the service, the group's activities extend beyond Nigeria, with investigations indicating links to a wider cross-border criminal network. In business news, 2 major aviation unions have declared that they are prepared to commence the picketing of airlines accused of withholding billions of naira in statutory ticket sales charges, warning that the action could begin any time from now. The threat follows the expiration of a 7-day ultimatum issued to the affected airlines on the 3rd of August 2026, after an earlier 14-day notice failed to produce the desired response. The airlines made the latest stance known through a statement jointly signed by the General Secretary of Airport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Francisca Akinjole, and the Deputy General Secretary of National Union of Air Transport Employees, Odinaka Ibukwe. According to the unions, the airlines have been collecting statutory levies from passengers for government aviation agencies without remitting them in line with legal requirements. After the expiration of 2 warning dates, the airline operators of Nigeria said they have no transactional relationship with the unions, warning that any form of picketing of their business will have dire consequences. The operators added that they would ordinarily not respond to what they described as misinformed threats, but mounting concerns from passengers over the fate of their travel plans made it necessary to clarify their position. The Nigeria Police Force has reaffirmed its commitment to due process, institutional discipline, and the rule of law amid a controversy surrounding social media influencer Martins Ates, popularly known as Very Dark Man, and the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, Lagos, AIG Moshood Jimoh. In a statement, the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Ani Iniedu, said the criminal matter, referenced in recent public comments by Very Dark Man, had been investigated and was already before a court following legal advice from the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. The police stressed that since the case was before a court of competent jurisdiction, its determination rested solely with the judiciary. The police, however, disclosed that the Assistant Inspector General of Police, in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department, had invited AIG Jimoh for questioning over the allegation raised against him. According to the statement, the Force Criminal Investigation Department in Abuja also issued a formal invitation to Very Dark Man on July 30th, 2026, requesting that he appear before investigators to substantiate the allegations he made publicly. The police said the move demonstrated its resolve to investigate all credible allegations of misconduct, irrespective of the rank of the officer involved or the status of the complaint. Outside Nigeria, where a Russian ballistic missile attack on the region surrounding Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, has killed at least 14 people and injured 27. Kyiv's military administration said 7 sites had come under attack and the assault that began after midnight. Air raid alert for Kyiv remained in place for more than an hour. The city mayor, Velet Koch, said one warehouse building had been destroyed near the city center, and rescue teams had pulled 2 people from the ruins. He added that several other warehouses were also damaged in the attack. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said a lack of ballistic missile interceptors only encourages Russia to launch such attacks that take human lives. Ukraine has in recent months urged its allies to give more supplies of U.S.-made Patriot missile interceptors to protect its airspace against Russian ballistic attacks. United Nations human rights monitors have voiced concern about the rising number of civilian casualties, which have reached their highest level since Russia's full-scale invasion of its neighbor in February 2022.
Goalkeeper Lawani Clinton emerged as the hero as Nigerian Flying Eagles secure a place in the finals of the WAFU Beyond the 20 Championship after defeating host Cote d'Ivoire 4-3 on penalties. The thrilling semi-final finished 2-2 after extra time, forcing the contest into a penalty shootout. Cote d'Ivoire made a bright start and deservedly took the lead in the 18th minute. Nigeria fought back after the break, with captain Abila Simon heading home the equalizer in the 68th minute. It was the first goal the host had conceded in the tournament. The Flying Eagle then went in front for the first time when Abubakar Aliu found the back of the net in the first half of extra time. However, the Ivorians struck deep into added time to level the score at 2-2 and send the tie into penalties. Simon missed Nigeria's second spot kick, but Lawani produced 2 crucial saves in the shootout to seal a 4-3 victory and send the Flying Eagles into the finals. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
Wow!
It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀yọ̀bá sọ́kè ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dọ̀yẹ̀ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. I am Wilson Omasho. Well, today on International Forum, we are delving into what is happening right now between U.S. and, of course, Iran. Thank goodness there seems to be like a pause in hostilities. Remember, in quote, pause right now. Just hold on for a while because anything can happen. Remember when they had the agreement of ending hostilities, putting a permanent stop to the war. People are skeptical about it, saying, how is it going to happen? Day 1, day 2, day 3, nothing happened. All of a sudden, it started all over again. Here we are, the way forward. What do you think should be done so that all this bombardment, all this killing, all this harassment of ships through the Strait of Hormuz will come to an end, thereby stabilizing energy prices? All these and more will take a look at today's edition of International Forum. With me here in the studio, I have a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Emmanuel Obakwalo. Barrister, thank you so much for being here with me. It's a delight. But it's like it's been a while since you've been on the International Forum platform, you know. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. And of course, I have Professor Anthony Ijirore. Prof, thank you so much for making our time to be here.
It's a great pleasure to be here.
All right. And Honorable Frank Amigos from the academia, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So let me start off with Professor Anthony Ijirore. Yes. What is really happening? We're thinking that since Trump said, okay, fine, we're going to do this, Iran, they agreed to it, the world was almost getting happy. All of a sudden, bombardment started again.
It's always, I think, what we're experiencing, or what the world is experiencing, is a case of diplomatic supremacy. Because if you go back a little bit of the cause of the whole problem, you discover that the Iranians, they had a program of nuclear and ballistic and missile program, and the U.S. being a world power, and for the fact that they also have their interest in the Middle East, you know, so they got somehow scared that their power in the Middle East may be taken over by Iran. And in view of that, they were against that program, and they did everything to ensure that that program did not see the light of the day. Perhaps also took into consideration the 9/11 attack because of the Islamic fundamentalists, or if you like, you say terrorists. And so I think they now came up with a policy, diplomatic policy, that anything to do with terrorism in the world, they are going to fight it to the last. So with the nuclear program of Iran, so they had this belief that if they can acquire it, that Middle East will not be safe, and their allies in the Middle East will not be safe. So it's better they are discouraged by ensuring that that program does not exist. And one of their major allies, we know the Israelis, you know, and the US believe that if Israel's interest is not protected, you know, it could be a problem. So they now came together, you know, to say, let's see how we deal with the, you know, aggression of or potential aggression of the Irans. And so that was what led to the whole thing. And to some extent, I think there was a ceasefire agreement, precisely April 8 this year, that you know, every actor in the war should drop their weapons and see how peace will reign. But at the end of the day, you know, that Strait, you know, Hormuz.
Almost, yes.
Yes, you know, where the Iranis had the power to control the movement of oil ships, you know, and all that. So at the end, the U.S. was saying, hey, you are disrupting supply of fuel, you know, to the world. So open that place up because it's affecting the economy of countries. You know, so you must try and open that place up so that the movement of ships who are carrying oil and so on and so forth. And the Iranians, refused. Though initially they were part of the peace agreement, after a while they were attacking ships from foreign countries. And the U.S., of course, now retaliated. And that is what has led us to the present situation we still find ourselves. Of course, when the Iranians refused to surrender, allow ships to have free movement, then the U.S. now said enough is enough. They now started attacking them. So the so-called peace agreement collapsed.
All right, the so-called peace agreement collapsed. I love that phrase, so-called peace agreement. I'll come back to you on that. Barrister, you've heard him. People are saying that since Iranians were given the time to bury their supreme leader, they gave him a national burial, came out to mourn. That should have been, you know, an extension, so to speak, of goodwill from the U.S. that are making Iranians to really hold up to the end of the bargain. But Iran said they held up to the end of the bargain, but Israel is the one, the 14 hands, they just don't understand. And for it again, the lay claim yet again, that particular strait say for you to go through, you must be cleared by Iranian vessel, Iranian ship, or Iranian military personnel or naval force, you just name it. Take it up from there.
You know, the situation just now in the world, and in particular in the Middle East, is in the language of Prof, said diplomatic supremacy. I want to borrow that language because I think that is really what is the challenge over there.
Diplomatic supremacy.
Yes, Israel wants to be the superpower in the Middle East. Iran is also holding claim to that title. And as such, there will always be a problem between the both countries and other countries who sympathize with either of them or who see either of them as an ally. And you know, the Israel-Hamas-Hezbollah war gave birth to this because at a point in time, the United States of America accused Iran of sponsorship of either all a terrorist group or Hezbollah and Hamas. And as such, there were allegations against Iran during the Israel-Hamas war, because at a point, Israel thought that the war would not last the period it took them. It wouldn't get to that period. But at the time, it was as if Hamas was even getting stronger because somebody somewhere was giving them support. And that support was tied to Iran. Before you know it, America came in and said, okay, since our investigation shows that Iran is the sole sponsor of most of the terrorist group in the world, then there is need to disarm Iran. And that led to the war. Though there were a lot of allegations that were raised, nuclear weapon, ballistic production program, all of that. But that may not really be it. The challenge as at that time was that Iran was accused of being a sole sponsor of terrorist organizations in the world. And as such, it was deemed that Iran gives these groups power. So what do we do? For them to cut the powers of those persons was to reduce the armory, so to speak, of Iran. And that's why you saw Americans at that time was only bombarding the armory of Iran to see how they could destroy all their ballistic programs and nuclear programs. So the war escalated as at that time. But today, at a point in time, there was need for a ceasefire. Though they claim that it ought to be there ought to be a diplomatic approach to resolving the crisis at the Middle East. But I think that it was not comprehensive enough, and that was what led to the collapse. Then, now we've had another breath of the war to see how, maybe or not, there could be peace. But I think, except the proper thing is done, there may not be peace at the Middle East.
All right. Diplomatic supremacy, powerhouse, talking about the tussle between Israel and, of course, Iran that dragged us into this particular battle. Well, if you take a look at the agreement, there's a part of the agreement which stipulated that Israel should stop bombarding Hamas enclaves in Lebanon. And Israel said no, that they're not part of that agreement. Some are saying that is the reason why the war is lingering. After all, Iran has said, look, we are ready to abide by the terms and conditions given to us by the U.S. and for all that has nothing to do with the agreement, but Israel isn't listening. Do you think that is truly what the problem is, Honorable Frank?
Yes. There can't be an agreement at the moment. It's just like the common saying that two children were fighting. Then somebody else came and told them to stop fighting and continue to play as they were playing before. Not knowing that as the cause of the fight was as they were playing before. So there can be an agreement. We may need to find out the remote and immediate cause of this challenge that openly took place on February 28th this year. I've listened carefully to the other two discussants, and I could pick three things. Not until and unless those three things are addressed, none of these issues that has to do with agreement will come up. You must go back and address the cause of the problem. So just let go, let's agree, it won't work. It's not like you're just rubbing the surface. You have not gone into what really caused the challenge.
So what is it, according to you, that caused this challenge they're facing?
Yes, from what both of them said, I don't want to start saying it again. Like the nuclear ballistic missile program.
But Iran, they agreed to that, so that they're going to stop.
They did it.
But they agreed to that they're going to stop.
Iran is a resource-rich country, however, with a struggling population. So one would have expected them to concentrate on the people. It's just like four of us now. Let's take to be we are friends. Of course we are, right? We are friends. And three of us bought cars, except Bryce Abakbalo. What did he buy? A towing van. When I asked him, why would you buy a towing van? He said, in case your cars go bad. I will buy a towing van.
That's selfish and wicked.
To buy any type of vehicle.
Nobody wants to buy.
Nobody wants to buy a towing van.
But they can be exploiting us.
That will be his expectation. So that's what is happening to Iran. Iran is resource rich, but people are struggling. You are concentrating on nuclear weapons, you are concentrating on ballistic missiles, and the people are suffering. They say, no, they don't care. So US is thinking about humanity. Iran is dragging powers, as Brother said, who will be the supreme leader of that East. Israel wants to be, they want to be. And the way to be is to be well armed to the teeth. And that's what's playing out. Not until and unless those reasons are addressed. They can never, at any point in time, to come to an agreement. That agreement, no matter the agreement, it won't stop. Also consider the fight whereby Iran will sponsor some other militias. Israel is not happy about it. So if we say, let's withdraw our weapons. How do you withdraw weapons when you have sent a text message to one group to start fighting us? It won't work. So otherwise, we'll still come back here next Tuesday and we're talking about possible ways to bring peace. There will be no peace. Not until the matters are addressed headlong.
Not until the matters are addressed headlong. Prof. Anthony, you heard him, but if you take a look at the situation, when this agreement was drafted, both parties agreed to it. Okay, fine, we've seen it, no problem. But that same day after, Israel kept on bombarding Lebanon. That means that Israel is the one that fought in this particular scenario.
Well, one thing you must remember, Israel is a baby to America. And Israel controls about 15% of U.S. economy. You know, when it comes to business, the Americans don't play. They love investors, and most of the big businesses, chief executive of big businesses in the U.S. are Israelis, and so the U.S. is seeing them as an ally, very strong ally that will protect their interests in the Middle East. And the Israelis are not just acquiring their weapons alone. Americans are supplying them sophisticated weapons, you know, so that they can protect their interests in the Middle East. That is what is happening. You can say Israel is being aggressive, but at the same time, you will agree with the Palestinians, the Iranians and all that, they see the Israelis as enemies. And therefore, they are always, that is why even peace accord in the past did not work. Because they are seen as an enemy, and they keep bullying the Israelis. And so, and don't forget that it's like Israel is just at the middle of these enemies. And so they always have the opportunity to attack Israel. So and when America saw the whole thing, their major allies being is always in trouble, then they have to also arm them, you know, with military weapons and even finances to ensure that they protect the interests of Israelis, because the Israelis are also a major protector of the interests of Americans. So, so you won't blame the Israel. I see their action as a self-defense, you know, because the only way to survive as a nation, you know, is to also attack your enemies. You just continuously, because the enemies are also not resting. They're also attacking Israelis. Any small opportunity, they just attack. Look at the wall that was built, you know, around between Israel and Palestinians to protect the Palestinians and all that. It was all part of solid peace agreement. But who brought the walls down? You know now, it's the other side. The enemies that brought the wall down. And so they now had the opportunity to be attacking. So what do you expect the Israelis to do? Is to attack back. But the major thing is that I think most of those allies in the Middle East, you know, they are basically American friends. And if you see what is going on, it's like go for the man you can beat. So since they cannot deal with U.S., they are not dealing with the allies. You know, bombing allies and all that. Anywhere U.S. have base, they will go there, throw bomb, kill. Recently, 17 American soldiers were killed, you know, in part of that attack in one of their bases. They were killed and all that. And that is why when during the NATO meeting at Turkey, you know, Trump was so angry. You know, Americans are very sensitive to their soldiers. What happened to their soldiers? Even if it's just one, not to talk of 17. Then Trump now said, no more peace accord. He says, from now on, we are going to intensify military attack on Iran. So how do you expect peace accord to work? So I think to some extent, let's be frank with ourselves. If you know somebody is more superior than you, you follow no road. You don't start to fight somebody who has more heavy military superior power over you. And I think I would have thought that the Israelis, the Iranians should be looking for how they can have a diplomatic relationship with the U.S. where they can exchange, you know, goods, exchange businesses, you know, talk about peace and all that. Because both countries have what to gain from each other. American business, and these other people have oil power. So there should be that mutual relationship, just like U.S. have with one of their allies, Saudi Arabia, the Middle. They should have that. So the Iranians should not be all war. You know, if you hit me, I hit you back. But they are not hitting the U.S. back. They are rather hitting the allies back. So not until I think the Iranians have to have a retreat, you rethink that everything is not war. They should try and embrace peace. So that the world, we are looking at what is happening there. It's affecting the world. So it's not just Iran and one U.S. and one Israel. It's affecting the world in terms of fear. Even Nigeria here, that's the excuse the government is not giving. Oh, fuel price. But before the war, they increased fuel price. But recently, the president was now asked, President Tinubu, why come fuel this thing refuse? So it's not my fault now. It's the war between Iran and so it's affecting the world. So that is why police of the world, like Americans, are very, very concerned. All right. It's not just American interest, but for the interest of world peace.
All right. Now, as it stands right now, Iranian Guard, they are still talking tough, saying if America thinks that they will give up or surrender, America must be joking. What do you think is behind the guts? Or is just, you know, a flash in the frying pan saying we are Iranians, we are still there, we are still tough, we are still dogged, we have our own ace on the table, which is blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
You know, that is their nature. If you look at the Middle East properly, I think Israel, in terms of landmass, Israel has the lowest.
Exactly.
Then you look at the population, Israel is less populated than other countries in the Middle East. So, and you know, the saying goes, you want peace, must first prepare
for war.
Then two, another interesting aspect of it is that the Palestinians are also claiming hold to Jerusalem as part of their land. And Israel is telling you that Jerusalem belongs to us. And Donald Trump, in his first tenure, came and declared Jerusalem
the capital of Israel.
All of this drama put together is what resulted to this war. And I tell you, if you think the Iranians are going to back out by mere words of mouth, they will not. Because there are people who are naturally hostile. They believe in hostility. They act hostility. Then on the other side of Israel, Israel will tell you we are protecting ourselves from the enemy. Then how do you want the war to end? The America will tell you, oh, we have interest in the Middle East. And one of the countries that we want to go against American interests at the Middle East is Iran.
Yes.
Now, America is in between the devil and the deep blue sea. Who do I give my support? Who do I ally with? Obviously, from what is on the table, America would prefer to ally with Israel. Because Israel protects America's business at the Middle East. So the war is more of business form than what we see. And two, it also has to do with the protection of world peace. America, on the one hand, is claiming that we don't want a third world war. But America is into war. How do you now see a man who claims not to be in a third world, who is preventing third world war, is himself or herself creating war? So the whole of the issue is that until there is a clear diplomatic security at the Middle East, a regional security, wherein the states at the Middle East would agree amongst themselves that now let us create peace for ourselves. Let us not allow an external force or external party to come and give us peace. Can we sit down regionally to create peace for ourselves? There will not be peace until they do that. Two, there should be a comprehensive ratification of diplomacy amongst them. They by themselves should sit down. What is the relationship amongst us? Okay, if we can create a relationship amongst us, then the relationship that we create amongst us will build a fence amongst ourselves, which will not prevent an external force or external party from any form of intervention in our affairs. If that is not done, the war is likely to continue. And also, where there is a war in any region, you know, it's another opportunity for businessmen to begin to buy, supply weapons.
To cash in on it.
So you see,
all right,
the drama is going to continue.
Continuous drama. Okay, we want to take a break. When we return, we're going to continue this discussion. Remember, 17 American students, according to the report, they've been unalived. That is on one hand, over 600 injured, and Donald Trump is not taking it easy. We'll be right back after this break. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. We're taking a look at the U.S.-Iran war, finding a lasting solution, if there will be any. But for what my guests are saying, it's like finding a solution may be very, very difficult, but all the same, there's no problem without a solution. Now, let me come to you, Honorable. 70 soldiers killed, according to report, and over 600 of them injured. Do you feel America will take this lightly, or they are going to, after this pause, so to speak, move into another phase of total dissolution of Iranian power bank, in the sense they are manufacturing company that produces weapons and the rest of it? They even threaten their bridges, even the desalinator, threatening everything that may just choose to wipe Iran out of the map if they do not listen. Do you feel U.S. will go to that extent?
To have a fair judgment, we will still need to know the number of soldiers, Iranian soldiers killed. It's not enough to just have the statistics of 17 American soldiers killed. War with Donald Trump now to really escalate it. If we also have an idea of the number of Iranian soldiers killed, would have said, okay, you have Iranians killed 17, America killed 700. It's okay now, it's a fair deal. But I don't think the killing of 17 soldiers will now make the American president to escalate it. It shouldn't, otherwise it will be unfair. That self-centeredness, you have killed several of their soldiers, they didn't raise any alarm. I think we are moving towards a solution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Barrister Obakolo, at least first time today.
First time today.
That there should be conditional negotiations. We'll do this because of that. We'll do that because of this. There should be conditions attached to it. Otherwise, to have a straight negotiation will be almost impossible. Then gradual ceasefire, which can be something that will not be so abrupt. So we are ceasing fire next week. No. If you are firing 20 shots a day, reduce to 17, reduce to 10, gradually. So we'll not be able to monitor the peaceful withdrawal. To say abruptly, on so day, everything will see, it won't work. Because both parties will still be afraid of themselves. Now they're asking for a ceasefire. Does that mean a relaunch of attacks? Everybody's afraid. So I think Donald Trump should use the best of professionalism as far as the president is concerned to ensure that peace returns. I don't want to believe that is the non-availability of peace as it were now is from Iran. Donald Trump has a role in it. If you are well aggrieved of just 17, I know we're talking about lives, but in terms of number, just 17, and now you are saying, I don't go agree. But how many have you killed on the other side? So we're able to count all of that if you want a peaceful negotiation. It's just like two men fighting on the streets. One man, I don't know who told us that when you want to fight is by boxing. There's no rule. So one man hits his friend in the eye, the other one took a knife. The rest is like, so knife day. It's a street fight. So that they have killed 17. So now, let me English, now one on charge. How many of those soldiers have you killed? So all of these things, in terms of peace and peaceful resolutions, you ignore the number of casualties and say, from this day henceforth, let this thing take effect from so day, whereby we'll cease fire or reduce it.
All right. Well, Americans are saying that these are the numbers of casualties and, of course, over 600 injured, but they got upset because of Iranians attacking commercial ship. That really made them to get angry. I said, look, aside Israel violating one of the part of the accords, you're working on Israel, but for you to attack commercial trade, enough is enough. But is that enough to restart again, or will I say again, or will I say, or go all out against to start bombarding Iranian territory?
Yeah, you see, I think we have to get this thing right, we'll see. Let's not just look at the war between Iran and U.S. When we say the U.S. is the police of the world, besides that, they're also the humanitarian giant of the world. You know, what do I mean by that? They will advise these mushroom small countries with very aggressive leaders, very selfish leaders, you know, not these small developing countries. Don't fight, avoid war.
We'll be not referring to Iran as Muslim country, because they will not agree to that as Muslim countries.
I didn't mention it, but you and I know there are many. And don't fight war. Respect, if you are operating democracy, respect the rule of law. Respect institutions that have set up democracy. You know, corruption, avoid corruption as much as possible. Religious sentiments and all that, avoid it, because it will not make the country to stabilize. Most of these developing countries, but do they hear? Then the same thing America is trying to prevent, war now breaks out. Who do they run to? Americans will also come with a humanitarian thing and take care of the citizens, suffering citizens, as a result of that war, local war, and all that. So let's not look at American from the perspective of their aggression. You know, they are also the humanitarian giants of the world. They do a lot of things. Sometimes they even invite the soldiers of countries that are having issues and train them. Sometimes they send military aids, like Nigeria received recently, and all that. So all is trying to prevent war, you know. And so he who plays the piper dictates the tune. And that is why United Nations, where America is the major contributor, you know, then that's why they have the highest votes. And that's why they dictate to other countries what they want and all that. And they'll be succeeding. If you know that, you want to, you know, rival, challenge US, bring the money. The money talks. And when money talks, people listen. When money talks, countries must listen. You know, and so it's from that perspective. So coming to the Iran and US thing, I think Americans are looking at it from a world global perspective, not just the local thing. They are looking at it from the global perspective. If you give weapons to these people, you know, nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, you know, they will finish all their neighbors. That's where, I mean, it's not just a business interest. No, they are looking at it from the perspective of peace, of promoting peace. Because if you just look at what is happening to our bandits in Nigeria. You see all those riffraffs wearing rags and all that. They be carrying very sophisticated weapons. They are harassing state governments. They are harassing federal government. Why? Because they are carrying wrong weapon, and they have been succeeding. You know, denying people their means of livelihood. Some go and sell their land, some will sell their property, all to satisfy bandits. And even the government is even negotiating with them, you know, in crisis thing. So I think they are looking at, America is looking at it from that perspective, that these Islamic fundamentalists, you know, in most cases, their level of terrorism is so high. Their nuisance of terrorism is so high. So we must do everything to prevent them. I think I want to look at it from that perspective, you know, because that is the only way world peace can be maintained.
But right now, Iranians are not backing out.
Of course, they are known as
terrorists. They are bombarding their neighbors. They are bombarding American bases in different parts of the Middle East.
That they are stuck in trade.
Oh, no. Don't you feel that these other nations should call Iran to order? Why don't you believe for the U.S. only?
Other nations cannot talk to Iran.
In the Middle East?
Yes, they cannot. That's why I said, except until there is a regional diplomacy amongst the nations of that region. But just now, countries like Qatar, Oman, even Turkey, cannot dare advise Iran. Even their closest neighbor, Iraq, cannot advise them. You know what? That is their nature. Their whole style. And their hostility, they display it, they don't hide it. You can imagine a country that has up to, I was going to one documentary, they have up to 25 terrorist groups sponsoring them. A nation sponsoring 25 terrorist groups. How would there not be poverty amongst the people? And yet that nation is telling you that we can stand. If you hear them talk the way they want to handle America, you will hide. Because it is their nature. It is what they want. All they are fighting for is to be called the superpower of the Middle East. That is their interest. And once they achieve that, they will push further. Because they don't want world peace. They don't want it. So, the only way is to checkmate them. And that is what America is doing. At times, some of us will come and say, America, but your own is getting out of hand. Why are you doing like this? If they are not being checked, even me and you will not be in this studio.
Yes.
They will take everywhere in the world and ensure that they rule every person like in the days of Nebuchadnezzar. Because if you look at what is going on just now at the Middle East, even the Iran, the people, are they faring better? The Iranians? The answer is a no. Most of the Iranians in diaspora want that era in Iran to be destroyed, and they are urging
the regime
to do that. The Kanami group and other groups, because they've seized power, not just seized power, you see them testing that power on their own people. Just as we have some leaders here in Nigeria who are testing the power we donated to them on us, and they want a one-party state.
Well, Barrister Emmanuel, please. Order in court. This is a court.
No, he didn't mention any political party. But we all know who he's talking about.
We begin to say it the way it is.
Exactly.
We may not be making headway. Let every one of us, peace is very expensive. And that's why you see America spends our money to ensure that there is world peace.
Military budgets.
Yes. So every one of us, those at the Middle East, should sit down and see themselves as brethren. Until that, there will not be peace. Because now you are seeing Israel as a country that you must eradicate from the surface of the world. How do you do that? And at times when you are privileged to meet with some of them and their supporters or sympathizers, and they will be telling you in 1948 this happened, that happened. One of them, I say, come, leave 1948. We're in 2026. Do you want peace over there? You are here in Nigeria enjoying the relative peace we have anyway. And you are talking of something.
Second strike, Barrister. Look, Barrister.
So while we discuss other states of the world, other nations,
yes,
we also look back home.
Yes.
And I pray that what is happening at the Middle East will not befall us.
All right. Let us take a look at Iran also from this particular angle. They are saying that the bargaining chip is that Strait of Hormuz. If they let go, they're not going to have any power to bargain with the U.S. Does it not mean that the world will be held at ransom because of one nation? Because that's that Iranians are fighting for their right. They're fighting for the right to exist, fighting for their right to do what they really want to do as a country, fighting for their right to protect also their brethren, vis-a-vis Palestine, in Gaza and the rest of them. So how can this really be put in perspective and resolved? Because America said that after this, it's going to be an all-out thing. No hold back anymore.
I think I can speak on this now. I was encouraged by what Obama said, that Iranians will not listen to their neighbors and maybe for Nigerians. So I mean, Nigeria can advise Iran. Let me advise Iran that for peaceful coexistence, between a husband and a wife, let me use that analogy. The love can start a relationship. But love cannot drive it. You need to engage a gear of compromise, of perseverance and all that. So what is needed now for there to be relative peace is maritime compromise. Just let go. If you
Who should let go?
Iran.
Should let go the Strait of Hormuz?
Not that
their bargaining chip.
That's it.
That's the ultimate bargaining chip without it.
We are talking about world peace now. There should be a maritime compromise. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, excuse me. Now, I am a unionist. There's nothing to emphasize that.
Yeah.
Each time we negotiate with the federal government, we end up shifting grounds. As we shift, federal government will shift to have a peaceful educational system, especially tertiary. So that compromise is for both sides, for US, for Iran. Nobody should just hold on tenaciously. I've said it. You must shift grounds. It's a shifting of grounds that can bring about world peace. If you are holding on to it, the other party is holding on to it, you observe that at the end of the day, nothing is done. Work done is zero. So we will not allow them to hold on to it as it was in the beginning. So let's go a little bit of it. The other party let's go a little bit of it. So that straight will be really straight indeed.
For that is bent.
It's bent. It's twisted. So both parties should shift ground.
Just ground.
Yeah,
talk about shifting ground, Prof. Yeah. What ground do you think Iran should shift and what ground do you think America should shift? With Israel in this particular equation, what ground should be shifted?
Well, I think once American interest is protected, Israel will fall in. So Israel don't have.
But Israel didn't follow suit when they tried to stop bombarding Lebanon.
You see, one must is the fact that these Islamic fundamentalists, persecutions in their blood, is in their DNA.
You talk about the Islamic fundamentalists.
Yes, the Iranians, most of them are. And that's why America is fighting for world peace. And you saw what they did December last year when they came to bomb part of Nigeria, in Sokoto and all that. It's that same spirit that if you allow people to spread, because anywhere they find themselves, naturally, any country they find themselves, you hardly have peace. Because their own is, let's take over the place and propagate the Islamic religion. And where the government, is not flowing with them, the next thing they go into aggression. And in fact, they go in and all that and all that and all that. So the US is aware of that. So can you imagine Iran spends 70% of their national budget on weapons? So the remaining 30%. Where will it go to? That's why the Iranians, when the US killed their leader, Khomeini and the rest, they were celebrating. They came out to the street, they were celebrating.
But millions were sad also in Iran.
Majority were celebrating. We see. You are into this game now. Majority of them were celebrating. We would have expected that if their major leader, religious leader was killed, there should be sadness. But majority were celebrating. So which means they are also being oppressed internally. I don't know if we are communicating. They are also being oppressed internally. So America has now come in to say, hey, since these people are celebrating, it means they made a point. They scored a point. And so let's discourage anything that will give weapon, especially dangerous weapon to these people, to possess it. Otherwise, they will finish all their neighbors. And so that is what the Americans are preventing. I don't think they are necessarily being aggressive. And of course, Israel is at their middle, So how would they survive? So the best way to survive is aggression. You do me, I do you. Is aggression. And that is why any small attack on the Israelis, the next thing Israel will retaliate heavily times 3, times 4. to make sure that they don't try it next time. So my brother, peace is going to be very, very difficult because these the Iranians are being Islamic fundamental. No. So the thing's already. My brother, so the thing's already in their blood. The peace will be very difficult because it's like two extremes. America is saying let's have world peace. These other people are saying no. We want to make sure that we are the leader in the Middle East, and the best way to do that is to invest in weapons. Even though our people are suffering, it does not matter. Is that an ideal country? Wow. So this
70% budget, arms development.
Yes.
Who will now shift ground, Barrister Emmanuel, to wrap on this show?
Well, for me, in my introduction, I did say that the only way for there to be peace and is for comprehensive, ratified diplomacy. They should sit down. It is they themselves that can give themselves peace. America wouldn't give them peace. America cannot. If they sit down and see Israel as their brethren, Iraq as their brethren, Qatar as their brethren, Kuwait as their brethren, Oman, if they see all of these countries,
even Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia is even far to an extent, but the close to Iran now. So they should see all of these persons as part of them and see that they can coexist and make peace and things tranquility to be at their region. Until that is done, if you like, take all the world, even the United Nations. United Nations, if you watch, United Nations is even scared of discussing Iran's matter. They are very diplomatic in talking about them.
Okay.
So Iran should see how they spend more of their budget on giving life.
Human capital development.
Thank you so much. Someone said that for peace, there must be change of regime. Do you agree to that in Iran?
Yeah, for Iran, it's going to be difficult. As they are posited, a lot of them are Islamic fundamentalists. It's just like you have been indoctrinated. So if you remove the teacher of that indoctrination, what happens to the students? They're still going to rise up again. So they need a new system of government that will kind of neutralize those fundamentalist attitudes. Otherwise, they believe that killing is a gateway to heaven. I don't know it's kind of heaven. So changing leadership won't make any difference.
So changing the regime?
Yeah,
no, you're right.
It won't make any difference.
You're right.
It's imbued in them already. They believe that's the only way to survive. And to have a paradigm shift along that point is like you're just holding them the jugular. You resist. You resist.
Wow. So you're saying there's no vision or no whatever for peace? Is that what you're saying? It's going to be war without end? Continue to blast bows, bombing here and there? Is that what you're saying right now, gentlemen?
Fortunately.
Answers.
Yes.
You like world peace, you keep praying for world peace, but when the armies were like, would there be peace? They were like, look at me. From all places, would there really be peace? We pray for peace, we pray for each and every one of the world to listen to his voice always. What kind of president would they listen to? Once again, next week Tuesday, God willing, bye now.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Okada zima Esama zima dio Ebuna zima dio Obala zima dio Malawe Maari Esama dio na Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Emana dio Wena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewudori Ima Adi Awogene all the Tiagboyano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewa II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agima bota. Ota omere ota ninyowa. Ule magwa kanene na. Okay ya gboso we amamufwa aimerie. Uma dole niyi yaki umi enoro wa dweki una riyo so la ni adweki ere mi no poloro amamufwa aimerie ibota e manadwe na ya ye ne de ai to kwawo ma no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebori wa ya kwe isu imina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ebe okun ro awe ma ni wi yoku awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yanu ame yana we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we yana we no de wo yi e bota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba ko wa o no mario iworati imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinje me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa eno adari ho beni ya ye amamufwa maye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda manu ya gwa amamufwa ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa yi no koko gwa eyo be no nwe na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufwa amiri ba ni agun egun ye na utana ode la hotel Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ipo ewo alauda maya mi say maya mama na we adu gina no ma ota me do ni ro wa kevinisi when I free we dey gare dagbe maya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le we go gima e go no gbera e go gima ma wi o sa ba gege maria oba ato ipo ewo
ise ore wa ota me paso kabari hunamure ive do no women wa bebe ne kai wa bidan yo ofun gbosa ogba go yaro oba atope ise niwa zero ni ma tade si we amamufua aneri emina ya ka no we nu dolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we bohie emata uwa no ri we no wa eba nu ri ne jawe mata wa wana gbogbo ngbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se jona na ma family all de kan o twese webo ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufu ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladnya ya wi twese o se ni ya yewu ya se ya no mami no ya win no ya me kon mo boyen kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani ya win na he wo se ti win na he wo tuwe ya se ti win na he o ha no re aro na eni bon na no mamufua amiri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no aseti arioba yete mo ina le lo ogba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yen se Osaba ni eja mo lo ma yi amamu family otenwe ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kinakana
awe adona wuwa ya wese wa magele mufua amiri ni wo ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua oni amamufua amiri na ewi na ya ka amamufua amiri o ma no maru emiesi ka eniesi wodawo we ga we emiesi yoto we amo we emiesi ka be sunu dada gbo we umyobiye ogeva mude amegbede we me khara una be ame roba na yagwe una mo pane eyesi we uneni oni egwe o omo yimu gwe o usagba de godi nu e ino ka sunu dagwe wa ko odigba no bogeva de yana miewe amaso gare imoto ekeno na la moto ere moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi ni ado iwo ri ne begere ya re park o mai ni ri fegere ha asa ma mi wo ri ri iwo no ike obuwe o gba ogeni una ha ile ino uwe mu fuani so pon inu sabo aya ha we gberegbe o ti gba so ni me yere ikayo we awe igi emi ilala di awupo pele Lagos road ni we je ala moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe ina mo tuta ko gbebe ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school di wa ribote en ha sa wa ya ne wa ni go na ni driver I will buy all of it. I wear your money, make 20 naira away. I want to give you as change. I don't get it. You know this change. I need not to talk about without. You know we yarn.
Only no to try power. Okay.
When you go in, I think when no money in your body. You are tamawe or repedeva. Ina pa ina ari ogida. Ina la moto. O ma pa na rugu moto ni. Ma ri gbera kana che Ogida junction boy ina wa to the motor awa opia ehwe ha ni ya ni yekeni ala wa di go ga o yin ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa so te iye ina ni me wa hu na eja na ọmọ wo ri ha ni me ni be
oh my god
amamu so bo ayi ya mi imi ami e de ni na wa age kaka yi awo ri ha ta ni me ni mere ano ma na dia amana wa ya ni mere na ina so ndo ni keke mariena mami abi oseja wo ni ma gba agbina yi na owo paro no mo agbona ri wa owo pare ya si wa owo zuwo o weta ma gbo yo wa ai mu agbo ri wa yi ko ni we ku ya na o ge ba ri o ya de we agogo yo we ko ye po u ya mo so yi woto igo ni de bukebuke edenu adu ara e o so lo bo ma sare bo na fi ma ya bo ye fi ma ha mu fua ma me kina me no ma we ri gele amu fua ama mu fua gele ni ri o wa na we wi si da ma e si be su nu da ya ina wa ma mu fua amere ni ma gwa na we ekina na wu ana bi sare bo no de ba ma re de ri yeke sare bo fi agbe ma oba to pe
ise eniwa ya iwa da na mu fua ma mi amamufo amieri otene pastor kabari amamufo amieri e we benu yare bible e ya ta ma amamufo amieri e ma wo no e to do ba ibot amayena
ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi alage untana amamufo amieri ya gwe ibo ebugun anokan me odion we o kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo aba mu family na emi nu ada gbibiere gere akan what so egbe sokun mege na ya sini
gemu ahia osalobagi maya iye webo na wete no gemu ahia iye ti yun yo e oti mane Jonathan o carry oba vete Nigeria ya wa election e mama te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa dani owe esagie owo omakoma ose adani ye ki amu de sagie anu pa no to yo to nu da ye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbeyo agwa na ya mi adani e bo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we magi obi ra ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na e ri o wege grenori egberi agbe amamufua amirie eri wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e o yu ku yo e o e ko no amani o mo ni wuyo e ko o ga be yu ke e webo amamufua amirie mami o mana wesi ni ni ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya enu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan e ba no kan me opopa na la tie e Jefta be bi no wan ka tai era na tie gile do oyoko ga no oyoko ona mo ko ni iye na bi ejokun yo ga omodion ne Jefta ne e gile di yaso ha bi omo so ma ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele o mo ni ge Jefta na bora do bora adia do be by Monday ni e bi e yo wa ori je ko ma e pekere okpe ani ge egiled ona do wu ori wu idira na gbagbe we iwe ti gbe ma do ri wu ora re nda ma mu iwo yi yu ohun wu seti ye na gbe ma ya na ku e no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua ya na ku e fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo te o mo dion so ko ma sini ora de e pora zozo la wa gbo ori se bo na te mo abona to ta bona agbe zobo so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye odawo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do emani buna do de ba na mai enwi na mai eni ori sewe oko gare ro na do na ga tie no ka o ye na e pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo na ka o amamie ana we begwale ga de e so na wo he no le wa ya yin ye unda bi ni we otu agbe okay ye na ewe ọmọ náà tẹ́wé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀rẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rogúpò ìdòrá yìí ni ẹ́ ni edu ọ̀ka ẹ̀bù ìyáfẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ẹ̀bù ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé ń dẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́ ìgbẹ̀ni ẹ̀yà bùfù àbẹ̀gẹ́ ni yẹn ẹ̀yà mí náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bùdá o àgbọ̀n náà tó máa yẹ ṣayọ ògùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ yẹn ra yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹ̀rù dọ́wọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀bẹ̀ gbẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ni yé náà wẹ̀sìn ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ òkè ọ̀sàbọ̀ yẹn iye le ma gwe ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu hu no pa wo ye oluko se we na we e o we wo more o wese unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gwezo akedo gwezo e police station aya Abuja ibo na ebo ni e muria nu de so wu no ma se ni alado bokye kenagana igon waye ze police station igoni egbai bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio wema sise ma no wagaga na se ni ke ani na ewerezo ne gbemi na o do ma doge so kun gbe e o yikweyo egbeyo yikweyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni afi osisi aga ligi o ma mi ewe owo di o like na mo jon rebo o mo mu no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owo ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo gbe fi osisi na lo ya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya de de ma we o ga lo de na la do si esi otie wa ni papa no bo wa ye ebuye o wa me go ibi e sound e we bo wa ya de mo re wa ba ri pe wa we bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama ani eri
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ni asimi otona gbidi i ma do wa tona o e wa ma kan se ayi ri ma do wa tona e ya se ayi ri ma na do ba ara se ma na do ba ma kan mu ari wa ilé ma ẹ̀gbọ́n èmi kábẹ́tù ìwé kólé ìwé fún egbe ìwé ògbà wàkùkù wàgẹ́ ìgbìnà wàgẹ́ ìkàn dọ̀lẹ̀ ìwé nìyí.
n'o da
amamufua àmì ẹ̀dẹ̀ kẹ́nà ó sọ wẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ̀dì ẹ̀ normal dọ́wọ́ ní fìànẹ́ náà fún gbẹgbẹ́ máa yá ara rọ̀ ẹ̀dọ́kùnrin ọba àtọ́kùnrin.
wẹ́sì àwọn àjùjẹ ta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọlá ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀fẹ̀ amamufua àmì ẹ̀dẹ̀ ènìwọ̀n ẹ̀dọ̀ ló pẹ̀ o ló wà dàrẹ́ màtánà esoro ọwẹ́ ọlùmọ̀wọ̀ àtàní èmi ní nya àwọn ìdòmú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ní ẹ̀mọ́ta wẹ́rẹ́ tani wẹ́ náà mú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ náà sopa wẹ́ náà ẹ̀wọ̀n máa nya ẹ̀ rabọ́ ìwọ́
wọ́n wé by force
rabọ́ ìwọ́ ẹ̀yìn náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n wẹ̀sọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màtánà náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà sẹ́yà ni ma èmi ní mọ̀ yẹ àmú ẹ̀ ń dá ẹ̀rọ wẹ́ ni udomi ẹ̀wẹ̀ ìtọ́ à ẹ̀yà wẹ̀rẹ̀ ebe ọ̀rọ̀ ìlú máa ń yà yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ inú ka pásọ̀ inú ka ẹ̀bá yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ ní ọ̀wẹ́ ní àìsírin náà wẹ́ yàfẹ́ ọ̀wà náà ẹ̀ra má bí ìyẹn orí ẹ̀wò ọdún àṣìyàn ọjọ́ òwò ẹ̀wò ẹ̀dọ́ ní násùnù ẹsẹ̀ sísú ló tẹ́wọ̀ bí ẹ̀wò náà orí ẹ̀wò ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́ pàmò yìí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀rẹ̀ wò n'ọnya wo era amabiera rẹ wo anabiwẹ wa era wọn amúparí ẹwọ wẹ ẹwọ n'ọkẹrẹ yabẹrẹ wẹyẹrẹ wa ọdún wo ẹsẹ ti sùn ẹgbẹ ìjọgbẹrẹ wa àwọn táwọn mẹ́ra wẹyẹ wa ẹyẹ wẹ ṣẹra wẹ ẹgbẹ sọpọ òbí wẹ ìlúhi ọrẹ dò ọmọ tí so wẹ gbé wẹ ní ìrárí ọwọ náà ana wẹ nu wẹwẹ ẹrọ amú ẹpà sopa wẹ amúwẹ yìí wa ọwáwẹ ìrárí ọwáwẹ yìí nya ẹ oníwẹ ẹgbẹ sí yẹn wọ sọ ẹgbẹ amamufua amẹríye nga ọmọ yìí nàmufua nga ẹnyẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ọbẹ do ní màálù ayagbẹrẹ mìíràn una gbẹrẹ mìíràn èmi náà wọ ẹ iyeke ẹ̀ma nga ima tani awẹ n'ọhọrọ ara ẹwọ but mama ha wẹ èmi náà wọ ẹ n'uye osisi yẹ ti yà á mi ọ̀hún ayé n'uye òdekòde yà á mi ọ̀hún ayé n'uziwo yà á lòdẹ fẹ yà á zẹ nẹ abẹ ọlápá yà á zẹ ní yà fẹ ayélujára utọ n'ẹrọ aláwòdà ẹrọ máa gbọdọ n'ọyẹrọ ẹyẹ wò kú gbé ẹyẹ wò láwòdà amamufua amiri oruwebo ten oruwebo rawiye iyobona uno wa amamufua hi udo owano ruse useso ogwaleni ohamegbe unari ene era ni wori ene nitu wa lo mufua umaide mufua yeye owano yowehia ugbera uweni uyobone yobonu ne egbona taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye igwe school no rie ne mo o ha ri na ni ya o wa ri na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amiri ede lo po ibude mai unu wa we na lao na yobonu egbe na emi maya wi je na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe o ibo tawe de na yoto ọba àtọpẹ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, Can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Igboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love doing.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
It's the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio here, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds, and from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh yeah, it depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing, we are evolving, we are becoming more modernized, and then again, awareness has increased, and so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because we do respect to women. I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that's that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different.
Okay.
That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as love. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation, the effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to, because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are married.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will. You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and
control. Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here. Okay. But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her. Them, that is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word control, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check. Okay. Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership you call it, whether it's protection you call it, whether it's control you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's really the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now, and I think I currently have one as a friend that I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting. Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors, and that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position.
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church.
Okay, with church. Okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt.
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking. Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored. Okay. That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happened to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there. Okay. She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she had a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing see you. Okay. Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
You don't have any business being in a relationship.
If you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening leg to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I had the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical.
Thought-based. Love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you. You are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love, because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
she has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? Okay. She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons. Well, is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochiagu for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.